The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Horrible Gamers Podcast, show number 271, being recorded on August the 24th, 2019. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus, also known as JesusWalksAlot. Today, I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief. Welcome back, Gunny. Welcome.
Hey, it's good to be back. It was a nice couple weeks. Had a good weekend last week, so good to be here, bud.
Yeah, fuck doing? Yeah. Mod fun, sir. And from Ohio, the Mayo.
Hey, what's up? Glad to have some Gunny back.
Yeah, Gunny.
You get all that fun at the theme park.
Yeah,
you know what?
You guys say I go there. You miss more days on the show than anyone else, Gunny. What the fuck?
You know what? You say I go to that theme park like 4 times a year. I haven't. Like if you check back the records of each podcast, I think it's been a year and a half since the last time I was there.
You've been there like 10 times this year already.
I would go at least 3 times a year, but no, it's been a year and a half since I've been to any theme parks.
God damn! Take too many theme parks. It's
usually like out to the ocean or out to the mountains, you know, or to Fiji Islands somewhere, but.
Well, that's like a theme park, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I guess you could say that, like a water park. Yeah. So.
See, I consider like any theme park like a little vacation. Gunny has to separate his vacations from his theme parks, right?
Oh no, the theme parks are just a one-day thing. My vacations are like 3 weeks, guys.
You know what was really fun? Gunny. I know what was really fun was going to Great America, Santa Clara. And I know they've got them at other theme parks, is the Mass Effect experience. Mm-hmm. And so since summer's kind of winding down, they only have literally like one row of seats open. So it's like the second row. It's like the best row to be in. And like that, when you put on those 3D glasses, it's like the perfect spot, like sitting right in the middle.
Wait, you mean they shut down the other rows on the ride?
Yeah, like I think that's because stupid. Now...
Why would they do that?
So the first time we went and we got in line, and there's not a lot of people there because now like everybody's back in school. They kind of changed it, I don't know, like 10 years ago, where everybody goes back to school mid-August. But we get in there, it's like, oh, the ride's down. Like, what do you guys want to do? And then we were like, man, we were so close to like being the next people in line, me and my son. And then we kind of just stood there for like 5 minutes, and then we're like, yeah, we'll just come back. So. We went and we rode, I think, like, it was like one of the rapid rides or something. And then we were walking back through, and they were like, okay, it's open again. So we ran for it, and then, boom, we were, like, right in. But still, they only keep that. I know
what happened, Gunny. I know what happened. They didn't close that road down because of the people. Someone pissed themselves or shit on that road.
Yeah, puked. Something.
Somebody puked on one of those seats, and they're like, fuck. We got to keep the ride going, but we got to shut this fucking seat down. We'll just shut down the whole row and say that we need to close this row down.
So the most disturbing part about this ride is that they have like these things like in the like where the armrest is, and what it does is, you know, when you meet the guest, like as you're traveling along and in the sequence of the show, is that it shoots out like this mist of like crappy, I don't know, liquid, and it stings like that shit just got right in my eye. I was like, oh my god, like it got up under the glasses. I was like, oh geez, like I'm like rubbing my red eye, but it was still like a fun experience. It just makes me excited for VR.
Right in the eyeball.
Right in the eyeball, man. I was like, oh my god. Right? So
next week, Gunny has pink eye.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I was kind of concerned about that because I'm like, people have their hands all over it, and disgusting.
Yeah, that's disgusting, Gunny. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just, but I enjoyed it. We actually went back around and did it a second time. I was like, no, we're not going to come back here for another.
I want to get sprayed in the face again. Woo!
So this time I actually held my hand over like the thing where it shoots out at.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it because there wasn't a million people there. So the roller coasters, you know, we were able to ride them.
Oh yeah.
Back to back.
All right.
Good times.
See, really, Jesus, I think what it is, what he's not telling us, it was senior discount day.
Oh, is that what it was? You get a special discount on that day, Gunny? Like,
yeah,
we only allow seniors in this day.
Drinks. And I mean, the food is horrible, at these theme parks. So eat before you go into any of them.
You don't eat anything at theme parks. They're too expensive, first of all, and they're just shitty food. Shitty food and too expensive.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Just buy drinks. Just buy drinks there, Gunny. All you need is drinks.
Hey, you know what we used to do back when I was a kid? Because I've been going there since I was 4 years old. Because I used to live in San Jose when I was 5. But we would actually make our food. And then anytime, like, hey, any of your kids are hungry, you get your stamp, you go out to the car, and you grab a sandwich out of the cooler. That's the way it was done.
We would do that, and we went to the water park here because we had the season passes. So my wife would just pack a cooler, and we'd swim and get hungry. Because, like, it's like a zoo and water park all in one. So, like, they have a water park off to the side. Well, of course, the food is like $9 for like a little thing, like 3 chicken fingers and like 2 French fries, So my wife would just make stuff and put it in the cooler, and then
and then you could put the cooler in a diaper bag and put the diaper bag in the fucking.
Oh, we don't
stroller,
have diaper bags.
And you put that shit in the stroller, and then you take the baby in there with you, and you hide that shit underneath the baby, underneath the blankets. Yeah, woo!
You have like 10 bottles, baby bottles, full of beer.
Vodka, woo! That's just water, people.
That's ice for the baby.
That's water for the baby's bottle. Oh, shit. Anyways, people, you can follow us on Twitter _HorribleGamers. Leave us a review on iTunes. Please go ahead and do that. We're also available on iHeartRadio, TuneIn Radio, Spotify app. We're available on everything you can think of. Literally everything you can think of.
Player FM.
Just tell Alexa to play a Horrible Gamers podcast, and she will find us. So there you go. If you have an Alexa-enabled car or Alexa in your home, just tell her, hey, Alexa, play Horrible Gamers podcast, and she'll find us, and she'll play us, and there you go. There you go. That's how you can listen to us, and tell your friends to listen to us. They'll be like, well, how do I find these podcasts you speak of? You tell them, just tell Alexa to find them. She'll find them. Horrible Gamers podcast. Anyways, you can join our group, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community. That is a closed group. That means anything you post in the group is not visible with people that are not part of the group. And you can join, I guess not join, our Facebook page as well. You can leave us a review on there, just like on iTunes and on Google. So leave us a review on iTunes, Google, Facebook. And then go and join our Patreon at patreon.com/horriblegamers and support the show with the monies. Woo!
Yeah. We did get John Jerome sticker mailed out to him the other day. So.
Oh, you did?
Awesome.
Yes. Decal is on its way. He'll get it Monday.
Nice. Sweet. I'm going to go stalk him now. I know his address.
We know where you live.
Now you can never stop being a patron. You fucked up. Show up to your house
he's
now.
You can get HGP ads in the mail now. We're going to start sending them ads.
Just send them ads in the mail all the time. A bunch of junk mail with our shit on it.
We're going to send them Gunny's Blue Pill ads.
It's going to be all these online gaming ads and
coupons
stuff.
And
websites
shit.
You can go to.
We're sending them some coupons. Anyways, people, you can support this show like Adam Sunday has, Ellen Mabey, Bo Sassone, Bill Garner, Brian Capessa, David Snyder, Dirty Bite, Evan Tanaka, Henley M, Jake Vossen, Jesse Kraft. Oh, Jake, thank you for becoming a Patreon, dude. I know you became a Patreon the other day. Thank you for becoming a Patreon, Jake. I appreciate you, buddy. John Jerome, Jonathan D. Hall, M. Polo, MacMod, Native Lives Matters, Pork Shampoo, Robbie Wheat, Steve, the Mayo, and Subbaiter. Thanks for being Patreons! Woo! Yeah! Yeah, so you guys are all pretty much going to be entered till next month's drawing. So we'll see what happens next month. We're giving away $50 to one of you lucky fuckers out there. Yeah!
It'll be on the 14th, right?
Mm-hmm. Giving away $50. We'll see who wins it. Anyways, people, let's talk about video games that we've been playing this week. But first, let's give a quick shout out to our music makers, Fowler and Twistix. They make our intro song called Breakout, special HGP remix. And the outro song is done by Broke for Free. It's called Night Owl. And let's talk about video games this week. What we've been playing, what I've been playing, what you've been playing. Let's talk. So, this week I've actually been playing a game, guys. I haven't gone back to Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. And it's not because I don't want to. It's not because I don't care about the game or whatever, or like I've lost interest in it. It's just I haven't had like the time to like really want to sit down and play with it. You know what I mean? Like if I play it, I know that I want to play it forever, so I'm kind of like scared to play it.
Right.
It's that situation where like it's not like I don't want to play it. I want to play it, but I know if I play it, like I don't want to just play it for an hour. I want to play it for like 10 hours straight.
Yep.
It just seems kind of hard to do that at this point in time. So
I do that with like with Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah.
I know that if I sit down on a Sunday morning, like, okay, I know I can get at least 3 hours out of this game, or 4.
Yeah.
That's the best experience. Instead of just playing for that 1 hour or 45 minutes, like it's not worth it.
You feel like you get nothing done, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So yeah, that's
like
kind of how
go anywhere with it.
I feel about it. But I gotta say that Ghost Nico bought the game based on my recommendation. He actually messaged me on Discord, and he was like, "Hey, Jesus, do you think I should pick up Rebel Galaxy Outlaw?" And I told him, "Look, man, if you're into like space games or whatever at all, and you want something that's kind of interesting and unique, I highly recommend that you pick it up. Pick it up on Epic or wherever you pick it up at. Just buy it." And he was like, "Okay, I'll buy it on Epic, I guess." And then he bought it, and he messaged me back like, I think it was the next morning or something. He's like, "Dude, that fucking Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is incredible." He's like, "Holy shit, the soundtrack is crazy good." And I was like, yep. They have a really good soundtrack. And they actually have a playlist of the soundtrack, the music to play in the game, on Spotify. So if you want to listen to the soundtrack, you can actually go to Spotify and find the playlist that has like all the actual artists they used for the music in the game, which is actually...
I'll have to listen to more of that music because, you put that on our secret private chat, and I went in there, and I'm just not a jazz fan, so I need to actually listen to it.
No, it was not just jazz. The one song I gave you, it was a jazz song. And actually, people, I do like jazz. That's a fun fact about Jesus. I do enjoy jazz. I actually enjoy all types of music. It's kind of funny because on my playlist, it goes from anything from like Tupac to like fucking jazz. That's what I have on my fucking playlist. It's not like, it's like, and then I have everything in between. It's like I have country in there. I have fucking like classic rock. I have the Doors and shit, Guns N' Roses in there. Fucking all that shit in there. Like it's weird. I got like rock. I have rap. I have country. And I have jazz in that motherfucker.
I'll be throwing some Greta Van Fleet in there playing that game.
Some crazy ass fucking, some crazy playlists that I have on my phone. But yeah, I actually do enjoy Jazz Gunny, and I was like, this actually is a pretty catchy song. It reminded me of like a 1920s like Great Gatsby fucking type of music or some shit. You know what I mean?
That's the vibe I got.
That's the vibe I got for that. But that's actually off the jazz station inside the game. Like in the game, like I said last week, they do have like radio stations, just like Grand Theft Auto. They have like radio show hosts in there. They got like radio shows. They got like this one station that's all like talk radio, and there's like all these space people that talk about like, what do you think about the war going on between this sector and this sector, or this and this? They're just talking about space shit. And you're like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And they have like they have comedians on there. It's just like literally like Grand Theft Auto radio. Like it seems like a real radio. Like you just scroll through stations and fuck around and listen to shit. But yeah, I haven't played any more of that, people. So I'll probably be getting more into that tomorrow. Then I'll probably talk about it next week. Anyways. Let's talk about other shit that I've actually played this week. Some more Apex. Unfortunately, I got back into that last night with Brink.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Brink got in there last night. We didn't know what to play. I mean, he wanted to play Battlefield 5 because they had the new Metro update. So they've redone the map of Battlefield, I think it was 3. Metro, the Metro map, the one with the trains. They've redone that once again and actually released it for Battlefield 5. He wanted me to download it, but it was like, dude, I have like 10 things queued up in my downloads. I have like a bunch of updates on Steam, and I'm downloading CSGO and all this shit. Like fuck it. I started to download, but then we ended up playing Apex for a while, and yeah, we were just drinking, playing Apex, man. We didn't get a win, but it was just fun in games, We were just fucking with people on the chat.
Yeah, I played some of that Apex today too as well.
Apex, yeah.
With Caddy. And what's your friend's name, Mayo?
Snickers.
Whoopi.
Yeah, Whoopi.
Oh,
So
Whoopi.
yeah, it was. We didn't do too good, so we sucked.
Yeah.
Speaking for all of us on here, Caddy.
Caddy's like,
so he even put it in
yourself.
chat. So, but I was the worst in all of it.
Anyways, other stuff that I played besides Apex Legends and all that good stuff, guys. I've actually went back and finished Heavy Rain, and the ending that I got this time was absolutely like the best ending the game could have given.
Spoilers! No,
So
I'm kidding.
like everything turned out good this time around. I don't know what I did differently. I must have done something differently, but I know I made different choices in some areas, so I got the good ending. You know what I mean?
How many? Do you know how many endings this game actually has? Like how many endings you can get?
I think like 5 different ones or 6 or 7 different ones. There's quite a bit, I think.
Okay. I know I'm just a little ways into it yet. I haven't had time since I bought this VR to get back into it, so I need to make a point to get into it.
Oh, it has 17 different endings.
Wow, it's a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess I just
I've only
looked it up
seen
right
3.
now. Yeah. So I've seen 2, I guess. I could play the game 15 more times to see the other 15 fucking endings.
Well, it'd be my luck. I'd play it 15 more times and get like the same 2 endings over and over.
That's exactly my thing. Yeah, I would probably get the same exact ending over and over because I'll be making the same choices over and over. But it was pretty cool, like the way the game unfolds in the end. Like everything kind of like unravels real quick in the end, and you find out who the killer was and how they got away with everything and what was going on, and you're like, holy shit, this all makes sense now. It all makes sense. It's like one of those like serial killer movies or something where like, you know, at the very end, the detective is like piecing all the fucking evidence together. Like, holy shit, it wasn't this guy. We framed the wrong guy. Oh fuck, we sent him to the death chair. Holy shit, we gotta stop the execution. Like it's one of those moments. Like, holy fuck.
Like a really good movie. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like a good movie. Yeah. So, anyways, there's that, and so I finished that Heavy Rain. People, I recommend that game. It was free on PlayStation Plus a while back, and actually it was free once again when they gave out Detroit Become Human. You actually got the deluxe edition, which gave you Heavy Rain. So if you didn't download it the first time, you could have downloaded it the second time. If you downloaded the last month's giveaway that they have on PS Plus, you now own Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human. So there you go.
I bought a PlayStation at the right time.
That's right, Gunny. That's right. Other games that I played this week, I went back and played some more. What the fuck else did I play this week? Oh, Mayo, you'll be happy to know that I've actually played some Counter-Strike.
Oh, yes.
Me and Brink of Eternity downloaded it last night on Steam, and it's free to play, right? That free to play one.
CSGO.
Oh, you played the free-to-play mode, yeah.
Yeah, so we played that shit, and it was kind of ghetto, but it wasn't bad for being a free game. You know what I mean? Like, I expected it to be, like real shitty for a free game, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all the
horrible.
free version has. I bought it, like, years ago, and so I'm not sure what the difference is. I know my son was playing with it with one of his friends, and he had the free version, and I know he couldn't get into everything, but I'm not sure what the differences between the two
I don't
are.
know the difference either. There's a bunch of modes in there.
Unless it's going completely free. I'm not sure.
Does this... No, Jesus, you have the free-to-play version. Is it... And just judging from gameplay that I've watched on Twitch over the
only version that I saw on Steam
past couple of years, is it you get to, like, after you do so many matches or after each match you get coins, right, or currency to purchase skins or something like that?
You can get crates that will drop actually when you play online rounds, and these crates will go into your Steam inventory, and you can actually, kind of like what PUBG did, you can sell the crates on the actually Steam Marketplace, or you can open them. But to open these crates, it requires a key that costs you $2.50. So you can buy these keys. It is dangerous, but what you can also get to is they have some really rare items and some things, and there's just different values of all sorts of stuff. And you can like look it up in Steam, and it shows you the values of things. And like I know somebody that got actually a knife that was really rare, and it was valued in Steam for over $400. And people will buy it immediately for 400 credit in Steam. So basically, you get Steam credit, and you can get $400 of Steam credit by trading this knife away. But there's lots of gun skins, and there's different kinds of skins. There's like worn and pristine, and so there's different quality of gun skins you can get.
Yeah, we were just playing the free-to-play of CSGO, I guess, Global Offensive. Yeah, we were playing that one. I guess there's other ones on here. I don't know. It costs like $10. I don't know. I'm not interested in paying $10 for the game, but I'll play the free one. But it was all right. It was actually pretty fun. We were playing with bots for a bit, and then we were in a match with real people. But like, how the fuck do you mute people in the game? We couldn't figure it out.
Oh, it's been a while for me. I don't remember.
I don't know how to mute, dude. It was just annoying. The whole fucking... We had this dude from China, like, I'm from China. I play games. And then he was just fucking around the whole time on the chat. This other guy was singing like some fucking song, playing the guitar or something. This other guy was doing something else. This other guy was telling everyone to shut the fuck up. This other guy was trying to be all serious and shit. Well, me and Brink were just like, dude, we're on Discord chatting with each other. They can't hear us, but we're like, dude, like, this is hectic. How do you shut this shit off? We couldn't figure out how to shut off the chat. We just couldn't, and it was just annoying as fuck. Yeah, but anyways, so I played some of that, some CSGO on Steam, and I was surprised because I've actually played this game before, Mayo. I played it on the 360. It actually came out for the Xbox 360 a while back. It came out on the arcade, so it was like only like a digital only game. And the game was actually the same game on the PC that it was on the Xbox, like the same fucking game. It's just I don't know if it ever took off on the Xbox because of I think it was the time when like Call of Duty was still popular still. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like Call of Duty.
I thought that one on Xbox actually had like some kind of campaign or something to it, or was it just the actual?
No, it was just the multiplayer. Yeah, but it was just the multiplayer. But it's just the game never got like the community behind it. Like for a while there, I was playing it, and there was a lot of people playing it. But like a few years later, I got back into it, and like I could find matches here and there, but there was like certain times and situations where I would run into the same people over and over. You know what I mean? Like only a certain people play the game, and I was running into the same guys over and over on the 360. And then I don't think it ever came to the Xbox One, and it never even got ported, like backwards compatibility or whatever.
I find it interesting, like, like how you say you don't think it was like real popular on the Xbox, and it's like the flipped on the PC side where like Halo here on the PC side wasn't really popular. I mean, we had Halo 1 on the PC, and it just was never popular. You don't hear people talk. And same thing with like Call of Duty. Call of Duty, I don't think it was ever really, at least the community that I've always been in, was never really popular on the PC. But then on console side, it's really popular. And then on the PC side, it's all CS:GO, Team Fortress, and stuff like that. So I just find that kind of interesting, like the different platform, how they don't cross over. As soon as one goes to the other, they don't have an interest.
Yeah. But you know what game does seem to be pretty popular on both, that they've actually done a pretty good job of getting it popular on both platforms? Is,
PUBG?
No, not PUBG.
Portal?
No. Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
It seems like that game is really popular on both like PC and consoles, even on the PS4.
Well, they're always adding
Xbox, on everything. It's popular on everything, it seems like. You know what I mean? Like they've actually done a pretty good job making it popular for everyone.
Got operators all the time.
Yeah. Anyways, so moving on now, and so I played some of that, some CSGO last night. What the fuck else did I play this week? I'm trying to just think really hard. I played some Astrobot yesterday. I actually was able to stream it because actually that morning I was streaming another game, Call of Duty. So I was actually playing the Call of Duty Alpha, guys.
How is this?
So Call of Duty Alpha, exclusive to the PS4 right now. I'm pretty sure it'll come out next week for like everything, or like a week after next it'll be for everything. They always do that, where like 1 week they do it for the PS4, then the next week they do it for everyone. So the new Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, is what it's called. So the new Alpha came out. This was the 2v2 mode. This is a new mode in this Call of Duty, I guess, called... I forget what the fuck the mode is called, but it's pretty much it's you and another person versus 20 people.
It's called, I think it's Gunfight, right? Or OSD or something?
No, yeah, it's Gunfight. And then pretty much you're like in little tiny maps, and you spawn in, you and the other dude, random weapons. You don't select your loadouts. You just spawn in with whatever guns. And each all the people have the same loadouts. So, like, if you have a Magnum with the scope on it or whatever, like a big pistol with the scope on it, the other team has big pistols with scopes on them. You know, if you don't have grenades, they don't have grenades. It's just like that. There's no weapon pickups in, like, the game. Like, you can't pick up, like, random drops of weapons. It's just whatever you have, you have. And you pretty much spawn in, and like, these maps are really tiny, but it's you and this other person just have to defeat the other two people. You either kill them both, or, like, let's say you killed the other player, and then they killed your partner, and you two are just hiding from each other. You can't find each other. You just keep going in circles, which is really rare. There's a little flag that spawns in the middle of the map, or somewhere set. There's a set location for the flag where it'll spawn every time after like so many seconds that you guys haven't shot at each other or whatever. This flag will spawn, and you can run there and try to capture that flag. It takes like 5 seconds to capture it. So if you get in there and the other person's across the map hiding and they don't notice that you're capping it, well, you can win right away.
I was wondering what that was. Or
they could run up to you and shoot you while you're capping the flag. So it's kind of like a risky situation to go for the flag, you know what I mean? So yeah, we were playing this. I was playing this yesterday with randoms. Quite a bit of people on PS4 were playing it, and a lot of people actually had mics. So I was talking to a few people that were playing. Actually, Jedi of Light was watching the stream. Thank you, Jedi of Light, for stopping by. So me and we were just playing, and it was quite a bit of fun, dude. I actually do like the way the guns feel now. They feel a little heavier. They don't feel like floaty. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. It's kind of hard to explain because your character feels like it has weight to him now. Like, it feels when he's running, he feels more like a Rainbow Six Siege character than he does a Call of Duty character. It feels like he has a weight to him, you know what I mean? Your character feels like he's actually like running and has a weight to himself. When he's pulling up the guns take a little bit longer to pull up. You don't just pull them up right away and aim down sights. Like, depending on the type of gun you're using, if you have a big ass like LMG, like a huge fucking gun, it takes them a little bit longer to pull up the gun. It doesn't take like 10 seconds, but it takes like maybe half a second instead of like a fraction of a second. You know what I mean? It's not huge changes, but it's definitely noticeable changes. The sniper rifles are still in the game. There's still sniper rifles in the game, which I think is so stupid, but whatever. There's always going to be sniper rifles in Call of Duty, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the shotgun. That was a lot of fun. I got a lot of kills.
Shotgun is really good. Yeah, there's double
a lot
pistols.
of kills with shotties.
Yeah, the pistols are really good too. The pistols are really OP. The Desert Eagle, I think it's like a one-shot kill. Like, boom, you just shoot someone, and they go fucking flying. The ragdoll animations where the characters die now are pretty funny. Like, they actually have like these fucking like animations. If you shoot the dude in the head, he like flies backwards and like does a backflip and shit. It's kind of funny seeing those play out. As far as the game for me, does this alpha sell it for me? Not really. I would have preferred like a team deathmatch mode or something.
Yeah, that would be cool because it was like you said, like a small sandbox.
Yeah, it's like really tiny maps. Like, they have a paintball arena. That's one of the maps.
It's a good example.
Another map was like a little warehouse. Another map was like something else, like a little like jungle or forest. But yeah, like, it was all right, dude. It was all right. It was quite a bit of fun for a while. There was a few matches where I was just wrecking people, like a few matches where I just went fucking crazy good, and like it just clicked, you know, like it was just, I'm in the zone and I was fucking people up. And I made a few people rage quit. There was a few matches where people just rage quit on us. Like, we were just like, they would spawn, dude. We would spawn, the match would start, and like 2 seconds later, the whole team was like, the other two people were dead, and me and my teammate were just wrecking them. And next thing you know, like, it's like, the other team is forfeiting the match in 10 seconds. And it was like, we look at the scoreboard and there's nobody left in the game. Like, they just rage quit. They just left.
Because when you spawn in, you're on that top platform.
Yeah.
You better move. You better move when that match starts.
Yeah.
Or you'll be dead.
And you gotta, once you memorize the spawns, it's kind of pretty interesting because there's a few situations where you can actually spawn kill somebody if you memorize the spawn. Like, if you know, like, okay, I jump on top of these like tires right here, and I have a sniper rifle, I can aim with my sniper rifle real quick down this lane, and the dude's gonna be sticking his head out of that corner there. I need to shoot that fucking corner. And there's a few moments in the game where, like, I would spawn in with the sniper rifle, jump on top of the tires, aim real quick down sights, and the dude was like barely sticking his head out, and I was just boom, headshot, and he was fucking dead. I bet he was fucking pissed. I would have been pissed if I was him. But the reason I learned how to do that was because it happened to me. So see, like now he knew I gotta jump on top of the tires now and shoot back, you know. So like that's how you learn, I guess, different shit. And we were just playing like that, where me and the other dudes were playing. But yeah, it's Call of Duty, man. There's nothing more I can say about it. It's just Call of Duty. It feels good. I look forward to buying it this year. And you can see the support for crossplay right there integrated into the game. There's because when you pull up the social tab, it showed PlayStation Network. Like it showed like select your friends from the PlayStation Network, or it showed select friends from the Activision Network. So I'm assuming to crossplay with PC and to crossplay with Xbox, you're all going to have to go onto Activision and friend each other with the Activision, like inside Activision. You know what I mean? Because you have a user, everyone has a user profile with. If you ever play Call of Duty or anything from Activision, you have an Activision account. So I'm assuming you're gonna have to send friend requests to everybody that you know on Activision to be able to crossplay with them.
So it's probably your BattleNet account or something. But I know Call of Duty always had its own website and app.
I'm pretty sure it's the Call of Duty Activision account because this is on their invite your Activision friends or your Activision social account or something. That's what it said. So I'm assuming like that's how you're going to be able to crossplay with people on the Xbox and people on the PC. One thing about the PC people, if you are playing on PC or planning to buy this game on the PC, know for a fact that if you are playing with mouse and keyboard, your friends on consoles will not be able to invite you to their game. You will definitely be you're going to be banned from playing against console. Once your PC detects a controller input, it'll switch from putting you against PC people to putting you against like Xbox and PS4 players. Like your lobbies will just automatically change to console gamers. So that's pretty interesting how they're going to do that. So there's that. And
that is interesting.
And it's also going to lock your frame rate to 60 frames a second, and it's going to fucking switch you to aim assist, and like you're pretty much locked to console settings. You know what I mean? Like it'll switch you to console settings, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, 60 frames a second is still all right, and it's what everyone on console is playing at, so it's only fair. You know what I mean?
I mean, because think about it. At any time, you can go PC Master Race and then just go mouse and keyboard again, and unlimited frames. Yeah. So you have that option. That's cool.
And to me, I'm probably going to be picking the game up on my PC. That way I could just play with anyone. So if people want to play with me, I guess we're going to have to add each other on Activision, guys. Another launcher. Yeah.
Good old BattleNet.
That Galaxy launcher is starting to look better and better every day.
another launcher, guys. Woo! Another friend. Send me your friend code for Activision. Woo! Anyways, yeah, that's Call of Duty for you guys. They have all the same guns that they've had in there before, all the same assault rifles and all that shit. It's all there, dude. It's all there. There was no kill streaks. No kill streaks.
Yeah, from what we were shown, or able to play.
Yeah, that's really it. I had fun playing it, though. I'll tell you that. It was pretty fun. Could have been a little bit better, though, if it was Team Deathmatch. And they did say they can have up to 100 players in a lobby. Which I'm assuming is like a... they've
50v50? What?
They've proven that with Battle Royale, but I don't know what they mean by that. I'm assuming they said they can have like a huge ground war type game mode where 50 versus 50 maybe. Which at that point I think that would be fucking cool as shit. You know what I mean? Instead of having like a Battle Royale mode, have like a 50 versus 50 mode in Call of Duty where 50 motherfuckers on one side calling in airstrikes and shit against 50 people on the other side.
Yeah.
It would be pretty fucking epic, I think.
That'd be fun.
And have like drivable vehicles, like a fucking tank in the middle of the map or something. You know what I mean? Something like that. It would be kind of cool, I think. Anyways, there's that. That's it, guys. That's all I played this week. Oh, wait, no, I'm lying. I actually played a little bit of Days Gone today. I actually restarted it for the first time,
Did you finish it the first time?
No.
Did you have any magic boulders that appear out of nowhere and make you crash this time?
No, this time it actually seems a little bit better. Like it seems more stable. They've actually recently patched it like yesterday. So they patched it yesterday for like the 100th time now. More stability patches and more like other stuff. I just can't help but notice that the game runs at 30 frames a second. I can't.
Whoa.
Can't help but
What are
notice
these words?
that. Well, yeah, like the game just runs at 30 frames a second. I cannot help it but notice it, dude. Playing on my TV, it feels good. I mean, the game looks beautiful, man. It looks incredible. It looks fucking beautiful. But like playing this, and I just noticed it right away. Like as you're driving the motorcycle, and you're driving, and you just notice the frame rate's at 30 frames. Like I don't know how the fuck I noticed it.
It hurts. It actually hurts my eyes when I drop down that low. Like when I've had a couple games where I played it, it was literally just hard to watch. Like I would like rub my eyes to make sure they were like correct. You know,
that's what I feel like today, man.
Right? Like
like playing it today, like the first cutscenes, you're riding the motorcycle with your friend or whatever, and like there's this chase sequence where like right in the beginning of the game you have to chase this dude on your bike, and the game is telling you like, oh, press X to boost and do all this shit. So I'm doing that. And like as I'm boosting, I'm like, this feels like the motorcycle is moving really slow, but it could be just the speed of the motorcycle or whatever. Maybe that's the way they wanted it, so you don't crash everywhere. And then like, I just noticed that every so often, the screen just looked funny to me, you know, and it looked too slow. It looked like something's wrong here. This is not
like you
right.
can kind of like see a slideshow.
Yeah,
kind of like the game is like in the background is doing like a slideshow, and you can kind of see it.
It was fucking bizarre. I never thought I would be able to notice it until like, I guess I've been playing like PC games for a while now, and I haven't really gotten into a console game that's 30 frames a second in a bit. Because all the VR games, that people are like, well, what about your VR games? Well, VR games all run at like 90 frames a second, dude. They have to run that high to be able to like not get you sick. And it's just kind of weird like seeing the big changes from those types of games to this, and I'm like, fuck, this sucks. Because even Call of Duty on the PS4 runs at 60 frames a second. So, yeah, it was really bizarre switching from all those games to switching to this Days Gone, and I'm like, dude, like I just noticed it right away. It was not a big problem though. I guess I'll get used to it. The more that I play the game, it will just, my eyes hopefully will adjust to the game and let me just enjoy it. Because I am really interested in the story. Like the first time around, I realized that I wasn't really paying attention to the cutscenes, the characters, what they were saying, the things that were going on. This time I feel like I'm a little bit more involved and invested into the story. I hopefully can play it and beat it, because I mean I did pay $60 for the game, and I should probably at least beat it once, even if it's on easy mode or whatever, you know what I mean? I should definitely probably at least beat it once. I shouldn't just pay $60 for a game and never beat it.
I bet it looks incredible on that new TV as well, right?
Oh, it does. It looks way better than it did on my old TV. Tell you that for sure. Like my old TV, like I noticed it looked good, but this TV, like I had to go in there and I fucked with the settings on the TV a little bit, and it looks really fucking good. I was like, whew, man, this thing is nice looking. Like I said,
colors popping.
Still only 30 frames a second, but it is what it is.
The good news is, for next gen, that they're looking to push everything towards 60 at least. So
4K 60.
The console players can look forward to at least having that constant 60.
Yeah. I look forward to that, and so I look forward to playing Days Gone and actually going through the story, and man, like I don't know what they did to the game, but this time I don't know if it's because the TV looks better or something, but like dude, like I ran into the little kid zombies. They're called what the fuck are they called? They're called newts in the game. They call them newts. And so I climbed onto this rooftop. Everyone knows what I'm talking about because this is the beginning of the game. You have to do this. You climb on top of this rooftop to get into the mechanic shop to get the fuel pump for your bike that just broke down the road. You're on top of the rooftop and you see the little newts. And like when you first see them, these little fuckers, they will avoid you. They do not fight you one-on-one because they're little kids. They're like little babies, like little baby zombies. And they're like crawling around like, ah! And they see you. And if they see you, they run away from you. They like remind me of like the wretches from like Gears of War. Have you ever played Gears of War? You remember the wretches? Exactly what they look like kind of, but they're wearing clothes because they're little kids. And they're like, they look like the little wretches. They like crawl on their fucking hands and feet. They crawl on the ground. They jump around and shit. And like, ah! They fucking ran on top of this roof. And I saw one, and he was climbing up to the rooftop, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I have to go up there. Like, I guess I'll have to fucking see what he's doing up there. And I climbed up there, and he, like, ran into this hole, and then he came back out with, like, some of his friends. And I'm like, oh, what's up, motherfuckers? And I was like, should I shoot at these guys? But I was like, if I shoot them, I want to alert the bigger zombies that are down there. So I'm just going to hit these guys with the baseball bat. So I pulled out my baseball bat, dude, and, like, it sounded so gnarly, man, because I'm wearing these headphones, like these other headphones that I have over here. It's just like, dunk, like you just hear the fucking noise of the baseball bat hitting the little fucking zombie in the head, and the little fucker flies back. Zombies. Yeah, the little fucker flew back on the ground, and the dude just grabs the baseball bat and cracks him on top of the head, like straight killing the dude. I'm like, God, I was like, that is fucking brutal, dude. Like, I legit took out like 3 or 4 of them that way, and I was like, I legit had like stopped for a second, and I was like, whoa. I was like, that is a little fucking hardcore, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
just straight like bashing these little kids, zombies with like fucking a baseball bat, just like no remorse, just like fucking just hitting them like as fucking hard as you can with the baseball bat, dude. And you just hear like the dunk, the fucking noise the baseball bat makes when it hits them in the head, and you hear their whole fucking skull crushing and shit. It's gnarly, man. The game is dark. The game is dark as fuck. And the guy ran into this room where like this zombie, like, I was walking down the hallway and this zombie kicks this door open and he attacks me, right? And like, I pulled out my knife and I'm fucking stabbing him in the neck and the gut and like, like fucking prison shanking this fucking zombie, dude, and I kill him. And I go into the room he jumped out of, and the room is covered with blood. Like, the room is just like fucking blood on the walls, everywhere, on the ceiling, on the floor. And like, what I noticed in the room was he was like wearing like a man's clothing. Like, he had like a flannel t-shirt on, like flannel shirt and like jeans and shit. But I look over to the corner and I see like this lady looking zombie, like a lady, like a dead body there, looked like a lady. And she was like holding something, like had her arms wrapped around something. And I noticed like a smaller body. And I was like, what the fuck? And I looked around the room. I see the blood on the walls. And I was like, holy shit, this family was in here trying to hide from the zombies. Somehow the dad got sick and killed the mom and the daughter, because it was like a little kid's like sleeping bag with like paintings on the wall with like crayons and shit. I was like, this is dark. Dark as fuck. I was like, holy man, like, this is fucking crazy. So like, it's kind of crazy how like I'm noticing all these little things this time around playing the game where I never noticed the first time around, you know what I mean? But like, the game is really dark, dude. But it's so cool too at the same time. It's cool as fuck.
Cool.
So I look forward to like being a badass biker zombie killer thing. Yeah, we'll see how it goes for me. But yeah, Gunny, are you ever interested in picking that game up? Exclusive PS4?
Yeah. I'm looking at Spider-Man next. So
Spider-Man?
So that's going to be my next game before I pick up Days Gone.
Yeah, Spider-Man is really fucking good.
I looked at the store today and I was like, okay, it's $59. I wonder, even if I go to like GameStop tomorrow or whatever, just kind of cruising through the mall, like if it's $29, will I pick it up? So it's always going to be on my list of next to play.
Dude, I got that game for like, how much did I pay for that thing? It was on the Christmas sale last year, I think. It had to have been the Christmas sale. I think it was this year that I bought that game. I bought it in some kind of fucking sale they had going on, where I ended up getting it for like $24 with all the DLC. Like the season pass and the game for like $24.
And they do their flash sales, like even digitally, for like $17.99, or get the deluxe for $21 or $19.
Yeah, PlayStation is really good about that. But you gotta the problem with PlayStation is they don't advertise their shit like Xbox does. On the Xbox, you turn it on, there's usually always ads right there.
Right, so on the front.
We have a fucking sale going on, extreme sale, go, 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 spend all your money on us, and like, PlayStation never tells you. It's like you have to go into the store, you have to launch the store, to then realize like, oh, fuck, they have a sale going on right now. Like, I wish I would have known this like 3 days ago.
Yeah, but they do a pretty good job once you actually click on the store, and then it's in big squares, of actually how much it is. So,
hell yeah.
But I'm holding off. Like I said, I can buy it now, but then will I play it? Should I play it? Yeah.
Well, what are you playing right now on the PS4?
God of War, currently.
I would say finish God of War first, and then buy Spider-Man.
Yeah.
How far are you in God of War, Gunny?
I've made it to the tower, to the top of the mountain.
Oh,
not the tower. But
you met Mimir. You met Mimir.
Yeah. So don't you meet him? Don't you meet him actually earlier when you're on the bridge? Like, it's the same dude, because he gives you that item that lets you teleport back to him. To fix up. Or is that his brother?
You're talking about the elf that has a store, right?
Yeah, and he says, "Oh, like you met my brother, but I can actually, upgrade your."
Those
axe.
are different guys. Those are different. That's Sindril, or what's his name? Sindril or Sildril, and his brother. No, I'm talking about Mimir. Mimir's a totally different dude.
Okay.
You'll know who Mimir is when you meet him. Mimir.
Yeah, because I already threw my axe in the water, and then like everything, the water kind of lowered down, and
Did you meet the big snake?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to fight it or something.
Yeah, I thought that same thing too.
No, I'm gonna die.
This fucking thing is big.
Atreus,
you do fight it. You do fight a giant though in the game. Like you do fight like a legitimate like giant. Like this thing is like 100,000 times your size, and you're like the size of his thumb, and you're fighting this thing like. You legit do fight a giant later in the game. That's like way later in the game. You probably forget that I even told you this. But it's legit. Like, you do fight some crazy shit in the game, Gunny. I don't think you ever fight the snake, though. Maybe.
No. Yeah, because I would assume you're like 7 feet, right? And some of the giants that I fought enemies are like maybe 10 feet. So
no, this fucking giant is like 300 feet.
Okay.
Good luck with that, Gunny.
Well, everything will be upgraded by then.
Hopefully. So. Yeah, you'll mostly have most of your upgrades by then. You're still, like, at the end of the game, you still end up getting, like, some fucking upgrades, like, near the fucking end of the game, dude. Like, it's really weird. I actually did start New Game Plus on that, Gunny. On that God of War.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, though, because I started New Game Plus, but, like, it's showing my Kratos with, like, all his crazy-looking armor. So, like, the game starts off, and my Kratos has, like, this fucking golden armor on. With fucking, like, all, like, shiny with, like, fucking, like, his axe has, like, a bunch of jewels and shit in it. Like, it's all upgraded. I'm like, this looks kind of fucking weird. You know, like, it doesn't make sense with, like, the story, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, my dude's supposed to be, like, this guy who's, like, hiding from the gods, but yet you look like a god. Like, you're, like, fucking jewel-encrusted fucking armor on with, like, crazy-looking axe, golden axe with, like, fucking jewels in it, and, like, your little kid is wearing, like, armor, too. Like, I'm like, this doesn't look, like, impactful as it did the first time around with, like, seeing Kratos with, like, no shirt on and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it should have done, like, like there's a couple of games out there that say hide cosmetic armors or whatever.
Yeah, it should have done that.
During the gameplay.
It looks funny as fuck seeing the dude wearing, like, crazy-looking armor.
But isn't that so cool when you have your axe, it actually shows the sockets with the jewels in it? Like, oh, that's so cool. Like, those are the ones I put in there.
The HDR, yeah, you see the HDR kick in, and you see them shining the light and shit when the light hits them. It looks fucking cool, man. Yeah.
It was cool. I love the HDR in it.
That's a good game. So, God of War, Gunny. Is it living up to the hype that we've built up for it?
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was a great moment, too, when, let alone, like, the gameplay stuff, but I forgot what moment it was. Atreus was, he was looking at something, right? And it was like a moment where I think he was thinking about his mother. And then it was like you wanted to, like, actually put your arm, like, on Atreus' shoulder to kind of, like, comfort him in a way, but then he hesitates, and I thought, interesting, you know, like, it was, like, just cool moments like that.
Yeah, Kratos is kind of a shitty dad.
Yeah, he's like, oh, fuck, I got pride. You know, fuck it. I don't want to show any kind of love, right?
Fuck showing love to my children. They don't need love.
Got to be hardcore. I got to show them who the man is. And then
show them how to kill things. Fuck yeah, that'll teach them.
You know, and just things like where you go in and it's got those RPG elements, right? Where, hey, you know, all these different upgrades that they're simple, but they're meaningful. Right, of what you can upgrade, like everything, you know, from your armor to your weapons to Atreus's armor, his weapons. So just stuff like that, you know, it's like really cool. Like, okay, I need more XP to unlock this next item that I really want, or this next move that I want to execute the next time. So that really, like, right there is like, yeah, this game's definitely worth it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
I like just holding down the RB button. Now I have that unlocked, and so, like, he'll, like, actually swing his axe like 3 times, and then it'll actually, like, then he'll throw it out to the enemy, and, like, immediately just comes back. That's cool.
Hell yeah!
Great combat.
Yeah, all this God of War talk.
Mayo's like falling asleep over here, like, fuck, guys. Anyways, what's next, Gunny?
Oh, next one on the list. But I did want to go back to the Call of Duty beta real quick. Mm-hmm. But I gotta say, like doing with the PS4 controller, it did feel really good. The first thing I did was go into the settings and up the sensitivity on that, and I was like, wow, I'm actually getting a lot of kills this way.
I set it up to like max, like not max, but like super high. I think it's like level 7.
I think I went to 4. So I was like, wow, like I'm actually able to.
It starts off at fucking 2. Like, what kind of sensitivity sets at?
I think I would have to be like negative. I'm so bad with the controller.
This is Mayo moving super slow, trying to aim. Don't move, enemy. I'm trying to aim at your head. Don't move. I'll shoot you in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna play more tomorrow and just. Yeah, but I mean, do I plan on picking up Call of Duty? I don't know. Like, we'll have to see from the campaign and online how it goes. Like, if that's something I want to get back into. It's been years.
I'm looking forward to the campaign as well, dude. I'm looking forward to the whole game. Actually looks really good to me at this point in time. Like, I was actually watching the trailer for the campaign in the PlayStation Store the other day. And it seems like the trailer is taking a lot of stuff like that's happened in real life. Like it looks like they're getting rid of the whole like original Modern Warfare story, and they're like adding like a lot of new shit like based on like real events. So like it seems like there's a mission in the game where you're raiding a compound similar to like the Navy SEALs raiding like Osama bin Laden's compound. It seems like there's a mission in the game where you fucking do that yourself. You know what I mean? There's also seems to be a mission in the game where like Benghazi, you remember that happening? Where like the embassy got overran and there was like 4 or like a couple like Navy SEALs went down there and like defended the whole fucking embassy against like 1,000 people or something. Yeah, like there's a mission. Like it seems like there's a mission in the game where like they're showing like it was really interesting because I kind of caught it where like they're showing like an embassy being surrounded by a bunch of protesters, and then they're showing like a Marine dragging another Marine as he's shooting at these people as like they're like, oh fuck, we gotta get out of here. They're like breaking down the gates and they're like running back. But it seems like there's a lot of like real events being tied into the campaign this time around, like based on like real shit that's happened in real life, I guess. You know what I mean? It seems like they're getting rid of that old like story, whatever story they had back in Modern Warfare, which I don't know. Which is weird though, because this time around they do bring back Captain Price, which he was really old in the beginning of Modern Warfare. So I'm wondering how they're going to do that. He's going to be super old now.
Maybe his son? I don't know. Yeah.
I'm 60 years old now and I'm still out here fighting wars.
Is 60 years old super old? Is that what's considered super old?
What game was it with...
super old.
I don't know if it was Modern Warfare. Was it 1 or 2 where you had to stop the nuke from going off? Right? You're kind of going down that hallway.
In Modern Warfare 2...
Intense.
No. You're talking about Modern Warfare 2 where you're going down that hallway, Gunny, and you're defending the nuke. You're defending it. You're not trying to stop it. You're letting it go off.
Okay, I thought you had to get to the control room.
Yeah, no, Captain Price, okay, first they get to the control room of the submarine. They hijack the submarine. You get to the control room, and then Captain Price sets the coordinates to the United States. And he's the reason why, like, if you remember the story of Modern Warfare 2, how the Russians invade the U.S. because the U.S. power grid goes down. Because of Captain Price. Captain Price was the one that launched the nuke that went over the United States, that blew up above the United States, which took out the fucking power grid, which let the Russians invade. Yeah, it EMP'd the U.S., which the Russians invaded. And, like, what the fuck, Captain Price? And it never goes back. It never goes back to why Captain Price did that. Why does he EMP the United States? I have no idea. Like, the game never goes back to that. It's just like, you have this one mission where you're defending this nuke, and you're defending this hallway because the nuke needs to shoot off. And the nuke goes off, and then that's when you cut back to, you remember you cut back to that forest where you're with that one dude Ghost and you're defending your like this forest line, and then the helicopter comes down and Commander Shepard, the U.S. general, gets off the helicopter and he shoots you when you give him the hard drive.
Yeah, I thought I lost the game at that point. I was like, what happened?
Yeah. So he shoots you. You give him the hard drive with like the codes of like the weapons of mass destruction. You give him the hard drive. He shoots you, and it's like, okay, why did I just get betrayed by the United States, and why did Captain Price shoot a missile at the United States? What's going on here? And, like, the story never fucking really ties up. Or, like, what the fuck? Why Captain Price ever did that? Try to go on Reddit and figure out why Captain Price did that, Gunny. You cannot find anywhere why anybody knows why he did that. Why did he shoot a nuke?
I heard Game Informer talking about it, the same thing this week.
Why? Why did he shoot a nuke?
Yeah, they don't know either, so that's a good question. Like,
he's a fucking terrorist. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks Captain Price is a hero.
Rogue.
He's a crazy bastard. He's a British spy shooting nukes at the U.S.
Probably Saudi-born, you know.
Yeah, crazy fucker. He has a beard and shit. He smokes a lot. Yeah. He's a terrorist. It's fucking weird. It's a weird story, right? I don't get that whole fucking thing. And I didn't think about that until the other day. I was like thinking like all this shit that's happened in Call of Duty. And I was like, wait a minute. Why did Captain Price ever do that? Like, it makes no sense. It's not like you're not trying to stop the nuke. You're letting it go off. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, and the gameplay is just like, right, like you're in that section, and then before you know it, like you're in the boat, right? And, you know, shooting enemies from the boat. Like, what the hell's going on? Like, I'm just everywhere in this game. So, really I think Modern Warfare 2 was the best one.
But I hope that this new one, like I said, they kind of just reset the story and, like, make a whole new story. Like, oh, that other stuff was just a dream. Captain Price was really asleep on an airplane on his way to raid.
Yeah.
He was on the way to raid Osama bin Laden's compound, and this is the real story now. This is him waking up and experiencing real life. Dun dun. Yeah. That was all a dream, guys. It was all a dream sequence before. Yeah.
You gotta figure it out.
I'm glad they're keeping it hush hush until the next.
I look forward to it.
Closer.
I look forward to seeing what they do with the story and what they do with the multiplayer. Because it looks really cool, man. Like, the game looks good, too. It looks really good. The graphics look good. The engine is pretty good from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Runs at 60 frames.
Hell yeah. I like that.
Crossplay with everything. Everything's crossplay. No Stadia support yet. Stadia hasn't come out and said that the game's coming out for Stadia, which is like, how the fuck are you not having Call of Duty come out for your platform that's Play Anywhere? Like, I would be fucking paying Activision millions of dollars to be like, yo, guys, put your Call of Duty shit on our fucking thing. Put it on there now. We'll pay you anything to let it work. Because I'm
sure they're working on.
I just can't believe it.
They're in the office going, come on, man, just give us COD, you know?
Yeah, just give us Call of Duty. Just like, we'll give you a blank check. Give us Call of Duty right now. We'll put it, because think about it, if you can get people to buy Stadia and like to play Call of Duty anywhere, and they actually integrate like the crossplay of Xbox, PC, PS4 with Stadia as well, like Stadia can crossplay with all those too.
Yeah,
that would make Stadia like people would buy Stadia just for Call of Duty, I think. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
it's just
I agree. I think that would be a smart move on their end.
Yeah, and I also wonder, like, okay, so we do have crossplay coming to the Call of Duty game, right? But say if I buy this, let's say I bought it on the PC, but then I buy it on the PS4 as well, because I see it on sale one day for $40 on the PS4, and I buy it on there. Will I be able to, like, will my stats, say if I go on my PlayStation and play one day, and then go on my PC and play there, do my stats carry over? Or do I have to start a new character, like a new level with each one? Or is it like Destiny where just you play anywhere and your stats just carry?
I hope it's from like you said, if you create an Activision account, it's just going to load that account. So it's going to put all those characters in that account, and it's going to look at that account, whatever platform you're playing on, and hopefully load that character into that system.
I got a perfect business plan, guys. We're going to quit our jobs. We're going to play Call of Duty all day. Going to level up. Max prestige all the characters, max prestige everything, and sell Call of Duty accounts.
We could make some money off that.
Sell you a Call of Duty account.
That's a good idea.
$20.
I'm going to sell Johnny Nipron. There you go, right there. Extra cash.
Nipron, start selling Destiny accounts.
2 accounts.
This account already did all the raids in Destiny. You don't need any more raids.
Yeah,
all
you
the
can just
gear.
log, not play. How about
You can
that?
get like a special jacket or a sweatshirt or
Yeah,
something
there
like
you
that.
go.
So he could like earn it for that account, and then he can get the bonus
Just sell
sweatshirt.
it.
So you could walk around with that,
Yeah.
that special sweatshirt swag too. You could be like, "Look at me! I beat all the raids."
Yeah,
He
and then
just bought the
sell
account.
it. Yeah, just sell accounts. Oh, the account selling people are going to be super happy they're doing all this crossplay shit because they're going to be making money. Someone's going to buy that shit.
WoW accounts.
Yeah, someone's going to buy those because there's going to be people.
To buy a WoW account.
You're going to see the shit on eBay where it says like Call of Duty Activision account, $50, everything unlocked or whatever. Someone will buy it. Someone will buy it. Anyways, what's next, Gunny?
Let's see. What's next on the list? I did play a little bit of Rad. Gib 8777 picked this up.
What's Rad?
Only played. It's a top-down isometrical, like a Diablo-like game. So you kind of start off with, like, where you have basically a baseball bat, and you can actually get something like the equivalent to like a gun or something where it shoots off like a flamethrower. But that's the thing I'm trying to figure out, like in this game, not actually going in with any prior knowledge to watching any videos on it, because they have these like you can go down into these extra. I wouldn't call them caves, but not like a portal. But you'll go down and face these enemies where I just get killed like instantly. Like if I'm just going in there with a bat. So. Yeah, so I need to actually do some research on this game before I play any more of it. But other than that, it's very colorful, looks good. And the other thing I noticed too is, like when I start off with a character, I think it just says like regular rules or something. So it's just A to jump and X to swing your weapon, And then I think you can use like your right stick and right trigger for shoot. So when you do pick up like a ranged weapon, so I assumed like you can actually go in and actually choose like different modes for like maybe a harder difficulty. So I'll talk more about that next week. So since I didn't play that too much of it, the other one was just Cause 4. I played a lot of that last week. I don't know what it was. I just wanted to get in and blow more shit up. Just playing that on the Xbox.
Just that mindless fun. Sometimes it's nice to get in there and just not have an objective, just to go out and just blow stuff up, like he said.
Yeah, it was more about like, I mean, my objective is just to clear out the whole map, and then there's like the one mission that's kind of left in the middle. And my son, since he just goes to school, he doesn't have any other life. Like, oh yeah, I beat that months ago, But I keep asking him like, well, why can't I unlock the middle of the map? He goes, yeah, because that's like the end of the game right there. That's why. So you can't. It shows that you can go there, but yeah, you have to do other things first, like unlock other parts of the map, and yeah. So that's what I'm continuing to do, and I think I just have like 2 more areas left, which take anywhere from like could take you 10 minutes or it could take you an hour to basically take over a base, depending on what they want you to do. So, yeah, just get in there, grab a tank, blow up everybody with a tank or a helicopter. It's, just like all the other Call of Duty or Just Cause games. Just mass explosions, and grappling hook is fun. So
I was really excited to play that game. I never picked it up, and I seen it went out on the Game Pass on the Xbox, and I played like the intro for it, and then I kind of stopped and never got back to it. I was so bad with the controller. It's funny how I just feel like I can't play a shooter with the controller because I just miss everything. It's so funny.
I saw that I think you have Just Cause 2 on your Mayo Pass.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That is like probably one of my most favorite games ever. That's definitely in my top. Oh gosh, I want to say it's in my top 5, maybe. Definitely in the top 10. Like nice. That one's amazing.
Yeah, and we played that one a lot.
Just Cause 3, it kind of missed the mark, especially like in graphics and stuff. And 4 again, that doesn't look anywhere near amazing. But still, it's just utter mayhem and chaos.
And you playing that on the Xbox, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if the PC version looks much different.
It actually looks a little bit better because my son plays it on PC. I'm like, why does your game look better than mine on Xbox? And it could be the fact that, I had this OLED TV, and the colors. I just don't like the color palette of it. So just kind of like weird pinks and reds and
Like with a game like that too, a big open world game. Like the PC will load more textures in, so you'll get more vegetation, you'll get more trees and stuff like that, and you'll get, the buildings may have like different kind of brick, or maybe instead of a window, it's going to have something different on the PC version. If you ever look at side by side shots in games, that's where you really notice the texture difference. Too, like it's not a deal breaker, like if you're playing on console, you're not going to notice it at all. Like the game looks completely fine, but then it'll have a completely different look on the PC. You'd be like, oh, this PC version. This building here on the console has like, it's broken down and it has like 3 walls, and the PC version will have like all 4 walls, but it'll all be like torn apart and bricks will be falling off or something like that. Like you can notice. I noticed a lot of that in like I seen a video of a side by side of Fallout 4. You can see it, and then just that open worldness, you can notice it. I just wondered if it would look better on the PC, with maybe more trees loaded in, because I've heard complaints about the graphics of it, and what I've seen, I thought it looked pretty decent. I didn't think it looked that bad at all. Even on the PlayStation, the Xbox, I didn't think it looked bad at all.
Yeah, I don't. So I just, to me, the graphics just don't look up to par, especially on Xbox. I don't know, just something about it I just don't like. So, and not that I'm going to go back and buy it on PC and try it on there. So I think I'm just going to finish it. I paid my $60, so. I'm not going to buy any kind of, like premium packs or like Game of the Year editions or anything. Just want to finish it and be done with it.
Year. Speaking of Game of the Year, guys, this week, actually, was it this week? Yeah, I went to go watch the movie. What's the movie? The one with the little boys that are like going to 6th grade and they talk a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, that looks funny as hell. My kid wants to see that.
All right, so listen, we're starting the movie, right? We're like watching. You know how they do like all the intros for like, I don't know what they are, production companies or whatever, like the whatever, like fucking like DreamWorks and all that bullshit. Well, this one had like Good Boys Entertainment or whatever. That was one of the fucking companies. One of the logos that popped up. But one of the logos that I noticed and I couldn't help but laugh at it was the fucking Tencent logo. Tencent popped up. Yeah, it popped up and it was like a big T and like a fucking, looked like an Amazon like globe around it or some weird shit looking like a big smiley face or something. But it was like Tencent Productions. I was like, it was like Tencent Films. I was like, these motherfuckers are in everything, dude. Holy shit. Yeah,
they are.
Some of the largest like you said, production companies and film and all that are like Tencent, Sony, believe it or not, right? They do a lot of stuff.
Sony does a lot of movies, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of movies, right? Like they do all the camera and effects and all that.
Yep, all that good shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I was surprised to see like I just couldn't help but laugh because I know how big Tencent is in the video game world. Like they own like all the big publishers. They have like a stock in almost every single big game developer. You know what I mean?
Because I would have been really surprised if we would have never mentioned them like on the show. I would have been like, what the hell?
Yeah, fucking Tencent.
Yeah, I see them all the time. Yeah.
Oh, everywhere. And it seems like before people wouldn't mention them very much, but it seems like in the last 2 to 3 years, they've been mentioned a whole lot. It's like people started noticing them right away. Because if you look back, like when the Xbox One and the PS4 launched, Tencent wasn't really big. They were big, but like I think the biggest publisher at the time or the biggest game maker at the time was, I think it was Sony or Xbox. And then it went from Xbox to Sony, and then like there was a graph that I posted in the group one time on the Facebook that showed like the development of games and like how much money companies earned in the years of making those games. And like for the first it shows like Xbox 360 on top, then the PS3 right underneath it, then like Nintendo underneath that, then like a few other companies like Ubisoft, EA, and all these companies underneath that. And then it was like this graph from like 2011 to like 2016, and like all those years you see like Sony go up and then Microsoft go down a little bit, and then EA goes up, then EA goes down in 2015. But then you see like this little Tencent like at the bottom of the fucking list. like in 2011. It just goes up and up and up and up and up. Like by the end of like 2016 on the graph, that fucker's like at the top with like way more money than everyone else. It's fucking crazy, man. Fucking crazy.
Especially like in Taiwan and
I was kind of looking them up, and just according to Wikipedia, it says it's the world's largest gaming company, the world's most valuable technology company, the world's largest social media company, one of the world's largest venture capital firms and investment corporations. And it says it also includes several social network, music, web portals, e-commerce, mobile games, internet service, payment systems, smartphones, and multiplayer online games, which are all among the world's biggest and most successful in each of their respective categories.
Well, you know what they do? What their biggest customer is, Mayo? The Chinese government. Mm-hmm. Everything the Chinese government does in their country, all the internet, all the facial recognition, all the fingerprint scanning, all the border patrol, everything in the government that's like government regulated TV, everything goes through Tencent. Everything, dude. And, like, these motherfuckers are so smart. They have everything locked down in China. But not just that. They're spreading around the world, and they're locking down companies around the world. Like, they own, like, fucking 40% of Fortnite, dude, of Epic Games.
Yeah, and they also, like, a bunch of Activision. Yeah. I think they own, like, 40 or 50% of Activision. Even.
They own a bunch of stock in PUBG. They're the only ones who make PUBG Mobile. You know what I mean? They own a bunch of shit. And, like, these motherfuckers have looking at their revenue... for last year, for 2018, they made 312 billion the People's Republic of China money, the renminbi. 312 billion, motherfucker.
And then here it says here that the company surpassed the market value of the U.S. 500 billion in 2018, becoming the first Asian technology company to cross.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's fucking crazy. Like, people are sleeping on Tencent, man. But Tencent is a fucking threat to the gaming world. So I'm telling you, as soon as these motherfuckers lock everything down and they become the biggest one ever, no one has to do anything but follow their rules. You know what I mean? They're the ones that set the rules. And people, these motherfuckers are the company in China that's facial recognitioning gamers. When they turn on their fucking consoles or their PCs in China, you have to have a webcam, and you have to let that webcam scan your fucking face, and they're like, okay, we recognize you, Jesus. You only have like 3 hours to play today. Do you want to play them right now? And you have to like agree to that shit, and they'll shut you off after 3 hours. They just like turn your shit off, like, you're done. No more gaming today.
Limits too.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Like, Gunny, your boy won't be able to play.
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto anymore because they'll be like, you're not old enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too little.
I wonder, like, I think of things like where I wonder how often Tencent contacts, like, what is his name, Natalia at Microsoft, or Natalia, like the head of Xbox or head of Microsoft Gaming or whatever it is, like we're going to give you 70 million, or whatever it might be, right? Just to buy off the Xbox division or contact Sony,
Yeah.
How many times do they have to say no, to Tencent?
Quite a bit, I bet. But I mean, like I said, eventually, like these motherfuckers, if they become so big, like so big that you have to force, like, they could just force their will upon you, whatever they want. They could just tell you to do it, and you have to do it. Kind of like, think of it like Disney. I like to talk shit about Disney because they own a lot of like the media companies in the U.S. Yeah. But they're super powerful, and just like they did recently with Sony, where like Sony lost Spider-Man, or like they've broken Spider-Man from the Marvel comic universe or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, because they just can't agree.
But if you look at what Disney was asking for a lot, dude. So Disney already make Gunny 5% of the gross profit that Sony makes on a movie, right? So
but a deal's a deal.
Sony, okay, listen. Sony puts out a movie. They give Disney 5% of the profits they make off of ticket sales for that movie.
Right.
But on top of that, Sony doesn't get any merchandising from anything from that movie, from Spider-Man. All the T-shirts, all the toys, all the posters, everything that's related to marketing or like licensing Spider-Man to like a theme park, Sony doesn't get a deal shit out of that. Nothing. They get zero profit from that. Disney makes 100% profit from those marketing those marketing deals and merchandising. Disney makes all the money off of that. And so what they did is they went to Sony and they were like, okay, we know we make all the profit off of the fucking merchandise in Sony, but we feel like we put a lot of money into the movies. How about you give us 50%? 50%! Up from 5%, you give us 45 more percent on your movie profits.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You know what I mean? What the fuck?
I mean,
well, I would counter that and give me 50% of your sales of your marketing then. You know,
it's
I'm Sony. I'm like,
and then everyone's like being pissed off at Sony because Sony rejected the offer, and everyone's like, "Oh, what the fuck?" So everyone right now is like, you see it on IGN and all these fucking places. Like everyone's mad at Sony, but people don't realize Disney's the one that came out with the offer, and they knew they were going to reject it just to get people riled up. You know what I mean? And I guess
I look at it where, like, I saw a friend on Twitter today or yesterday. He wrote, look, these are both big, large companies that only think about money. That's it, right? So that's what it comes down to, and they just need to. It's just going to be this ongoing thing, right? It's going to be this back and forth deal. Even if they cut a deal tomorrow and say, all right, fine, we'll meet you at 30%, until Sony sells Spider-Man to them, it's just going to be a battle till then of just back and forth.
The thing is right now, like, they've made 2 movies with the Marvel comic universe, right? They made 2 Spider-Man movies. Well,
3
or 4? I guess 3, right? Or 4, I guess. It's technically, if you're counting the Avengers where Spider-Man was in it, I guess it's 4, right? But
I thought it was only 3. I thought it was just
wasn't it
the Far From Home and then the one before, and then the Homecoming. Was it Homecoming and then Far From Home? And then he was in the Captain America Civil War.
Yeah, but he also was in Infinity War, wasn't he?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking about standalone Spider-Man movies. Okay.
So they had to deal with Disney for 5 movies that Spider-Man was going to be in this Marvel comic universe or whatever. But now, like, the reason Disney comes out with this bullshit offer of a deal, which is 50% of your profits of what you're already making a lot of profit on with 100% of the merchandising. Like Disney knew Sony was going to reject the offer. They knew it. They come up with an offer that was like, we know they're going to reject it, but what we're going to do is we're going to spin it around and tell all the fans of Spider-Man and all the fans of Marvel that we're going to just have to split off Spider-Man from the Marvel universe and put him in his own over there with Sony. So get everyone riled up and everyone pissed off to get mad at Sony to make Sony bend. And if I was Sony, I'd be like, fuck you guys. We'll make our own Spider-Man movies. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need you guys. Like, what the fuck is Disney thinking, man? I just, and I think, like, that's something Tencent can do to publishers. They could go to Fortnite or to Epic or to any Battle Royale maker, PUBG or anybody, and be like, we want you to do this way. And they're like, well, no. They're like, well, fuck you. We own like 40% of you. You better do it this way or we'll just make our own game and copy you and make it that way.
They don't copy games in China.
Yeah, they never do that. They've never done that before.
No.
They've never copied any IP ever. They've never done that to any U.S. company. What are you talking about? I'm just saying. You got to be careful, people. All right. Anyways, keep going, Gunny.
But that's all I played, really, as far as games. Last couple weeks.
Mayo Machine.
What did you play, bub?
Hey, we're not going to call this Mayo. I'm going to call this the Mayo Virtual Corner. I don't know.
I know. What's going on with you in VR? Wow.
That's like all I played this week.
Yeah.
So the only thing I didn't play that was not in VR was Apex. And I was able to get a couple rounds of Apex in. I've been pushing that Battle Pass just because I bought that when it first came out. So I'm like, I don't want to not play it because I don't. I spent $10 on it. I might as well grind through and get as much gear as I can and get as many cosmetics out of it as my $10 will get me. But so I think I'm like level maybe like 52. I think I am on the season pass now. But now like 2 weeks of challenges have came out and I've done like one of those challenges for those 2 weeks. So I'm starting to like fall behind on it quite a bit. But it's because it's stupid Oculus thing that sits over here in the corner of my desk. It keeps screaming my name. I sit down at the PC and it's going, play me, play me, play me. So,
oh man, $400, you got to play that thing.
Yeah, I am enjoying it. I did pick up a couple of different games.
I'm excited to hear about this.
So the first game I picked up, and I just want to hit on this real quick. It's called Onward, and it was on sale on Steam this week for $12, and it was normally like $20 or something like that. So I was excited. I fired this game up. I bought that and a couple other ones all at once. So this is the first one I launched. And so, I'm standing up playing it. And the first thing it does is like the tutorial, this is how you play the game. And like 30 minutes later, they're like, all right, we're done. You can go into this game, or you can just go into the shooting range. So in the tutorial, they're like, all right, this is your gun here, and it's attached to your chest. And you look down, and it's like stuck to your chest like Velcro. And I'm like, what the heck? This gun is just kind of dangling there. And I'm like, it's like an AR, and I'm just kind of like, all right, that's kind of weird, but okay. So I grab it, and I don't know if you're familiar with like the Oculus controllers. There's 2 triggers on each controller. And then there's like 2 buttons and a thumbstick on each controller. Mm. So the game's like, okay, so this is how you fire. So you basically got to take your offhand that's not holding the gun, and you got to hold it and then stabilize the gun, because you can't fire just one-handed on it, which is I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. So you got to hold, you grab the end of the gun with your offhand, and so you can look down and aim down sights. And so I just fire away. I empty the clip, and it's like, okay, now you have to hit the A button to release the clip, and you got to pull the clip out with your offhand, and you drop it on the ground, and you have to reach down and go to your left side, and you have to hit one of the triggers. Again, you have 2 triggers, and that's kind of important here. And this trigger here, you'll grab a clip. So you grab that clip out, and then you got to shove it in the gun, which is, okay, obviously. And then once it's in there, the gun still doesn't fire. You actually have to chamber the bolt and everything. So then you have to kind of like grab with your offhand the top of the gun, and and pull back, but you have to use a different trigger button to do it. So it's like, okay, I got to switch to this trigger button. So then I kept wanting to grab the wrong button early on. And I'm sure as I would play it more, I would get a better feel for it. But so then I'm like, just kind of messing with it, and I'd run out of ammo, and then just kind of do it again. They're like, okay. Well, next thing you do, you have a knife. So then you reach down to your left side, you hit the other trigger button, and you can pull out like a small little knife, just kind of like you would in like Counter-Strike or something like that. So I'm like, okay. Then they're like, now you take your left hand and you reach beside your head, and then you click the other trigger, and that will bring up your communication so you can talk to people, but you got to hold your hand there. So you can't have like the gun like ready and communicate. So you like kind of have your hand up here, and it opens your communication, and you're talking to your squad. I'm like, okay. So I got like 4 different things I can do with my left hand. Then they're like, so let's go to your right hand. Your right hand.
Can we talk about the game, Mayo, please?
Yeah.
Yes. Like at what point does it, a VR game just become too complicated?
Yes, and this was my gripe with the game. So like I continue to do this tutorial, and they teach you about the handgun. They teach you about first aid. So there's a first aid needle on you, and you literally have to like stab yourself with a first aid needle and inject yourself to heal yourself. And then there's a thing where you reach over your shoulder. It's a map, and it will show your squads and how much health they have. I'll say if it's like they're red, they're almost dead. Yellow, they're low health. Green, they're full health. And there was just a lot to it. So I'm like, I just don't know if I like this. It's just almost, crazy. And it felt really slow. And to me, right away, it feels like a straight up simulator. And I don't know if that's what I was really looking for. So I'm like, all right, I'm just going to kind of play around with this game a little bit in the gallery. And so I went to the shooting gallery, and your movement was kind of slow. It's like there is no run. So it's just a constant slow walk, and it's a real slow walk. And I went over and I shot around. No crosshairs, you got to pretty much aim down sights of the gun. And it just didn't feel accurate, and I didn't like the way the gun shot. Like, it just felt weird, like when I was shooting. Like, I swear I was hitting the target. Like, I thought I was right on the target, and it wasn't registering the hits. And I just really wasn't feeling it. So I actually returned it. And very rarely do I return a game on Steam.
What was the game actually about, though? Was it like a Call of Duty game or something?
Yeah, it's like I don't want, because I'm also going to compare this other game to it too. It's almost like CS:GO. So basically, you got 2 squads. It's an online shooter, and you have a squad with you, and you'll have an objective like a bomb or something like that to plant. Or the other thing too is you had to go to the satellite, and you had to put a code in at the satellite. Well, when you got to the satellite, you had to pull your little tablet out, and it gave you the code, but you had to memorize the code, and it was like a 7-digit code. Then you had to go to the satellite and punch in that 7-digit code. And if you got it wrong, you would have to start over again. So you have to look back and forth, and so it was very like hands-on. Like you really had to be paying attention with everything. And again, it was just very much like a simulator. And I really didn't care for it. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to return this. I played it for like an hour, and I'm like, I want to pick up something else I can enjoy. I
agree with you. There's games on VR that seem too complicated. That just it's kind of overwhelming. And for me, one of those games, to me, it's No Man's Sky with the Move controllers is very overwhelming, dude. At first, and I couldn't see myself learning the controls for the Move controllers. Learning the controls with that, like in a hazardous planet where like you're dying and you have to fucking learn everything, because like everything is like you have to tap on your wrist. So like you have to pull up your left hand with your right hand. You have to trigger, pull up the fucking map on your right wrist with your index finger. Then you gotta tap on like inventory or skills or different shit, like different things you need or different crafting. You then the right hand pulls up the map or the radio or just it's fucking complicated, dude.
That's the way this was, and some of it didn't feel real fluid. Like I felt like I was grabbing in the right spot, and it wasn't registering quite right, you know. And so then I'm like, okay, maybe I need to grab here. And also, the game has a ton of different guns, so then each gun is unique in how it reloads and stuff like that too. So yeah, so I sent that back, and Steam gave me a refund back to my bank account. So if you do play a game with less than 2 hours or have it for less than 2 weeks,
yeah, that's the best
they
part
will pretty much refund the game, and I haven't put as in the game isn't very fun. Now I will say though that I think the game is probably a good game if you're into this kind of game. Like the reviews are all really good. It's just too much of a simulator for me. Like I feel like almost like comparing Project Cars 2 versus Forza Horizon. You know, like one's a straight up fun arcade racer and the other one is a racer. You know, like you're literally...
It's like Forza Motorsport to Forza Horizon.
Yeah, like those two.
Yeah, like Forza Motorsport is like a fucking like a simulation type thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to show like your tire pressure.
You know what game I fucking hate racing in? Gran Turismo, dude. As much as people praise Gran Turismo for like their graphics, which the game looks... Even like nowadays, the game being like 4 years old or whatever, Gran Turismo Sport looks fucking incredible, man, on the PS4 Pro. But like that game is too much of a simulation for me to even enjoy, like even remotely enjoy. Like Forza Motorsport, maybe I can do like a race or two and kind of enjoy it. But this Gran Turismo shit is like, no, it's bad. Like you tap your fucking wheel, your wheel thread is like the tire thread is too low, your fucking car spins out and you can't. Now your car, you crash into the wall for a little bit. Now your car keeps turning to the right because your wheel well is all fucked up.
Right, the damage is on. And you go into the corner too fast, and you're trying to brake, and all you're doing is sliding, and you can't turn.
And hit the wall.
Are you using the right springs?
Yeah, using the right springs.
Chassis?
What's the suspension?
Yeah.
Doing that bullshit. What tire pressure are you using on your tires for this racetrack? Like, fuck off, dude.
Sticky or not sticky?
Yeah.
That's like F1.
What's
Formula
the weather
1.
like today in the game to make sure your tire pressures and everything is the exact perfect thing that you need to use for this race? Like, fuck you, man. I don't want to deal with this shit. It's annoying.
You talk Gran Turismo, I just have nightmares of the old endurance race where you just have to go on that big, like, I want to say it's like a Daytona race. It was just like a left turn. And I remember just playing that for like 5 hours, just going and going and going and going. And I'm thinking, I'm going to beat this thing. And I can't remember what car it was. There was like one car you wanted to use, and you would get like laps ahead of everybody. It had a big wing on the back. It was like an off-road like rally car. And, you know, I'm like 10, 15 laps ahead, like, you know, like 100 laps in, and they're like, 500 more laps to go. And I'm like,
yeah. Just like, fuck.
Kind of looking at the listener questions ahead.
Yeah, I saw that one.
There was
the
a
one I was
talk
thinking of, man.
about falling asleep. Yes. I literally fell asleep playing that game. I would wake up and my car is sitting against the guardrail. And I'd still be in like first place. Like, shit. Man, how long was I out? Like the car's not been moving. It's just sitting there, you know. And I'm just kind of like, what happened? You know? Good old
Mayo fell asleep in the middle of a race. Oh, shit. That's fucking funny. Yeah, I hated those games too. Like, you have to unlock the C license, the B license, the A license. Fuck you and your licenses, you fucking game.
Taking the little license test, and you had to sit there and be like, do it over and over and over and over.
Oh, that's just so on the PlayStation, on the PS1, I remember, because back then I was like fucking little. I was like 8, 9 years old, man. I'm trying to beat these fucking licenses. I've never driven a car in real life, let alone, like, this fucking video game is just expecting me to get a license? What the fuck?
Speaking of, I did get a kick out of, on Project Cars 2, I mentioned playing this a little bit last week. Playing it in VR, it really feels like you're in the car. So I sat my 12-year-old daughter down, and I adjusted the seat so everything was correct for her. I'm like, here, you try this out, because she enjoys racing games. She'll sit there and play my Forza Horizon and stuff. And she was just all over the road. It was really funny to watch her try to drive that compared to like a regular non-VR game, because she can do those pretty well. But she just could not keep the car straight. Especially when you're going up on like a little bit of an incline, you can't really see the road. All you're seeing is like hood of the car and sky. And she just didn't know how to handle that. So I kind of got a kick out of watching her trying to play that. And she's just like, man, this is hard. And I'm like, this is driving.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's a sim.
Dope.
But so being a little bit disappointed in Onward, I end up picking. I want to say it's called Pavlov VR.
Pavlov, yeah.
And this game,
yeah,
it's Pavlov, yep, in VR, and this is only a $10 game on Steam.
That's crazy.
And so it's already cheaper than Onward, and Onward it was on sale for $13. It was like 12 and change. And this game actually feels like an exact CS:GO ripoff. And I'm not complaining about that, but it feels like CS:GO. Like once you get past the tutorial, you're literally like terrorist and counter-terrorist pretty much. It is. I was playing against bots, which again like CS:GO, it has bots you can play against, and yeah, this is CS:GO. You start the round and you right click the one thumbstick. I'm using the Oculus controllers again, and you right click the analog stick and it pulls up your buy wheel, and it's a circle and it says SMG heavy, gear upgrade.
So it's legit like.
And so I click and I pick SMG and I go down to like an ump. And next thing you know, the ump pops up as in my hand. Then I go down to gear and it's like, do you want a vest for 1,000, or do you want a vest and a helmet for 3,000, or do you want this? So I'm like, since I'm just like doing bots, it gave me like unlimited money or something, and I'm like vest and helmet, so I'm like fully geared. and so yeah, you go through and you're walking around, and the movement did feel a little weird for me because I am standing while I'm playing it, and I did feel a little queasy. And at first I didn't change the settings, so when I would turn with the right analog stick, it would do like a half turn. Like it was a preset.
The snap turning, you mean like the
yes,
the next
it was
frame,
a snap
right?
turn.
That snap
and instantly
turning.
you're looking to the right. Then next time you're looking behind you.
Yeah, that's how all VR games are set up, man.
I'm like, I don't like this. So I want to go to smooth turning. And so I tried the smooth turning, and I could walk around with the left analog stick, but I couldn't figure out really how to like look around corners or kind of like without actually physically doing it myself. So I'm still trying to play with the controls and the feel of things. But the map is almost like one of the Counter-Strike maps. It looks, it's got an A and a B for bomb sites, literally spray painted on the wall. Like, I'm like, this is bomb site A, this is bomb site B. And I'm going, this is awfully familiar, But basically, it's like a $10 virtual reality CS:GO. I do think it could be a lot of fun once I spend some more time in it and I get used to the movement, because it does feel very floaty. So when you're walking, there isn't no like kind of bounce. Like I noticed when I played No Man's Sky, since I'm still kind of new to the VR and like walking like that, No Man's Sky had a little bit of bounce when you walk, so you kind of felt like you were taking a footstep. Where this doesn't, it feels like I'm floating, so I'm just kind of gliding across, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. And I've been catching a cold, so I don't know if I was just not feeling well, and it was really late at night, and it was kind of made me kind of like, whoa, I think I'm gonna kind of stop playing for a little while because it's kind of giving me a headache. So I didn't really give it any more time in it than that, because I just picked it up like 2 days ago. So definitely I will give it some more time this week. And I know M Polo was asking about it too, and My first impression though is there's 3 or 4 maps. I think there's 3 maps, and they're a lot like CS:GO. My son did have some company over today, and they were playing it, and they got into some random map. I walk home from work, and they're playing a map that looks like Minecraft. I straight up thought they were playing Minecraft VR, and they're like, "No, we're playing this." And so now it shows as being available in my map. So somehow they got in a custom online game, and it literally just added it to my map. And so I YouTubed it, and I found all sorts of stuff on there, like different weird maps and different events. And I seen this YouTube video where this guy was pretending to be like a teacher, and they were like playing Russian roulette and stuff, and they're just doing all sorts of goofy stuff. So it looks kind of like a wild online community, and it looks like it could be just a lot of fun and a lot of goofiness going on in there too.
Nice.
So I'm looking forward to getting in some of that. Besides the serious aspect of the CS:GO side of it, it's nice to jump in and have it maybe be more of a cartoony graphic, because these people look like Fortnite people, or not Fortnite people, but Minecraft people. They were very blocky, and they look like little Fortnite, or I keep saying Fortnite, but Minecraft characters, the square heads and, a square body and stuff, and it was just kind of humorous. But when you back to the regular game, they looked like regular people, And they did actually scare me one time. I was walking around, and the bots don't really make any noise. And I happened to turn, and one was standing like 2 inches from my face. And I'm like, because this thing has like a mask on. He has these creepy looking eyes. And it was kind of funny that actually scared the crap out of me for a second that one time. I guess for the first time I've ever had a little jump scare in a game like that. Like, where this guy legitimately, I just turned and he was standing right there. And I'm like, But so another game I hit on, and we talked about No Man's Sky quite a bit last week. So, and I mentioned I wanted to try Subnautica, because Subnautica is a very similar kind of game to No Man's Sky, I feel. And on the PC, I had access to it, and it has the VR version. Is this available on the PlayStation, do you know, in VR?
No, it's not.
No? Okay. It's too bad, because this game looks so much better than No Man's Sky. I mean, it just looks crystal clear. You start the game, and have you ever played it before? I know it was on the Epic. You remember, like, in the beginning when it says, like, Subnautica, and it's over top of water? Just the logo at the beginning. When you start the game, you're standing on your little escape pod, and it says Subnautica huge, and everywhere you look around, you're just, like, standing in the middle of the ocean on your escape pod. It looks really cool. But so you do the sequence at the beginning, and your escape ship, and when you climb out of it, and the first time you just jump in the water, that water is like a tropical vacation. It's crystal clear, and then it made No Man's Sky look really, really bad, and how fuzzy the graphics were in that one. Because Subnautica, I mean, it was just gorgeous looking, and swimming around, the movement was great. Where I thought, No Man's Sky wasn't too bad. This is 10 times better in the way it moves, the way it controls. The menus are better. I thought No Man's Sky, where the menus would kind of get in your face, or things would kind of overlap each other a little bit, and I would find myself wanting to kind of like back up and be like, whoa, this is like right in front of my eyes, and Subnautica did a way better job of keeping the menus a little further out from your eyes, so you didn't feel like something was right in your face, and it just, the presentation feels better, the audio sounds really good, and just everything feels amazing about it. I'm definitely looking forward to get back in this. I don't know if I'll even play No Man's Sky anymore, comparing the two. Like, I have seen some things online where there's some fixes for No Man's Sky. They say it's really bad on the PC. And I didn't notice it at first because, it's pretty much our first time playing a game like this. And then I'm starting to see all these articles now. They're like, oh, yeah, it's all these hot fixes you can do to make the game look better, make it run better, and stuff like that. They say it's like maxing out, 1080 Ti's and stuff like that because...
but hopefully, to No Man's Sky's credit, that they, that's a issue that will be a lot better in time.
Yeah, and I think it's, I think they're a small company, and I can't remember if Subnautica was or not. I don't remember much about Subnautica's, studio or whatever. But yeah, No Man's Sky, I give it the grace of, this is new, they've been working on this for a while, and the game is very playable. So, people that are complaining about the graphics of it, It's playable. You know, it's not like it's so bad it's not playable.
Yeah, because when they first did that update on No Man's Sky, which was, I think they added in, trying to think if they just added like actual real people, was like one of the main things. And so I played it like that first day, and like I was falling through the world and screen tearing and shit like that. So
yeah, and this like I said, like when I would turn and when you would move in VR, like when you turn your head, you can almost feel frame dips. Like you would, like I'm not sure what the frame rate is because it doesn't have a frame rate counter up, so I don't know what my frame rates are. But it felt kind of jittery sometimes when you were turning. Like the screen was kind of like bouncing as you were turning. And it didn't have that smooth feel like Subnautica does. I just hope that they can maybe fix it in a patch or something like that. You know, that I'm sure they'll do. You know, they have shown that they'll do lots of updates on No Man's Sky, and they're pretty much dedicated to this game. And
yeah, I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad they're just focused on the one game. That's cool.
But yeah, Subnautica, if you have it on PC and VR, I would highly recommend it.
Yeah, so it doesn't have that setting like Jesus talked about before. Like you said, like it, you know, when you turn your head, it, not like the snap feature, but the one that's kind of, I forgot what he called it.
So in Subnautica or No Man's Sky has the smooth movement. Like you can turn it on. Yeah, it didn't have it on by default. It had like the teleport method, I think, is what it was. Like, so when you move the analog stick, what it does is you put a marker in the ground and you move it around with your thumbstick. And when you let go of that thumbstick, when it goes back to center, it will teleport you to the spot where you had that marker. So you're just kind of like boom, 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 you know. When you turn that off, you're literally using your analog stick to move, your left analog stick on your film. So then it feels a little more natural, you know. And Subnautica, actually, I don't think it has support for my controllers for the Oculus. So I was using a Xbox One controller. So everything felt really natural, besides the fact I'm not actually using my hands, you know, with these move controllers, like where No Man's Sky, you see in your hands and you're pointing at the back of your hands to get into menus. But that also can feel kind of clumsy sometimes. Like you're trying to do the menus and you're hitting the wrong spots to where like in Subnautica, you're using the controller and everything is just instant. You know, you hit the back, I think it's like the back arrow button or whatever, but it will pull up the menus and everything is just really instant to where in No Man's Sky, you're it's like point at the back of your left hand and it'll pull up a menu and then it'll pull up 3 little bars and then you got to point at the bar that you want to access, like your quick build, and then you hit, you know, A and it'll access that. Where on Subnautica, playing with the Xbox controller, it's really literally just, you know, you hit one button, you know, arrow over, and then hit the button again and you're completely fine. So I think I'd enjoy both games, but I think I'm definitely going to like Subnautica a lot more.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that it's a good VR game, man. Like,
hopefully this thing will come to PC or PlayStation for you guys, because I mean it's so smooth and it plays so well. Like they nailed it. Like,
I wonder if
I don't know why they haven't.
If a PS4 can handle it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
maybe it's
how demanding it is.
Maybe it's super dependent on like what kind of graphics card you have in your system. Because I mean, what does the PS4 Pro have as a graphics card?
I'm not sure. I know like the rating isn't the rating like 2 teraflop? Cause wasn't the Xbox 4 or 6? The X
6, right?
And then the PlayStation Pro was 4.
Yeah. It says here that PS4 Pro specifically uses an FX 8350 processor. So yeah. What is that now?
I don't know. They have their own unique processors, so it's kind of hard to compare them to like PC. Like, you know, it's like comparing like a processor in a cell phone to like a PC processor. They have like their own technology, the way they do things. So it's kind of hard to compare the two. You can look at does it say like what kind of clock rate it has and stuff, and like how many cores or anything like that?
No, it says here that it features 8,192 megabytes of GDDR5 memory on the card. It's operating at a frequency of 911 megahertz.
That's important.
And memory is running at 1700.
Yeah, so like the frequency is really low. And I don't know why that is, but I'm sure that's like a design thing on the consoles, because I think the Xbox is the same way. They both run a really low frequency. Like, you know, our CPUs on PCs are like in the gigahertz range. You know, we're talking, mine's overclocked to 5 gigahertz. And, you know the consoles aren't even running at 1 gigahertz. So I'm not saying that they can't. Is this something to do with their design? I don't know how they work exactly. But
don't they, I may be overstepping my technical boundaries here, but don't they have to lock everything in order for, you know, a developer to say, okay, here's the ceiling, like this is as far as you can hit, because it has to work on every single PlayStation 4 and the Pro. It has to hit the same exact mark, or, you know, you can't go above it, you know.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it too, is you know, kind of like an Apple product. When you develop for a game for say the PlayStation, you know your boundaries, you know exactly what you're dealing with. Where the PC side of things, it's an open world. Like, you know, your computer, Gunny, is completely different from my computer, and Jesus' computer is completely different from you know, ours. And there is so many graphic card companies. You know, you have AMD, NVIDIA, and then you have all these sub companies who make
I would hate
cards.
to be a major publisher that's only exclusive to like a PC. Like, think of like that one game, that big PC game.
Well, like Mordhau, even like.
Mordhau, or like that one PC, like that online space game, Everspace.
Like Everspace?
Yeah,
or not Everspace,
like,
but
what the fuck is it called? You know what I'm talking about, right?
The one, the
Elite Dangerous.
The one that's more,
the one with like where everyone like has corporations and shit, and they have like them fucking legit working. Like they spend all day playing this shit. Pretty sure it's Everspace. Not Everspace.
No, it's not Everspace, because I was going to talk about that one, actually. Everspace.
Something else. Something close to like something space. Space something. But anyways, the one that has like Mark Hamill and shit doing the voice acting.
Oh, the one, they're in their own website right now.
Yeah, they're like doing like a bunch of...
Is that where you buy the game, is on their website? I wonder...
Maybe, I don't know. I thought it was on Steam.
Because you can go watch the trailer there and see...
Yeah, I think it's on
Star Citizen. Star Citizen. Star Citizen, right? Like a huge game that's so ambitious that has like millions and millions of players.
Burn out some CPUs right there.
You know what I mean? Like that thing... Think about like how hard it is for them to make such a big ambitious game like this, where like they want like this online economy, these online fucking worlds, and everything's constantly being updated by player use, like whatever the user does over here, it affects this user over here in the economy. And like think about that and the graphics and how good that game looks. And how hard it is to develop a game like that for like all these different fucking graphics cards. I would fucking hate it, dude. I'd be like, fuck this. It's too hard.
Yeah, and then you'd have to go different CPUs, you know, and you have to go older to newer. So, you know, you just think of Intel.
And then you think like, well, we can really make this one GPU and CPU work really good, but they need to have 32 gigs of RAM. But most gamers only have 12 or 16, but some only have 8. You gotta think of all that shit. It's fucking craziness, dude. Yeah, I would hate it.
Yeah, but yeah, well, hopefully, fingers crossed for you, you PlayStation people, that again, this game will come to PSVR eventually. Hopefully, you know, or even maybe on the next PlayStation when it comes out, that you guys will maybe get Subnautica and be able to. Maybe it'll be a free update if you already own Subnautica. Yay! You can have it in VR now.
Right.
That would be awesome because I'm telling you, it's really fun. I'm really liking it so far, and I really want to get back into it.
Yeah, it is on the PS4, the base game, but yeah, not the VR version. Not that I've seen.
And do you guys play the non-VR version? Either one?
I played a little bit.
I did not.
I did. Yeah,
Did you like it at all in non-VR?
I didn't like it all 4 times that I played it, and this is going over at least 2 years. Where I bought it day one when it first came out on Xbox. Did I buy it? I think I bought it for my son on his account. And then probably Ryan owned it or something, and that's how I came across it. Or anyway, but yeah, either way, I didn't like that. The way that, you know, you have to, you know, the items you have to get and the things you have to do in the game in order to progress.
Right.
I think I just wanted to explore more. I wanted to be like, okay, I want to go out to this, you know, this shipwreck or, you know, whatever this area was. But hey, no, you need these more advanced oxygen tanks, you know, to get there. So you have to do these things in order to do that first. but it doesn't really tell you that. And even though I knew what I had to do, I didn't want to go through with it. So yeah, gameplay was just snorefest for me. But the game looked amazing. It does look great.
As far as it coming to PSVR, I don't think it's going to come to PSVR because it's saying on here, all the Reddit subthreads that I'm in, that the game only runs at 30 frames a second on the PS4. So it cannot do VR.
So they'd have to make like a new game, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. They would have to fucking dumb it
Infrastructure
down.
would have to be...
Yeah, it would be too much of an investment.
Architecture would have to be different.
Yeah, I wonder if that same architecture would work on the next PlayStation, though, and then it would just work. You know how like a PS4 game would work on the next...
That's the beauty of the Xbox One X, where like they've designed the console to such a way where like Xbox One OG games work on the Xbox One X, and they actually get an improvement from it sometimes.
Hey guys, so with that said, like I was thinking about that actually this past week, where like when we talk about limitations and things like that, but you take a game like like Fortnite, right? And like back in the day, like last gen consoles, that was always the thing, where we asked those same questions of, how can we get this to work on, this machine or whatever it might be. So now we see like Witcher 3 coming to Switch. Like, how are they doing that? Like somehow they're making that happen. You see
that they're actually like lowering the graphics. The settings are going to be way different on the Switch version from like say even an Xbox One original version. Where like on the Xbox One OG, I think that game didn't even run at 720p. I think it ran like at 6 something on the original Xbox One. Because, like it was just limited on power on how well the game could look. But they needed the game to look good on the Xbox One S. So they optimized it for that platform, I think, on the Xbox side of things. Then on top of that, the Xbox One X got a patch. But I think they're just dumbing it down, man. And if you look at the future of gaming, I think they're going to see more and more games from consoles coming to mobile phones. I think we're going to definitely see, like with the upcoming launch of Apple Arcade, which launches this fall, that is Apple's new gaming platform, kind of like Game Pass, but with mobile games. They're mostly targeted towards mobile gamers, where they're saying, you give us, I think it's $6 a month or something like that, where we'll give you a bunch of mobile games that you can play. You just download all these mobile games, you play them whenever you want. If you don't want to play, you just delete it off your phone and download another one. You know what I mean? So that's interesting that Apple is introducing this service. But I'm wondering, is Apple going to introduce this service and offer some games that are big hitters for people that are using iPads, like you, Gunny, using an iPad Pro,
right?
And you can actually play these bigger games like Civilization or KOTOR or like these other...
It does have more power.
Yeah, these bigger games that have like more... They take more juice. They need like an iPad to play instead of an iPhone. Maybe you get access to these games on this new game service, which is going to be interesting. You know what I mean? And I think we'll see more and more console games coming over, dude. Because there's actually been quite a few major like hits on the consoles and even on PC, like big indie games that have come over to the mobile phones and actually done really good on there as well. Inside is on the phone now. Like you can literally play like Inside. The game that was on the Xbox, that was like a big hit on the Xbox a few years ago, that was on that Xbox Indies program, it came to phones. It's available on your iPhone.
Like shortly after,
Yeah, you can download it on your fucking phone. And like
there are like a list of games.
Yeah.
Dead Cells.
Do you have the iPad Pro too, Jesus, or just the regular iPad?
I don't have any iPads. I just have an iPhone SX, whatever.
Okay, because then, so curious about your X, because there is like a list of games like you can go into where like, hey, these games look actually,
think about this.
They're
Look
optimized
at this.
for the Pro.
Mayo, Dead Cells on my phone cost $8. Like that is cheap. Some people may look at that and be like, well, I'll save myself a few bucks and I can play it on the go compared to buying it on my console for $15 or buying it on the PC for $10. And it could be worth it. And I think people are overlooking mobile gaming, which we shouldn't be doing, because I think mobile gaming nowadays in 2019, man, there's been kids that have grown up with that shit. Like my daughter knows mobile gaming. Like she can play Roblox on a phone and chat and do all that shit. And she's fucking 8 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my phone actually, I think when I first got it, it has an app on there that come with it. And I have the Note 9 to stream your games while you're playing them. Like I can stream my phone game to I don't know, I'm not sure like how it works, but it goes to Twitch or what it goes to. But it's like you have the option to stream, like
all these.
And it
like
came with
of,
Fortnite back in the day when they did that big promotion.
And YouTube.
A lot of games that are Apple only, like Apple exclusive, like say for example that one game that looks kind of like Forza. It's called Asphalt 9 or whatever. I think it's actually on Android as well, but it used to be an Apple exclusive phone or game or whatever. That game was fucking. It looks like a Forza game. It looks like Forza Horizon or something, but on a phone, and you can legit I can stream that to Mixer. I can stream that to Twitch right from the app. It tells you on there log in with your Twitching platform, like your streaming platform. What do you want to stream to? Log in with your account, and we'll stream your gameplay to it.
Yeah, and it lets you crazy. There's actually a record that feature in that. I play it once in a while. Asphalt 9.
And it looks good. It looks like a fucking Forza game on a phone, dude. Like when you play it, you're legitimately you forget for a moment. You're like, holy shit, my little ass cell phone is pushing out these kind of graphics. It's kind of crazy, man. And and
we'll see that too, with like you said, with phones and the younger generation and Google Stadia coming. We'll see people. I can already see people playing Cyberpunk 2077, and then they're going to switch over and play something mobile. Something like
think about it. I'm excited for Stadia I'm thinking I'm going to buy Cyberpunk on Stadia maybe, because think about it. Stadia, you can legit be on your PC playing Cyberpunk, and then be like, fuck this. I'm going to go play downstairs. And you go downstairs. I'm going to turn off my PC and get ready for bed. Well, what if I play 10 more minutes of Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
And you turn on your TV.
You can do 4K at 60. Yeah. You're going to get 4K at 60 on your TV.
4K 60. That's not even bad performance. That's actually pretty good performance. It's what we're kind of used to as console gamers. And even being a PC gamer now, 4K 60 isn't bad. That's actually pretty fucking decent. You know what I mean? And and it's good. It's a good frame rate. It's 60. It's kind of what everything should be at all the time. If you can't hit if you could do 4K 60 or 1440p 60 or whatever, do that instead of 4K 30. Do it that way. It'll be a better experience.
Yeah, that 1440 is such a nice happy medium. I mean,
it is.
You just don't really notice the difference between that and the 4K, and you get that such better frame rate. It's just that nice spot to be in right now.
So I'm excited for Stadia, and I'm excited to see Cyberpunk, like you just said, Gunny. Cyberpunk is going to be running off some fucking server farm 100 miles away from me. And all I need to do is log in with my online account and be like, hey, I want to play Cyberpunk right now. I was like, okay, let's pull up your account, load up your save. Okay, here you go, Jesus. You're good to go. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but you know what? That Google, it's 80 miles from me, Mountain View.
Yeah.
So I'll be close, but still, they'll be using the same data centers as you have. You have those server farms in Oregon. Yeah. I noticed those playing Apex today.
Yeah.
But we'll get the same experience, playing on iPhones and.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Or people on their Samsungs, on their Android devices with better colors, but it'll be the same experience.
The future of gaming it's insane, dude. It's gonna be so mainstream. And so just normalized. By the time I'm old, Gunny, by the time I'm your age, screw you, shit.
Ouch! All right.
I feel I find it kind of too us being our ages, and then this newer generation growing up playing games. I feel like we're really getting pushed out the way we do things, and we're gonna have to adapt the way the younger generation is doing it. Because you look at Fortnite, how big Fortnite, and some people, there's older people play Fortnite. But it's a younger generation game, and they are controlling things. They're they're the ones pushing the crossplay. They're the ones pushing this and this and this. And then mobile games the same way. Like you said, our kids are growing up with these devices in their hands, and that's the norm for them. So when they start to becoming young adults, that's what they're going to market toward. And our consoles that we're going to sit down and play, and our PCs, we might be on dinosaurs. We're going to be over here with our walkers going, back in our day, we sat down and played our video games.
I built a PC.
And this,
we had 30 wires coming out of the back.
Our kids would be 20-some years old at this point, and they're going to have these
fucking wireless headsets and shit built in their heads.
Right. And so
It's fucking crazy. Yeah, like.
And they're just gonna think it's normal. And, like, this is back how we did it back in the day. With these, look at the step-to-stick controllers. I remember back when you had to plug everything in. And you had to sit on the floor in front of the TV because my Super Nintendo controller was only like 8 feet long.
Exactly.
And I had to sit in front of the TV.
Think about the innovation of the 360. When the 360 came out and they had that wireless controller for the 360, right. Everyone was like, "Holy shit, this thing is wireless! Whoa!"
Why didn't we do this sooner? And now we take it for granted.
Yeah.
Everything's wireless controllers. So now we're just kind of like,
why is it not wireless? When something comes out with the wire, you're like, why does it need a wire?
Why do I have this generic GameStop brand controller that's got a cord stuck to it? Here, give that to the little sister.
Now we're asking. Now we're asking. Why does my PSVR headset? Why does this VR thing need a wire? Why can't you guys make this wireless? We're asking why things need wires when before it used to be like, whoa, that thing doesn't use a wire. That's kind of weird. Like now it's like the opposite. Like, why does it need a wire? What the fuck you mean you need a wire? It's fucking weird, man. It's the future.
But hey, guys, remember that old TV show, Star Trek: The Next Generation? LeVar Burton, what was his character name on the show? And he wore like that air filter on his eyes because he was blind, but then he could, you know what I mean? Like, but I thought about VR back then.
What was his name? I know who you're talking about now. Was it like started with a V?
I thought it started with an E, but
I don't know.
Yeah. And I thought about VR at the time, like, because there was a few times like they showed like what he can actually see with those things, but I thought, man, that thing is like a virtual reality thing on his eyes,
Yeah.
It didn't have any wires, so when are we going to get to those times?
It's fucking. It's just, to me, it's crazy how like
you're almost there.
Mayo is completely right though, dude. Eventually, like the generation you guys and I'm from, really, I mean, we're gonna get pushed out, and the fucked up part is, Gunny, that I'm gonna be like your age, and I'm gonna be seeing it happen. Like fuck, like fuck, I can't stop this. Stop! Stop making everything into an esport.
Every sport's gonna become an esport at that point.
Yeah,
we're not gonna do real sports anymore.
Everything's just esports. Not even all the football players are just playing Madden now.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna be like the old Wally. I remember in Wally, they're all wearing headsets. They were all heavy set, and they're all like can't get up out of their chairs because they're pro esport players. And
well, bro, I'm a professional athlete. This is the body of a fucking professional athlete right here.
I can already picture like everybody just, all the kids pile into school, the bell rings, and they all sit down and they all just put on the headset.
Yep, put on your headset,
and that's
kids.
it. Everything's just quiet. The teacher sits there with
Today we're traveling to ancient Egypt, and we're going to see Cleopatra talk to Alexander the Great. Real time. Let's travel there.
The Animus. Let's go.
Yeah, like it's going to be crazy. Yeah, to the Animus. Ubisoft's going to actually like make the Animus in the future. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, but it's going to happen, man. Like as much of a joke as this is, like this is all pretty much gonna happen, I think. And people are like, no, it'll never happen. The internet infrastructure isn't there. Forget about all that, man. Internet infrastructure will get built. Companies
look how much
companies like Facebook and Google cannot afford to lose the internet infrastructure fucking bullshit. Like to have their companies fail based on internet infrastructure because of the government, that's bullshit. They'll lobby so hard to get that shit upgraded that it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you just look, too, like, I remember it was about 20 years ago when we were doing the dial-up, when it just kind of started becoming a thing in the public. That's only been 20 years. So what happens with the stuff that we have now in the next 20 years? I have a 1 gigahertz download speed of my internet here at the house, and I went from whatever kilobytes, like 700 kilobytes 20 years ago, to
this now.
Millions of kilobytes to gig, 1,000 gigahertz now in 20 years. So what happens in the next 20 years? It's going to be, a billion gigahertz download, or is it going to be free Wi-Fi for everybody? It's just going to be in the airway.
That's what I think it's going to go to,
connect.
I think it's going to be like that.
You're going to have internet everywhere.
I think it's going to be like they're going to deem it, the government will eventually deem it like a
service,
like a public necessity, like you just need it.
Right.
Where like it's kind of like emergency services. Like you just need them, so they need to be like even if your cell phone has no service, you can still call 911. That's exactly what it's going to be like. Like even though you cannot afford this, we'll give you like basic fucking internet for free. Here you go, because you need it. You know what I mean? You need this to survive.
An article a long time ago saying that back when they did, I might have mentioned this before in the show, back when standard definition TVs, when we were getting the TV shows on our TV, and they went to all high def, all those airways were bought up by the government, according to this article. And their plan was actually, according to this article, was to basically make a free Wi-Fi. So basically, your lower income neighborhoods had internet access, so they could get the education that they need, and would kind of like going to the library now, except where they could have it at home. They could have very, it's very slow, very limited internet, but they would have internet access to where we still have people in this country that don't have internet or can't afford the internet. I mean, the truth of it is, you get in these rough neighborhoods, I think, there's just people that don't have internet. They have to go to the library.
Yeah, you choose between feeding your kids or having fucking internet to watch Netflix. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna feed your kids. It's obvious, and I think you're right, man. And for the people that are out there that know people that are like in low income neighborhoods, reach out to your ISPs, or have those people reach out to their ISPs in their area or in their neighborhoods, and you'd be surprised how like some ISPs provide lower tier plans that are really cheap, like pretty much nothing. You pay like $5 a month or something, or $2 a month even. If you're like a low income family and have kids or whatever in your household, the companies themselves, Comcast I know does this, which people give Comcast a lot of shit, but Comcast actually does this for their users that are low income. They'll say like, hey, like how much money do you make a year or whatever, and if you're like below the poverty line or whatever, and you have kids, and they know you have kids going to school, they'll be like, all right, look, we'll give you basic internet. It's not like high-speed internet, but it's internet you can browse the web with or whatever, and you can access stuff for school, and we'll give you that for like $3 a month.
That's what it was when I was a kid. When I was a kid back east, and Dad not being around very much, and being on food stamps and all that good stuff. It was whatever it was, Edison Electric or whatever. Hey, as long as you submitted a thing showing, this is your residence and this is your income. So it was always that. Yeah, so I think it was like government subsidized, like electricity and television as well.
Yeah, so like people don't, like you give
a phone.
We give Comcast a lot of shit for a lot of things they do, but they also do stuff like that for people that are low income, and whether it's subsidized or not, it's still a cool thing. I think to be able to do.
Hey, I think the old Pacific Bell, before everybody, if anybody knows what that is, it was AT&T. Back in the day, they were all baby bells, but those were subsidized. I think it was called like Lifeline or something. $9 a month for a phone. Yeah, I remember.
I remember having some shit like that as a kid. Yeah, from my mom. Yeah, dude, I remember that shit.
I think they have cell phone plans too, right? Like government provided phone plans.
You can get those through. Whatever it's called, Covered California out here, but it's probably
whatever
different each state.
Yeah. But yeah, you can get
that's
subsidized
crazy
cell
too.
phones and shit.
They can do that, and I see how much I'm paying, and I know I'm paying way too much because I have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I have 5 phones in my plan, and it's a car payment.
$500 a month, man.
It's like $280 a month or something like that.
But yeah, man, like it's kind of crazy to me how like everything's changing, and the thing is we're like experiencing everything. That's the crazy part, right? Because we're like in the middle of it all. And I think about it like, I always think about situations when like I meet like older people that tell me like, "Oh, you guys have it so easy nowadays. Everything's just handed to you. Everything's just this," and it's like, well, yeah, but no. You know what I mean? Like you guys had situations that were a little bit easier than us. Like a lot of times back in the day, people could buy houses for so much cheaper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could buy, you could finance to buy your house and mortgage to get a house so much cheaper than nowadays. Nowadays, we're paying $1,500 for a 2-bedroom apartment when you would pay that for like 2 houses.
So true.
It's fucking crazy, but like, everything just kind of changes, and I think as gamers, we need to realize that like mobile gaming and those types of games and stuff like that is coming up, man. And people are like, Stadia's gonna fail. Stadia's gonna fail. Personally, I don't think Stadia's gonna fail. And if it does fail, I think as soon as it fails, another company like Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft is gonna pick up that fucking helm and be like, hey, we're doing streaming now, guys. Check us out. Woo!
Yeah.
We're rescuing Stadia. You know?
Hey, as long as they have enough, I think right now, in our current population in the world, especially United States and, especially, well, even Europe, right? Because everybody wants to live, that's kind of where it's at, right? In these metropolis areas. And as long as everybody's paying $10 a month or 15 or 20, that's enough to sustain, income profits for Google going forward, right? That's where it's at.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to keep them afloat and keep the games coming. That's where we're headed.
We went on a
get back on our little rabbit trail there. I do have one more game I want to talk about, and that's another VR game I played. And at first click, I thought it was a sequel or just a continuation of the current game, but Lucky's Tale on the Oculus. And I didn't know Lucky's Tale is actually the first version, and Super Lucky Tale is like a sequel.
Yeah.
And so I was just kind of looking at some of the research on it, and actually it was an Oculus original, and then, I don't know if Microsoft did. But I picked this game up, and that game is awesome. So I really want to see your video of Astrobot, because I have a feeling this is the same kind of design. And I think these platformers are really awesome in VR. Like dude, everything I played pretty much has been like first-person shooters.
And I was like, holy shit.
But when you're kind of looking back and you're controlling that character, it's like this little 3D model running around in front of you.
It like goes up above you, and he's like jumping around, and he's waving at you. Like, it's really cool because the VR, the Astrobot, he'll like if you just don't control him for a bit, if you're just like looking around the world and just kind of like in awe for a second, you like look back at him, and he'll like if he doesn't stay idle, he'll do his own thing. He'll like grab a headset, like a PSVR headset, and put it on himself. And like start looking around and shit. It looks kind of funny, but you see him and it looks just like a PSVR headset, like he's wearing one himself, and he's looking around the world like, whoa. It's fucking interesting, dude. Yeah.
This is pretty cool. Like I really enjoyed it, and then it has like a little section where like it reminds me of Mario, where like there's like this dirt part, and it has like a thing, and you have to when you walk over it. The little lucky guy, he's like that fox or whatever he is, Yeah. He goes down underground, and that's like an underground mission, kind of like you were doing like a warp pipe in Mario. And it's a different perspective. Again, it's almost straight from the side, but you can see the depth. And then you're working your way across, and it's just really cool. It's just like the way they kind of interacted with some of the things. This is actually really, really enjoyable. Like, even though it's a really simple and like I want to call it a kids game, for like a younger generation. I was having a great time playing it.
It's fucking awesome,
I'm like,
dude.
This is cool.
Yeah, you feel incredible. You feel like, and the thing about what I like about Astrobot, it reminds me of like Mario so much, like that chipper music, like that music is just like super like bouncy, like super like, oh, it's just happy mode. Everyone's happy. Like fuck it, everything's happy. Let's play happiness. And it's just like it feels good when you like beat a level, because you're like, oh fuck it, I just beat this level. Fuck yeah, it's fucking awesome.
I'm convinced. I heard this on BGO too, but like now myself, after seeing like this game and seeing no one will have a pretty good idea what Astrobot's gonna like. If Nintendo would tomorrow announce a VR headset and release a Mario game, VR would be legitimately here. Not like a novelty. Not like these are cool. That thing would fly off the shelves.
Even if it only had like fucking 5 pre-installed Mario games on it or some shit, it would still go off the shelves, dude.
I mean, it was almost as big as me seeing it in this view as it was playing Mario 64 for the first time. Or the first 3D Mario, when you were like, I can pan the camera and run this direction and that direction. That's almost what it is in VR. Like you're looking down at it and you're like, I can almost reach out and touch him. Like he's like running around in front of me.
I can't wait till Gunny gets to play Astrobot, dude. When Gunny plays Astrobot for the first fucking time, Gunny, you need to have your kid record you, or you need to, better yet, have your kid turn it on and play it for the first time, and like his reactions to it is going to be incredible. Like Astrobot has like this little thing, right? Like you go into the spaceship itself, like it's a completely different thing. You go into the spaceship itself, where like all your little Astrobots are hanging out, the ones you rescued throughout the game, and then like in there they have a little fucking like it's called like a claw. It's like a claw machine. So you grab your PS4 controller, you put it on this machine, and like a little claw machine comes up, and your little dude, your little Astrobot guy that you control, he goes inside the machine and like he goes up on the claw and he's the claw himself. He's up there hanging around and he's like, ah! And you control the claw with the little touchpad on your PS4 controller. You control that and you're sliding the claw and then you click on it and it like goes down and he grabs these little balls. Like it's kind of like one of those like those little balls you buy from the 50-cent machines at the store, and he throws it down.
Ones, yeah.
He throws them down. No, and then you open up the ball, like the ball comes out, and the ball is fucking like it'll be like a 3D model of like something in the game, like one of the enemies or one of the levels or a section of the level, and you can like grab like it's on your PS4 controller, so you can like move it close to you and look like flip it around and turn it around. It's in 3D, like it's fucking crazy. And it's like it'll be like a character model or like a level model or something like that. You know what I mean, from the game. And what you're using to buy a turn in the claw machine is the coins that you pick up in the game. So like I always thought to myself, like, what's the point of these coins in the game? Like, why am I running around collecting these coins? Well, the coins, you have to spend 100 coins to use the claw machine to like buy a turn. You buy a turn to like pick up a ball and drop it off. But there's also bombs inside the machine. So like sometimes you'll pick up a bomb and it'll just blow up, and then it'll like blow up in the machine or whatever, and like you don't get nothing sometimes, or sometimes you'll get something.
This game has loot box mechanics.
It does, but it's all in-game. It's all in-game currency. And then what's really cool is though, like, all right, so like I unlocked this I grabbed this like 3D model of like a level, right? Like a sky level, like the skyscraper level. So the thing is, I didn't know this, but you can actually go over to like these little like chests in your little, it's like a playroom. Like it says where your little Astrobots hang out, and you press square and your little dude goes up to the chest and presses on the chest. And what happens is it'll make the room that you're in into that level, but like you are really big and the level is really tiny. So like it's kind of like one of those one of those like fucking like the thing I explained last week or a few weeks ago, where like the train sets, you know, like people make train sets with like a diorama. It's kind of like a diorama,
okay,
but like of the level that you played earlier in the campaign. So like it'll make a level in the campaign, but like a diorama of it, and you can like look around and everything's tiny and your little character is even tiny, and it's just fucking cool, man. Like,
is it sort of Avatar-ish what you're explaining? Like when you go into that room?
No, man, it's nothing like Xbox. It's something else. It's completely like, it's hard to explain, dude. Really is like.
So I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm not even gonna go YouTube any of that.
Don't
stuff.
do any of it. Just.
I'm gonna wait till November to just experience everything.
Yeah.
You know, based on.
Once you experience it, Gunny, like I'm telling you, dude, like Astrobot is legit. Like you will think to yourself, "Holy shit! If this was Mario,
right,
or Luigi, like." Everyone would want to play this right now. Like everyone would.
It would be a hit.
You would
Nintendo would be number one.
You would sell your fucking soul to get your hands on this for your kid for Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't wait to get his reactions too.
To explain it to people is like I have this 8-foot computer desk, and you might as well just have the level spanned across my desk, and I'm sitting at my desk like I'm looking at my keyboard, and that environment would be like a Mario world across my desk, and you can move him around in that world. I mean, it's like it's right there. As much as my mouse and keyboard and stuff is in front of me, it's a Mario world or whatever game we're kind of playing is right in front of you. And it really makes me want to play more actual VR platforms. I want to play Astrobot now, which I don't have access to and I won't have access to unless it becomes, you know, to PC, which I doubt it will the way it sounds. But I did actually on the Oculus store find another game, and it's called, I got to remember what it's called now.
That's third party, by the way. I forgot the name of the developer who made that Astrobot, but I think
it's called like Witch Blood or something like that, and they're comparing this game to like Castlevania, and so I did pick this up and I'm excited to play because it does look really cool and I haven't launched it yet. So, but yeah, Lucky Tail, it definitely, it's watching projectiles fire at my character. You see this like legitimate little flying bee stinger flying across the map, and I'm going, I have to dodge this thing, and see it's like death.
Yeah, dude, there was like these little. You remember the bullet bills from Mario, like the little.
I couldn't imagine. Yeah. Can you imagine how them would look?
There was some of those in this level that I was playing last night. It was like a mushroom level, and you start off in the cave, and there are these bullet bills that are coming, and they look just like the Mario bullet bills. They have like a face on them, and they're
smiling. They have different sizes as well. Like
yes,
remember the smaller ones,
but like these are like all like big because you're in 3D. You're in the game, right? So like you see a little character running around. You're like in a diorama like looking thing, and you're looking at them, and you have to dodge the bullet bills as they're coming at you, and you're like trying to run up this ramp, but they keep shooting them at you, so you have to like go zigzag up the ramp, and it's like, dude, like. It's fucking magical, man. It's like going to Disneyland for the first time as a little kid or something. Dude.
It is.
I'm not even kidding. It's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I kind of hope Nintendo's doing this. I'm telling you, I feel like it would be a huge step for VR. Like when somebody makes again, Astrobot's probably still like early into that. So is Lucky's Tale, or it's an older game now. I think it came out in 2016. That was probably their first run at it. What happens in 3 or 4 years with VR and they get a legitimate contender of a game like that? Like, I can't think, is there any side scrollers that are like on the PlayStation that are big? Maybe like Little Big Planet. You imagine like Little Big Planet?
Little Big Planet would be a good one. I think Astrobot is a hit, dude. I think they'll make another Astrobot. And there's another game on the PlayStation VR that I want to try that's like this, Mayo, and it's called Moss. That's with the little mouse you control.
Yes, I can get that too on the Oculus.
So
Game Store guy loves this game.
So Moss is that's really a beloved game as well. People are saying like if you love Astrobot and you love like those types of like platformers, like get this little mouse game called Moss. And you control a little mouse and you run around the world. And Moss is really cool because it's like based on a book, I guess. Like you open up a book and there's the level, and then you turn the page and the next level comes up. Looks really cool. So I might buy Moss eventually. But like Mayo said, Gunny, like when you first, like people never believe you until they fucking try this shit. And once they try, they're blown away by it, and I legit am super happy I bought the Astrobot PSVR bundle because that shit's incredible. It is, man. It's like crack, and the game is like $20 on download right now. You can legit buy it for $20, Gunny, like digital on the store. Go to the store and it's like
I saw it on
regular
there.
price.
I did see it.
It's $20 now. Like I'm so glad they knew they're like. We have a fucking hit right here for the VR. Let's just drop it to $20 and have people show all their friends about this, and we're gonna sell more VR units because it's what they should have done in the beginning. Just put that game out for fucking $5 and everyone's gonna buy it, dude. It's fucking crazy good.
Yeah, I think I saw that in Tetris Effect.
I would have been Gunny,
Tetris, but can't
if you're 100% certain you're going to get a VR, like say this year or whatever, I would put that in my wish list or see and keep checking the Sony site and see if you do catch that thing on sale and just buy it before you even get your VR because it's something you definitely want in your library. Yeah. Like I can just tell, like it's something that's going to be you're going to want to experience. And if you catch it on sale in their store, I would just buy it then. And just that way you have it ready, and then you can just, when you buy your PSVR, you can bundle a different game with it. That way you have multiple things to play right away.
I think the wife listens to this show. You want to know why? You know what she told me last week?
What would she say?
She listens to the show because, was it last week? Or was it, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and then she goes, I'm going on my trip. I'm going to talk like my wife right now.
Oh, shit. She listens to the show, Gunny. You need to calm down.
We need a guest.
She downloads it.
For next week, we will not have Gunny next week. He will come up missing.
Because she goes, I'm going on my trip in November, and I don't want any unnecessary spending then. But I'm just like, I kind of looked over. I'm like, when's Black Friday? Isn't that November sometime? Like I said, no unnecessary spending when I go on my trip, but before I go on my trip, and even after I come back from my trip. Wow. I was like, and I just said, yeah, okay. So, but I thought the whole Great America thing this weekend was just, I get more game time and more gaming peripherals out of that.
Just tell her Mayo gifted it to you.
Yeah,
that Mayo guy gave it to me.
This Mayo guy sent me this box.
He's way over on the East Coast.
That's like 4 months from now, so she'll forget what she said.
Yeah, right. She listens to the show, Gunny. Now she's gonna write it down. Next thing when she hears this, she's gonna put a reminder on her phone.
Because as soon as she said that, I immediately thought, did she hear me say I was gonna buy a PlayStation VR on the podcast?
Oh, shit. I'm just saying, man, like, VR it's fucking cool, man. And I can't wait for the PSVR 2, which comes out probably with the PS5, and it'll probably be a launch thing or something. But I mean, if like PS5 comes out and they like have like a PS5 and a PSVR 2 bundle, I would probably just trade in my PS4 Pro and my PSVR for that bundle and pay off the difference or whatever and get that. Even if it's like $800 or $900 or something, I would still do it. Because it would be fucking incredible, I think. As long as the PSVR 2 has major improvements, which for me, major improvements would be just a better resolution screen.
They talked about that last year.
That's really it. Like a better resolution
they kept
screen.
quiet on it.
Maybe better tracking eventually here. Yeah. Maybe something a little less.
Maybe like a
wireless
tracking with like no camera needed. Like if I don't need it, like even if it still has a wire, I'll be fine. But as long as I don't need a fucking camera to like be pointing at me,
I'll
be fine.
Yeah. Because I don't know, like the PS, is it all the cameras and the tracking in the headset itself? Like my Oculus, I don't have any stands or anything to set up.
No, the camera does the tracking. So the camera looks at you, and then like the camera sees like the little, because there's lights on the VR. If you look at the PSVR, there's like blue lights.
That's right. It uses like the old eye toy or something like that. Or is it something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because like this Oculus, and this is where the technology is going. You can see it, and this has been on for like 6 months.
Yeah.
There's no sensors anywhere. You put the Oculus on, and it knows your height. It knows when you're turning, when you're kneeling down, because every sensor is actually in it, built in. So it's got like 5 cameras in it, and it's always looking like how far you are to the ceiling, to the floor, So it just knows what you're doing. So
that's what
it's just that one time calibration.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
I mean, you can reset it if you want, but
yeah. That's what the Windows mixed reality headsets do. That's what I really like about Microsoft and teaming up with like Asus and HTC and shit. They've actually made all these Windows mixed reality headsets, like with Samsung even, that have that wireless tracking as well. So like I'm hoping, everyone's saying that the next Sony, from all the patents that everyone have seen like leaked or whatever, that because Sony's been filing lots of patents lately with the US and China and all kinds of countries, and like their tracking seems to show from their new VR headset that they have inside-out tracking and also like that one camera on the outside that could show you what's in your room, like so you don't run into your fucking wall or something. You know what I mean? Like it can track like what's in your room so you don't like walk into a fucking desk and fall over or something. But it looks like it's gonna be, if anything, maybe not wireless, but for sure like you don't need the camera, so you can play like in a different environment, maybe even a smaller environment than what this camera needs. Because the problem with the camera with the PSVR is if you don't have the room for it, you're kind of fucked. You know what I mean? Like you need the room because the camera needs enough space to like scan around
monitor you
and monitor you and see you and like see where you're turning. It's not that much. Like people exaggerate how much room you need because literally, dude, I'm right here. Like you see me right here. And my TV is right there, like 3 feet away from me. So like the camera was right there. It doesn't need much space. People exaggerate when they say like you need a whole bedroom for it or something like that. That's exaggeration. You don't need a whole bedroom for it. You maybe need like 5 feet at most.
Can you like draw a parameter like in my Oculus when I first set it up? It put like marks on the floor. It has like the pass through, so I can see everything in black and white, like the real world. And it puts little dots on the floor, and you take the controller and you draw a square around your play area, and you can draw around anything. So like, I guess it don't have to be a square. It could be like a rectangle or an octagon or whatever. I don't know. But you draw out your play area, and then when you're done, it says, "Is this what you want?" You say yes, and it puts a box around you. And so when I'm playing, and if I get out of that area, say like I swing a hand and it gets out of that play area, it has like an imaginary wall. That wall kind of appears in my game, and it kind of tells me, it's like, hey, you're getting too far to the left. So that's something I'll probably think would be coming in the next.
What PSVR does, like in some certain games, like I don't think Astrobot does it, but I know for sure Firewall Zero Hour and like Borderlands 2 VR, those games do this thing where like if I press the recalibration button, for example on Firewall Zero Hour, if I press that button on my PlayStation aim controller, it'll like show like the screen recalibrating, but at the same time it'll like show like this little like a grid and then like the grid is showing where the camera is seen. So like it'll show like a big like grid thing, like above me, underneath me, around me. Like it'll show like that's where the camera can see right now. So like if I want better calibration, like if I wanted to see my arm swinging more this way, maybe I have to back up a little bit. So like it gives you like kind of a sense like maybe you should back up a little bit, maybe you should come a little bit closer. As far as like a grid on the floor, there's no way that the PSVR can do that. I don't see it happening. Because you don't ever really walk around your room. There's moments and times when playing like Beat Saber, you're fucking swinging and shit. Like
next thing I know, I'm like 8 feet away from my PC.
Like I do walk away from my PC, like the camera, and like the PSVR, like all of a sudden it'll just tell me like, hey, you're out of the play area. Like it'll warn you in the game, like you're out of the play area. And like you're like, oh fuck, I'm too far to the left.
Jesus, you're in the fireplace. You're inside.
I'm on top of my bed, swinging my arms. Shit. So you like move over a little bit, but like it's pretty quick about telling you like, hey, you're out of the fucking play area. Like, and sometimes it'll even pause the game for you. Like for example, Beat Saber, it knows that it should probably pause it for you, so the game will pause. And they'll be like, hey, you're out of the play area, get back in the play area, and then restart the game. And then it'll give you like a countdown, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the game will continue. So like it does that, but there's no really like walking around your room unless you like somehow like accidentally do it. Like for example, in Firewall 0 Hour, when you're like in an intense shootout and you're fucking like shooting around a corner and you're leaning, because you can lean in these games, right? So you lean around a corner.
That's the way this Pavlov is.
Yeah, like you're leaning around corners and you're like either you're blind firing around a corner, hoping you don't kill your own teammates, or you're just like fucking leaning around the corner, barely sticking your eyeball out to like fucking hopefully get a shot off. And so like a lot of the times, sometimes with that situation, like if you're not sitting down, if you're playing standing up, you may like linger off and start walking off to the sides, and the game.
I feel like I'm gonna headbutt something one of these days. I'm gonna be like moving around playing like Pavlov, where you can look around corners and stuff. I have like a exercise, like a weight machine off to the like far right side, and it's it's got like the butterfly handles and all that stuff. I just waiting to crack my head on one of those. Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna be knocked out, laying on the floor with VR on my head,
the only game,
some psychedelic dream.
The only game that I've ever felt like I was gonna fall over, like actually was gonna like fall forward, was Batman VR, because I have the Batman game for my PSVR. You probably should.
Is that worth me picking up? Should I check it out? I mean,
it's kind of interesting. It's really short though. It's like 2 hours.
Yeah.
If it's like $10 maybe. I bought it for like 20, so I guess it's really not much more. But it's kind of a cool experience, like you're playing as Batman and you're like in Gotham City, and there's a level where like you're on top of a building. You know how Batman perches on top of fucking buildings like a maniac? Like you can legit like walk over, like look over the edge, and you see cars going like honking and shit, like taxi cabs and cars, and then you're like, fuck, this is a far drop. For like a second, I felt like I was going to fall over. And this was when I was actually playing on the Oculus. I was playing it at a Microsoft store because they had like this event going for the Xbox One X or whatever. Me and Jonathan went. And I was playing this VR fucking mode. And even the dude in the store was like, all right, make sure you don't fall over, dude, all right? Like, you don't want your head going into like this 65-inch fucking screen right here. Because I had like a big 65-inch TV screen in front of me. So like people are behind me in line waiting to play next. And I'm like sitting there like, whoa, dude, like, I felt like I was going to fall over for a second. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. And then I came home and I bought it for the PSVR. And Batman VR is actually a pretty cool game too, man. Like, you see the Joker up close and, like, Robin. And there's a few jump scares in that fucking game too. Anyways.
I gotcha. And too, you talking about Beat Saber, just remind me. Hopefully the makers of Beat Saber are watching this modding community, because some of these mods I found are so cool. And I hope they just start implementing some of this stuff in that game, because I feel like the game now itself is really limited. Like, I'm like, oh, these 20 songs, I can do the campaign. But now, with this mod, I can just, I know they would have to monetize that in some way, I guess. But, I can just type in a song and it's there, but there's all these custom, like, sabers I can download. I downloaded the Minecraft pickaxes, so you have 2 giant Minecraft pickaxes, and you're like swinging them around. It's absolutely hilarious.
Shit.
And then there was like different weapons. There's ones that actually aren't even colored. They look like actual weapons. They're not red and blue. They just look like 2 really big like swords. I even had one from like Terraria. They were like like 8-bit sprite looking things, and you have them in your hands and you're swinging, and it's just really cool features. And then your background, like in the game, there's different backgrounds. Like I have one riding a dragon. It's like flapping wings and stuff, and you're riding on the back of the dragon as the beats come at you. And another one is called like Trippy, and it's like waves of like psychedelic colors coming at you. It's all like pink and flowery, and it's all bouncing up and down. It's really wild. But that's all I have. That VRness that, and you just think, Jesus, we're gonna have to go through this again when Gunny gets us in November.
Yeah, Gunny's gonna have 2 weeks of VR talk.
Yeah,
dude, it's gonna be at least 3 or 4.
Gunny's gonna talk all about Astrobot, Batman.
I'm gonna buy them all.
Beat Saber, Firewall, 0 Hour, all again, guys. It's gonna be 2017 all over. Woo!
I can't wait. And then I'm gonna have to, my kid's gonna just want to play it constantly, I'm sure. So.
Oh yes, I'm running that already.
I'll have to get him his own account because everything will be completed and finished.
The one game
by the time I get a hold of it.
The one game you guys cannot get me to try is Resident Evil 7. I will not fucking play it in VR. Yeah. I will not do it, dude. I'm too scared for that shit. That's just too scary for me. I'll fucking have nightmares for the rest of my life. Won't be able to sleep.
What's his name, Mr. Something on there? He scares the hell out of me because he will just come up and just pummel you.
Yeah, no, not just that, but think about all the jump scares in that game and all the weird shit that goes on.
Right.
Oh, you turn around, the TV's on, you turn around, the TV's off. You're like, who turned the TV off? Who turned it off? Then you turn around, the TV's on once again. You're like, oh shit, it turned on again by itself. Fuck all that. The door's closed behind you. Like, no way.
What about playing Blair Witch on there? Yeah.
In VR? No way, dude.
Yeah.
Any horror game in VR, it doesn't matter if you're in the dark or not. You're in the VR.
Yeah.
So you're in there, dude. You know what I mean? It's crazy. No way.
It's too bad I'd have to buy it separately because I already own it. I think Duck Season probably about my limit.
Yeah.
That doesn't really have jump scares. It has that creepiness to it.
What is a jump scare kind of in there with that? When the dude's at the door recording you?
Yeah, but that was kind of like at a distance. It's too bad that game, I bought the regular version, and they have a separate VR version you have to buy. And I'm not going to buy the game twice. So it's just come on, guys. Just give me the VR version for free,
That's fucking stupid. You know who does that also is that Super Hot. On the PlayStation.
Oh, I didn't get to talk about that. I bought that this week, too.
Yeah, I own Super Hot on the Xbox. I bought it on there, right, for $20 on the Xbox. Or I think $15. I got it on sale. And I bought it on the PS4 for $20. But guess what? I didn't buy the VR version, which is $30.
Yeah.
So it's I want to end up paying $70-something to the Super Hot developers just to get access to their VR game. That is some bullshit, man. Give me the... If you're going to charge $20 for the non-VR version and $30 for the VR version, why not just sell one version that gives you both? Just sell me a $30 version that gives me both access to both.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah. No Man's Sky is cool, yeah.
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, man. Fuck. It's kind of I'm with you there, Mayo. It's kind of annoying these developers do that. Yeah, they seems like these guys are stupid. They spent $300 on the VR headset. Let's charge them more for video games. You know what I mean?
They have money. Why not?
They have money to spend. Yeah, it's exactly the thought, Gunny. These guys have money to blow on a fucking VR headset. Let's just charge them a premium price for this shit.
Right. He's going to want to go back and play this game. Let's make him bad twice.
Fucking ridiculous.
But I will talk about Super Hot next week. I did play this a little bit too. That's another one of the ones I purchased. It was on sale this week on Steam. Yeah. So, but I didn't play much about. I'll head on it next week.
In VR?
Yes, I have the VR version only.
Super Hot. That shit's cool as fuck. I love Super Hot. Game's good. I'm never gonna buy it on the PSVR unless it's on fucking sale or for free. Fuck that. I already bought the game twice. I'm not buying it another time, guys. Fuck you. I want to speak about one last game that came out this week. It's kind of a big hit on the mobile side of things. Gears Pop came out.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Android,
you guys. I did play that today.
And iOS. So Gears Pop is a kind of think of if you ever played Clash Royale. Clash Royale. I was going to say Clash of Kings, but it's not Clash of Kings or Clash of Clans. It's Clash Royale all the clashes. If you play Clash Royale, where like you have the 3 lanes and you send soldiers, like this is you have 2 lanes. You send one to the right, one to the left. You have 2 turrets that you defend, and your main character that's at the back. If you kill the other person's 2 turrets and their main character, or just if you just kill their main character, then you win. But usually the soldiers will go for their turrets first, and then they go for the main character.
It's actually 3 lanes.
Well, the middle,
the one down the middle. Yeah,
the middle doesn't really count, Gunny. I mean, you can send soldiers that only attack straight towards the other people's turrets, but they don't. To me, that doesn't really count.
No, those do count because that's the
fuck you, Gunny.
The big guy. The big guy goes down the middle, and
everyone goes down the middle that doesn't stop.
Soldiers.
Yeah, the ones that don't stop just go down the middle, but the ones that capture the little barret, like the little covers.
Oh, right. Well, that's the ones you want to send out first, right?
Gunny, you motherfucker, you. Anyways, so I played the shit out of this game. I'm actually level 7 now, I think. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. What level am I? I'm like level 7 or 6 or something. What level are you, Gunny?
I just hit level 2 before we started the show.
Oh, wow, you haven't been playing this.
So I'm able to join a clan.
I actually spent like $10 on the game, I think. I bought there's like a welcome pack for like $5 and you get a shitload of credits or whatever. So I think I bought that. Maybe that's what I actually bought, actually. Yeah, here's Pop Mail. You can actually join the Horrible Gamers clan. Let me know if you need to spot people. Because today, all of a sudden, literally, out of nowhere, we had like 20 members. And out of nowhere, like literally like in a span of like 10 seconds, we got like 30 new members. Like in a span of fucking, like it must have been bots or Chinese hackers. I don't fucking know, man. But it was like, boom, 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 boom. This person joined your clan, this person joined your clan, this person joined your clan, this person joined your clan. So I'm like, these are all people that I never recognized. Like some of them, like there's some of you out there that are listeners to the show, like Divine Fire 7, which I played Horde Mode with today. Gunny, Gib is in there. King Jiggly's in there. So a few other people that I've noticed their gamer tags are in there. Because you can actually link, what's really cool about this game, you can actually link your Xbox Live account to this game, and it gives you achievements for your Xbox Live account, which is pretty interesting.
I watched them pop today on my TV, so that was cool.
And it actually pops up on your phone. Like if you link it on your phone, it'll pop up like an Xbox Live achievement, be like, boop, like you've unlocked this achievement, you've unlocked this achievement, you've unlocked this achievement. Congratulations, which is pretty cool. So anyways, like I said, if you need space, let us know or let me know because I'm a chief in the clan, or let Ryan know. He's the leader of the founder of the clan or whatever. Let him know or let King Jiggly know, and we will kick people off of the clan to make room for you. If you're a listener of the show, you get priority. We had the clan set to open so anyone could join, and I think that's why like 30 people joined at once. Anyways, I actually got to play a little bit of I played a lot of the battle, where like you battle other people on Xbox Live or whatever. Which is pretty cool because it'll show my gamer tag on the bottom. It'll say like it'll show like an Xbox logo, and then it'll say JesusWalksAlot, and then I'll show the other person's like Xbox logo and their gamer tag. So I'm thinking to myself, like, I wonder if I should get on Xbox and just message these people trash talk these people, like you suck.
Oh, you could do that. That's an option you would normally be able to do. Yeah, with other mobile.
I whooped your ass in this mobile game. You suck.
Yeah, good.
Take your phone and yourself out of this country, you loser.
Just trash talk people and get banned off Xbox Live. Anyways, so like I was playing this today, and I was playing it, and I actually decided to play the Horde mode. So the Horde mode's a little bit different, Gunny. I don't know if you actually played this or not, but the Horde mode...
It showed lock, so maybe I need to... now that I'm level 2, it'll open up?
I think you have to reach a certain level to open them up, and then once you do open it up, you have to earn these coins or these special tokens that you have to use. So like, for example, I have one that says like General ROM. So like General ROM, it says like I have to like initiate that token. So I select that token and it'll say difficulty like normal, easy, or hard or whatever. And like for that it says normal. So I clicked that today, and I have other tokens that say super difficult. Like I have other tokens that say like this difficulty is super, 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 super fucking hard. Don't try this unless you have like really good cards. But I played this one today, was like General ROM. I played actually 3 rounds of this. So you you select that. You select your starting deck. You have your you get more decks the more you level up. So I have my main deck. You click that, and then I think it sends an invite to your clan. Like, it just goes to your clan, and it's like, anyone wants to join JesusWalksAlot in this horde mode?
Yeah, I saw the co-op.
And then, you want to join Jesus in co-op? And then, people can say yes or no, and then they say yes. And then, it'll be, one more person with you in the horde mode. And you and this other person have to fight General Rom. So, it shows, it's kind of like the same game where, the dude's on the other side with his turrets or whatever. But General Rom doesn't have turrets. He just has, himself because he's so OP. And, he's up there, and then, you spawn your soldiers, and you have to get up there, and you have to kill him to win the match. So you kill him, you win that round, you get, 5 grenade tokens or whatever to upgrade your grenades. You kill him again, you win that round, you get, 5 soldier tokens to upgrade your soldiers. You kill him once again, it's 3 rounds. 3 rounds, right, Gunny?
Okay, right, yep.
Once you get to the last round, you get, the super card. If you kill him in this round, you're going to get, the epic, legendary, the big guy card. You get, one of those cards to upgrade your big guy. And, for the life of us, dude, me and Divine Fire 7, we were playing today. And, we couldn't, for the life of us, beat this guy on the last round. I already done it. I done it twice with other randoms. We beat the horde mode. I beat the horde mode twice with other randoms, all 3 rounds. But this round, this last fucking time I was playing, this last round, we couldn't beat it, dude. And me and Divine Fire, we were playing it, and we kept sending soldiers out, and we kept sending we got all the way to his base. And he was just so OP against us, dude. He had these crazy whirlwinds with the krill, the bats. And they were coming at us, and they were just fuck our guys up. They would fuck out our special cards, our level the cards that take 5 of the mana or whatever, the power points. The cards that are for example, Marcus Phoenix, he takes 5, right? He takes 5 of the little points to launch. I would launch him, and all of a sudden General Rom would spawn the krill, and the krill would go up to him and be a tornado around my Marcus Phoenix, and then they would kill him. And it's what the fuck, dude? And we were spawning snipers, and we died the first time, and then we tried to redo it. It says, spend... It said on there, spend 10 of your gold, little crystals or whatever. Spend 10 crystals to, retry this level.
Oh, yeah, come on.
So me and Divine Fire, we retried it once, and then, we just couldn't do it. We got our asses kicked again. We got pretty close, I think, the second time. We got a little bit closer, but we couldn't beat it. And then, finally, we got killed again, and then I was waiting to see if Divine Fire wanted to retry. Because it says, when you select yes, it says, waiting for a partner to retry. And I think he just left that time.
He's yeah, I'm not going to...
fuck this.
He might be tempted to spend those 10 coins, you know?
But we still get, credit for the other 2 rounds we beat him. So we still get, the grenade credits. We get 5 grenade coins and the 2 soldier coins or whatever for beating the first 2 rounds. But we don't get that credit for that last round. And then... once you're done with that, you don't have that horde mode card anymore. So now the next time I play horde mode, I'm gonna have to play it on a difficulty with against another different enemy. For example, that first one was General Rom. I think the next one's some other evil dude from the Locust or whatever the fuck. So It changes the characters you play against. But I'm really liking the game, man. I think Gears Pop is a fun game. Of course, it's kind of pay to win. I mean, it's a mobile game. The fuck you expect?
Yeah.
Just because it's Microsoft. Phil Spencer will never ask for our money. Yeah, no, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit about you or your money.
EA is probably now making their own cell phone right now. And it's probably going to have a credit card reader built at the bottom of it.
Yeah, EA
they're already making a Gears Pop killer, you know?
Yeah, EA will make Apex Pop.
Yeah.
Apex Pop, the same as Gears Pop. I think it's really smart of Microsoft to team up with I actually think it's really, really smart of Microsoft to team up with the Pop team and release this game because the characters they look kind of like Gears characters, but they're the Pop version. So when you get them in little loot crates, and it'll say you have a new a new token for Marcus Phoenix. It'll show Marcus Phoenix on the little when he shows
pop
up,
box?
he's in the pop box. Yeah, he's in the pop box, and then like it pops, like the pop box pops open, and like it pulls off of him, and it's like, hey, you know how Marcus Phoenix, woo! Like it feels good. It feels like a high, like these motherfuckers know, Gunny. They know.
They know. Did you see Wingman 709's post today in this Xbox Live?
What did he put?
The Facebook group that now he started his pop collection.
Dude, they know. It's like a crack addiction, dude. Gunny, like they post, they post those pop boxes in there to make you want to buy pop boxes. But you know what's really smart about Microsoft teaming up with Pop? Pop is like a cultural phenomenon right now. They're kind of like Beanie Babies. Like everyone in my generation wants one. Everyone in my generation has them. Think about fucking Ryan Gibson. Gib, dude, he has like a whole room full of that shit. Like literally a fucking room.
Oh, who was it today? It was
full of that shit.
Was it
Bill Gardner? Bill Gardner.
It wasn't Crafty.
No, it was Bill Gardner. Bill Gardner the second has.
Oh, Bill Gardner, yeah.
He has a whole room of that shit, dude. He's actually sold like full collections, like full sets of his pops. Like I think he sold like well, I don't know if he sold his Mass Effect collection, but say for example, like he sold his Mass Effect collection, like Commander Shepard, Tali, Ash, fucking Garrus, Edie, all those characters from Mass Effect. He sold all of them, and like he still has like 300 or something left.
Yeah.
Think about these fucking things cost like $12 a piece or some shit like that.
Yeah, and I was remember actually when I traveled to this flea market thing with my wife. They had actual shops there. That's all they were, and they were like more than that. They were $30, $40, $50, $60, but according to the rarity, you can buy different ones.
The only pop that I've ever bought in my life was the Cuphead. Do I still have them? I don't have them. I can't give them to my daughter. It was a little pop. It was a Cuphead. And it was like a limited exclusive edition to Walmart. And the only reason I bought it was because he was on clearance for like $7. I was, you know what, I'll buy it. And my daughter kept bugging me, dude. I cannot emphasize how much. Every time she saw him on the fucking desk over here, she's like, Dad, why do you have this? And I'm like, it's a pop. She's like, why do you have Cuphead in here? Because it's pop. Because she knows, it's kind of weird, man, but little kids know who Cuphead is. Like my daughter's 7 or she's 8 now, but she knows who Cuphead is. Like Microsoft did a really good job marketing that to little kids or somehow. Even though it's a really hard game, she knows exactly who Cuphead is. But she was like, why is Cuphead in this box? Why do you have him in this box? I'm like, it's a pop box. And she's like, well, what's a pop box? What the fuck are you keeping this thing in a box for? So finally I was like, here you go. You can have Cuphead. And I gave it to her. First thing she did was open that thing out of the fucking box. Like, fuck this box.
Not an adult. Adult wouldn't do that now. We'd keep that in the box.
Fuck this box. We don't need this box. First thing she did was get rid of that box. But yeah, it was kind of
tampering with the box.
It was kind of interesting to see how, like, when she first saw that character and she was like, why do you have Cuphead over here? Like, I didn't know she knew who Cuphead was. I was like, who the fuck? What do you mean? Like, you know who that is? And she's like, yeah, I know Cuphead. She's like, I played that game before. I see it on stream. I'm like, oh, that's how she knows how it is. Like, I guess streamers or something must have somehow got her to know who Cuphead is. It's fucking weird. Because that game is difficult as shit. And I remember when she saw it on my Xbox, she was like, I want to play Cuphead. I'm like, you don't want to play Cuphead. I want to play Cuphead. I finally let her play Cuphead, and like, she got tired of losing to that fucking
I can easily see, I know Cuphead, they're doing the Netflix thing, right? Yeah. Or is it Hulu?
No, it's Netflix, yeah.
And I can see it coming to mobile, whenever it does come out.
It'll become a big kids show, I think, or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, even though they say it's not targeted towards toddlers, I think kids like age ranges like
it's cartoony.
Yeah, I think the kids 7 to 12 or whatever will be watching it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They'll be watching fucking Cuphead. It'll be their SpongeBob when they get old.
Yeah.
Anyways, Gears Pop, people. Join the Horrible Gamers clan on there. Join it, Mayo. Get on there. You know you want a mobile game, Mayo.
Oh, I know. I have my phone. I literally have 0 games on it, so yeah.
Gears Pop, first one.
I used to play a lot of Clash of Clans back in the day. That's like the only mobile game I really ever played. And
Clash Royale is actually pretty good too, but I just haven't played it in a long time.
I was actually on a YouTube video. There's a famous YouTuber for Clash of Clans. His name was Clash with Ash. And he actually, we were in a clan that did a 50 attack in the first 50 seconds of the war. That's back when they're doing wars. We had 50 people, and so we did 50 attacks in the first 50 seconds, and we were like just destroying this other team. It's a really neat little YouTube video. It's actually out there. It's kind of funny. It's getting a little older now, but you'll see. I had an account on there called Little Mayo at the time, and it was like a no defense base in Clash of Clans. That was like one of the bottom ones, but it was a fun event back in the day.
Damn. All right. Well, speaking of Gears Pop, I know. So you're gonna join our clan when you get to level 3, right, Gunny?
Yes.
Doesn't take.
Well,
long,
no, I can join now. It said level 2.
All right. Well, then join it, and
we'll
we'll make room for it. I had a hard time finding it, so I typed horrible gamers, it didn't find it, so I ended up just typing horrible. Just type in horrible, and it'll find it. Like I said, you have to send us a message, and we'll have to make it closed and kick people out to get people in there. But yeah. Move on to some news, Gunny. News. It's news time!
Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep.
Thanks for the sound effect.
Sound effect.
Yeah. Speaking of news, Mayo, there's a new Walking Dead game coming. Oh, you didn't see that on the news list.
Oh, yeah, what? It's surprise news. No,
This is surprise news, Gunny. So, Survios is a U.S.-based developer behind Raw Data, so the company that made Raw Data. And they're actually going to be making a new game called The Walking Dead Onslaught for VR coming this fall. Huh. This game is actually going to use the likeness of Rick Grimes, Michonne, and what's the other fucker with the crossbow? What's his name? Dude with the crossbow.
I don't know his
Norman Reedus. I don't know his character name. Daryl.
Yeah.
Daryl Dixon. Or white name. So Daryl, Michonne, Carol, and Rick are going to be in the game. You're going to get to play as them. And they're voice acted by the actual, cast of Walking Dead. They actually got, the dude who does Rick Grimes to be the voice of Rick, the person who does Carol to be the voice of Carol, the person who does the voice, who plays Michonne on the show, she's doing the voice of Michonne, and Norman Reedus is, of course, doing Daryl. So in this game, you're going to be pretty much surviving, scavenging for supplies, etc., going through cities, going through survival, I guess. In VR, though, you're going to be killing zombies in VR, Mayo, with swords and pistols and shotguns and...
I hope they keep it simple and I can just raise the crossbow and shoot and reload it and shoot.
I was watching gameplay. They actually released gameplay for it for Gamescom this year. So they actually said that, hey, look, we got gameplay for Gamescom. Watch this trailer. And they released the gameplay. And it looks all right. It looks like VR gameplay. VR gameplay kind of never looks good in 2D. You got to be in it to really understand it. So it kind of looks kind of shitty. But maybe it's going to be a good game. And it's actually coming to the Oculus, Vive, and Index, Mayo. No PSVR word yet. So we'll see. Maybe it's not coming to PSVR. So, yeah.
Cool.
Keep watch out for it.
You keep watch out for it. Another news, while you keep watch out for that, Microsoft has been keeping a watch on you, Mayo.
Here we go.
This is why I don't have a console. This is why it took me forever to get an Xbox, because I didn't want to share my secrets.
Microsoft contractors have been listening to Xbox owners in their home. It says here multiple...
They said they weren't before.
Listen, Gunny. I've already said this in the past. You can go back on the Horrible Gamers podcast. I don't know which episode. Listen to all of them, people. That's right. Listen to all of them. And you'll hear me talk about how Microsoft is listening to us. Because there's been moments where I've said something in my home, and all of a sudden, inside the Microsoft dashboard or in an email from Microsoft or something like that, I'll get that same thing mentioned back to me in like a cell. Like, hey, you want to buy this new thing? It's like, what? I don't want to buy this. Like, you want to buy a Windows phone, Jesus? We heard you say you think Windows phones look cool. Do you want to buy a Windows phone? And I swear to God, I was, what the fuck are they doing? And sure enough, it says here, an article with Vice, that multiple contractors working for Microsoft are now going to explain how they listen to audio captured by Xbox consoles. It says here, contractors working for Microsoft have listened to audio of Xbox users speaking in their homes in order to improve the console's voice command features. The audio was supposed to be captured following a voice command like Xbox or Hey Cortana, but contractors said that the recordings were sometimes triggered and recorded by mistake.
Ooh.
The news is the latest in the string of revelations that show contractors working on behalf of Microsoft listen to audio captured by several of its products. Motherboard previously reported that human contractors were listening to some Skype calls. Surprise, surprise, guys! Listening to our podcast. Whoa, guys!
A listener.
Didn't I just say this last week, guy? Didn't I say this last week, Mayo, that they were listening to us on the show?
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, they're listening to us. I know they are, because there's shit that goes on in this fucking internet that I see. I'm like, there's no way Microsoft knew we were talking about this unless they're listening to us. There's no fucking way. Anyways, it says here, they're listening to some Skype calls as well as audio recorded by Cortana, which is Microsoft's Siri-like virtual assistant. It says here, quote, Xbox commands came up first as a bit of an outlier and then became about half of what we did before becoming most of what we did. One former contractor who worked on behalf of Microsoft told Motherboard. It says here, the former contractor said they worked on Xbox audio data from 2014 to 2015 before Cortana was implemented into the console in 2016. When it launched in November 2013, the Xbox One had the capability to be controlled via voice commands with the Kinect system. It says here, straight away some users and commentators were concerned with the idea of Kinect listening to Xbox users, waiting for commands such as Xbox On. Microsoft at the time in a statement said, quote, Kinect for Xbox 360 was designed and built with strong privacy protections in place, and the new Kinect will continue this commitment, end quote. The former contractor said most of the voices they heard were of children. That's even worse. That doesn't make this even better. It's like, yeah, we're listening to little kids. That doesn't make this any fucking better, man. It says here, quote, the Xbox stuff was actually a bit of a welcome respite, honestly. It was frequently the same games, same DLCs, same types of commands. Xbox give me all the games for free, or Xbox download the newest Minecraft skin packs, or whatever they added. The former contractor was paid $10 an hour for their work. Must be a real vetted employee.
Yeah, boring job.
It says here, occasionally I heard Xbox tell Solas to heal, or something similar, which would be a command for Dragon Age Inquisition, the former contractor said. And that listening continued as the Xbox moved from using Kinect for voice commands over to Cortana. A current contractor provided a document that describes how workers should work with different types of Cortana audio, including commands given to control an Xbox. It says here, quote, a domain for controlling gaming features such as finding friends lists, creating party, inviting players to a party. Most Xbox controlling belong to this domain. It says here, a section of the document reads, with the domain being a topic that transcribed Cortana audio should be sorted into to improve the system. So it's pretty much like they've just been listening to Xbox people use their Xbox. Yeah.
I believe it.
You know, you're going to start getting ads to Mayo. Like, you're going to start getting mayonnaise ads to your...
Yeah, best food.
You know what? You're probably fucking right, mayonnaise. I'm probably going to get, like, real food. It was the best real mayonnaise right here. Down, go here and get 20% off your next purchase at Safeway for a real...
You probably have a craft truck circling your neighborhood right now, waiting for you to leave to like kind of drive by.
That's right. I did need mayonnaise. Oh wow!
I do need mayonnaise, Gunny. Oh my! How dare you? You just reminded me.
I was just talking about that on Skype.
were just talking about that on Skype towards our Xbox.
Podcast.
Yeah. I wonder if, like, do you think advertisers listen to the podcast to listen to what we want? Like, all right, this guy needs a new microphone. I mean,
you know what? I bet you there's like keywords. Like they probably don't listen to the whole thing. Like, sort of like
play
YouTube
like on
has
the
the algorithm.
Yeah, maybe it's like a software thing where, like, they'll pick up on certain words and then it'll focus, instead of them listening to be like computer done, and it'll look for certain key, like, trigger words, I guess you could say, and then
this guy needs
they would know.
Yeti is advertising to you. You need a new microphone. Woo!
There we go. Yeah, Yeti, send us some microphones, and we'll talk about your microphones.
We got to reach out to like some of these guys that podcast that maybe do like a pizza podcast. Do they just constantly get ads from
pizza, like Domino's and
Round Table,
Round Table,
Domino's, yeah,
Little Caesars and shit? Fucking advertising to them.
Jets Pizza. Jets. Can't forget about Jets. We had a good conversation today about
Jets
that.
on Discord. Anyways, guys, moving on here to some more advertising. PlayStation, Gunny, excuse me, it's giving away games.
Oh, I like free games on PlayStation.
Free games? You like free games? Well, it says here,
Sony cover Astrobot.
I bought a year of PS Now or Live or whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, no, not just that, Gunny. It says here, Sony is now sending lucky PlayStation 4 owners a free game. You must check your email, Gunny. It says here, are you feeling lucky? You may want to check your emails regardless, because Sony is now sending out free copies of the Astrobot Rescue Mission to select PlayStation 4 fans. It is unclear whether this game is reserved for PlayStation VR owners, but we recommend you rifle through your inbox regardless to see if you got a code. So there you go. Check your emails.
You know what? I have,
Astrobot.
like, on my my PlayStation, my inbox, I have not received one message yet, so I'm feeling a little lonely over there.
Oh, you need more emails from Sony? Is that what you're saying? More marketing?
Yeah, more marketing. Yep.
Maybe
tomorrow Sony's going to give them about 20
I need to hook
emails.
up that microphone.
20 emails to buy a new VR. VR on sale. VR 20% off if you go to Best Buy today, Gunny. Woo!
We hear you want Astrobot?
We hear you like VR? Woo! Let's move on here to more news. What the fuck do we have here for this? What is this news, Gun? Did you put this on here?
Which one? I did.
Bungie says Activision wasn't a prohibitive overlord on Destiny 2. Says here, Bungie's surprise Destiny 2 divorce from Activision earlier this year left an impression among some fans that the biggest problem with the game up to that point was Activision. It says here, the dramatic updates Bungie has made to the game since then, including the Eververse store monetization and the upcoming launch of the free New Light, have helped solidify the belief in that interview with Eurogamer. However, the communication director David Dog said that the split was not acrimonious, but simply the result of changing priorities. He said, quote, I think we need to dispel the notion that Activision was some prohibitive overlord that wasn't letting us do awesome things. We launched this franchise with Activision. Naturally, and over the course of time, we both decided that we had different goals for what it was intended to be. So we went our separate ways. Kind of like me and my marriage. Says here, it was able, and we are making this game on our own, doing what we think we need to do to make it awesome. It says the move to Steam implementation of cross-save and the free-to-play version and other big changes are coming to Destiny 2 is simply a reflecting changes in the industry and Bungie's willingness to evolve along with it, Dog said. He said, we will do whatever we think is best for the community and welcome new people in. Sometimes these are painful evolutions. When we were blending the Halo Nation with the PlayStation Nation, there were some of these moments where we had new people joining Bungie.net to join clans and ask questions. But I'm very sensitive to the fact that the lifeblood of a community is the ability to bring in new faces to keep it fresh. There you go, guys.
I agree with this. I think there are way too many Destiny sympathizers out there, especially when it came to a lot of toxic behavior with where, like, whether it be, I don't know, paid stuff
should I buy Destiny? Should I buy Destiny on Steam, Gunny?
That's what I'm going to do. I think it unlocks in 54 days is what I read today. 5 weeks is when it unlocks.
Like I still have it on Battle.net. Like I never brought it over to Steam. I wonder if I can
bring it over. You probably can.
Yeah, you can. So you can. I'm pretty sure Nipron can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can buy it today on Battle.net, and then it will migrate to Steam in 5 weeks. That's
okay. Yeah, because I still have it on Battle.net. I said I own it, so.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's the way it works.
Big news on Steam as well for Destiny 2 players. If you're looking to bring your game over to Steam, say you've been playing on the Xbox on PlayStation 4, you can now actually link your Destiny 2 account to your Bungie account. Yep. And pretty much lets you crossplay between any platform. So, like, say you own an Xbox, you own a PlayStation, you want to play with your Xbox friends, but you don't want to restart a new character. You want to carry that same badass over to the Xbox. So you simply have to log into Bungie, link your account, and link your platforms, and your accounts are there, and then just bring it over. Like you play the same Guardian on all of them.
So it's all cross-save at this point.
That's fucking cool, man.
It's cross-save. I think in 5 weeks things will change. Actually, it's going to be a little bit longer, I think, before we can all cross-play. But the cross-saving is in there, and I think they're kind of doing it right, the way they're setting this up right now with the saving, cross-save.
That's so fucking cool to me, dude, how, like, you can, like, just go from, like, Xbox to PlayStation to PC to Xbox to PlayStation, PC. I mean, it guarantees Destiny more sales of the game, right? Like, if people
absolutely. Pinpoint Red was talking about on GF&G this week about, hey, look, I've got an account on Xbox, I've got an account on PlayStation, just kind of how they work within the Bungie.net, and does one delete the other, or does it save over the other? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Like maybe that's something you got to be careful about if you do own it on multiple consoles.
It says here,
be careful when you go to Bungie.net.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm actually watching the Destiny 2 trailer right now on Steam, and it says, like, on here, it says, beginning August 20th, you can link your account on Battle.net and go from, like, PC to Xbox to PlayStation and carry your same Guardian across everything. All your progress, everything just carries over.
Yeah, so I think when Google Stadia comes out, I would just assume that, man, you're just going to be able to
Google because Google Stadia is actually Destiny 2. If you're a founder of the game, like if you buy the Founders Edition, you actually get like all of Destiny 2 with it. So you get like the new expansions, the new things, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to crossplay, like get your character on there and keep playing.
Yeah. Good things are happening in Destiny.
Yeah.
Go Bungie.
Go Bungie. Interesting. That's cool, man. What do you think of that, Mayo? Do you like that?
I do. I feel like it's such a smart way of doing it. Like, and to me, it was such an obvious step. Like, why didn't we come up with this sooner? Like, one master account, and you can just log into that master account off any device and just take that account with you anywhere. Like, why didn't we just come up with that sooner? You think it was money?
Yeah.
Like, it was like we want them to, Call of Duty. Maybe I think maybe the most guilty one of this is we want them to buy it on the Xbox to play with their Xbox friends, and we want them to buy it on the PlayStation so they can play with their PlayStation friends.
Well, hey,
what's changed everything? This Fortnite.
Right.
Look at what we talked about. Let's go back 3 months and talk about what PlayStation's response was to anything as far as cross-play. They were really, like, everything you read into it, they were opposed to all of it.
They didn't want to do it at first, but I mean, in a way, like, we give a lot of shit to Fortnite for being like, oh, Fortnite, everyone's copying Fortnite. But, like, you gotta give it up to Epic and the people at Fortnite who, like, have made a game that's such a phenomenon and such a force that can actually, like, make these big companies bend to their will almost. You know what I mean? Like,
Dauntless.
Like, listen to you, like, motherfucker. You're not gonna listen to me. Like, okay, we'll make you.
We'll just take our game off of your system.
Yeah, we'll make PlayStation listen. If you don't want to listen to us, we will make you listen, PlayStation. And PlayStation was like, well, fuck. I guess we have to do it, guys. We have to allow the crossplay. Just fuck it. I guess we'll just play with those dirty Xbox people. Fuck it. Let's go play with those Xbox hobos over there. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like they had to do it. Like, it was like no question about it. And like, you got to give it up to them for being able to do that. Like in a way, think of like if Fortnite would have never become big. Do you think PUBG Corporation would have done the same? Do you think like
I don't know.
PUBG,
I don't think they would have.
Think if PUBG would have, like, if Fortnite never came out. Fortnite never came. But if PUBG was the Fortnite, if PUBG was still as big as it was a few years ago, like the main thing, I don't think PUBG would have done the same thing.
I don't think they would. I think it's just the smartness of Epic. You know, if you remember back too, even before this became an issue with PlayStation and Xbox and the cross-play, when it would come out on mobile, they told Apple, you know, like, I'm not paying you guys to put my game on your store.
Yes.
And they were battling with Apple, and so they just were like, okay, we're just going to make our own launcher, and we'll just have the people download it from our launcher off their phone and install it.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I remember because Apple was like, hey, we want 30% of your game, you know, your income, and they were like, no,
right.
Watch this, you know, and they did the same thing with Android. You know, Android wanted a cut. So what do? Okay, you can't get Fortnite on your phone in the Apple or the Android store. But if you go to this website, you just download what they call the exe for a phone. You just download it here, and you'll have the game.
You're right. I remember about all that. Yeah.
And, you know, they did the exact same thing to Apple. So this company, Epic, took on Apple and made pretty much screw you, Apple. They did the same thing to Google. Yeah. They did the same thing to Sony. They did, you know, they didn't really do it to Microsoft, but
Microsoft knew better. I think Microsoft knew better. but I mean,
they pretty much gave everybody the finger and said, you know what, you're going to bend to us. Our game is the number one game right now. We are the biggest thing on the planet, and we have 1 billion kids coming behind us, and these kids are growing up, and these kids are going to be the future. Yeah. And we got this under wraps.
Good luck saying no to us, you assholes.
I'm sure when Dauntless, when it debuted on the PlayStation Store, you know, as a free-to-play game, and it's not the greatest game, right?
But Dauntless is still a pretty good hit. I think like they still got a pretty popular game there.
And I think PlayStation, the big wigs over there, you know, they just kind of, the corporate overlords are just kind of like, you know, pick your own battles, I guess. You know, it's going to happen. Here it is, you know. We didn't want it, but, you know, it's Epic, so. Xbox is on our console, whether we like it or not.
I'm not going to say I'm a fan of Epic, but their business moves are straight up cutthroat. Like, they are not to the customer, and I don't think they're pro customer. I think they are pro. They are a company, and they want that money, and they will undercut. You know, they showed it.
They'll fuck over any corporation to get more money for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I can just picture them they just took Sony and just like hung them upside down and shook the change out of them.
Hey,
like, you know what? This is what you're gonna do, and we're not paying you this money. We're not paying you any royalties by putting our stuff on your store. Yeah. You're coming to us.
You're right. You're completely right, Mayo. I mean, and actually, I applaud them for that because it actually shows these other companies like PlayStation and Microsoft. It's Microsoft itself, dude. Like, hey, you need crossplay. You need to engage like everyone at the same time, because everyone's praising Microsoft right now. Everyone's like, "Oh, Phil Spencer, greatest thing ever. He's the walking messiah of gamers." But think of Microsoft 12 years ago, you know, back in 2009, 2008, when Sony was offering crossplay. Sony said, like, hey, maybe we should do crossplay for Call of Duty games. And Microsoft was like, we will never do crossplay. We don't need crossplay for the Microsoft systems. Look who came crawling now. You know what I mean? Like you don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 fucking years. You should be careful what you fucking say. And sure enough, like, I guess Phil Spencer probably wasn't the lead at the time. He wasn't the boss at the time. But, like, you know, other people were there that are still there now, that are probably were part of that decision, that probably agreed with their boss. Were like, yeah, fuck the Sony, fuck the crossplay. Right now that Sony is on top, they're probably thinking the same thing Microsoft was thinking. Like, fuck that, we're on top. We don't need Microsoft. We don't need the Xbox to bring players to our shit. Like, we don't need them to make more money. And, like, I think at the end of the day, a company like Stadia has it right. Where, like, everyone can game on anything, anywhere, anytime. I think that's the future, man.
You know, it just kind of popped in my head, just kind of the way you worded things. You remember back when the birth of the PlayStation, like when they were doing the thing with Nintendo?
Yeah.
And do you ever read up on that? And so, like, how history kind of repeats itself. Like, you know, Nintendo and Sony were working together, and then Nintendo dropped them, and they were like, we're not going to do a CD-based system.
Yeah.
And they went along with the cartridge and did the Nintendo 64. Well, Sony kept everything, was like, fine, we did all this research with you. We have everything here. Boom, PlayStation, you know. I wonder if in the future we're going to see Epic as being its own console type thing. You know, they kind of had these ideas of doing cross-play, and nobody wanted to play with them. And then, so they just went off and did their own thing, and they have all this money and the backing of Tencent and all that stuff. I wonder if they're going to be our next, like, we're going to talk about Epic like we're going to talk about Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft.
That's crazy to think about, but you're right. They do have, like, a lot of money, and on top of that, they do have the backing of Tencent. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Could they eventually be like, we're going to make a network, and we're going to have the Epic streaming platform?
The Epic Stadia.
And we're going to charge Sony and Microsoft 30% to put their games on ours.
You want to put your Xbox games on our shit? How about we charge you money, motherfucker? You know what I mean? You want to put your Halo shit on this? We charge you money. You're right, man. Like I said earlier, like on the podcast, we were talking about it earlier, how Tencent can be this force that can force people to do things that they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the way they're doing that, or maybe the way they will end up doing that, will be through Epic. Maybe they can be like, hey, fuck you. Like, Epic, you listen to us and you tell these people to do this. This is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it this way, and that's the way we do it, and there's no other way about it, man. Like, it's scary, but money talks at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
That's what it is, right? Because going back to the Dauntless thing again, when they probably came to Sony and said, look, this is just free money for you. That's all it is. It's a free game, and it just goes on your store, and it makes you money.
The problem with that, though, is if you have a player playing on your platform, the way I would look at it is, if I'm Sony and I have people that are playing on my system, and somebody releases a free game that's really good, for example, Fortnite.
yeah, that's a good example. I know where you're going.
And they're spending all their time playing Fortnite, and it's buying skins, and if I get, like, no cut of that skin, like no money from them, which I'm sure Sony gets something from PlayStation, from Epic or whatever for the skins, but like if I get none of that, like what's the point of having that player on your platform if all they're doing is playing Fortnite? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all they're doing is logging in to play Fortnite. Why the fuck would you don't make anything off of them besides them buying your console?
That's right. I mean, it's more about like you know, you're as long as you're on that console, right, and it's exposure.
It doesn't mean anything because if they're not engaging with your shit, if they're only engaging with Fortnite, why do you need that person on your console?
I think because it brings other people to that platform.
How? Everything's crossplay.
By the popularity of that game, you know, and it
makes no sense. If I was Sony, I would be like, "Fuck you, Fortnite," and you don't benefit me very much. But I'm pretty sure they already do make money off of the skins and all that stuff. They do make something off of that. They have to.
Right. I mean, that was the whole beef with the fact that, you know, they wouldn't, at this juncture, they were like, whoa, why should we just, like, flip the switch and let Xbox owners, you know, join in on with other PS4 players, right?
The one thing
because that could cut into our money.
If I was Sony or if I was, I guess this is the reason why they don't do it. But if I was Microsoft or if I was Sony, if I was Microsoft, I wouldn't let any Sony user display their skins or their special Sony exclusive shit on my platform. Like if you had a special parachute or something that was like a PlayStation parachute with the PlayStation logo on it, your ass, that shit would look basic as fuck on my platform. It would look all black or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you had an Xbox logo on your parachute and you were like playing with PS4 players and like your parachute would look black or something. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't show an Xbox logo. And I wonder if they do that already or if they don't do that.
I wonder if they, if those do exist, but a lot of it doesn't because I think Epic is very clear on, this is all Epic stuff, Well, and they do have.
Because PlayStation has like every time I go in the store, they have like hey, get your PlayStation Plus pack for Fortnite right now. Like they always are offering me, like, hey, you pay $4 for this new Fortnite pack for PlayStation Plus owners. Like Xbox, that's the one thing PlayStation has over Xbox. PlayStation is catering to their Fortnite players. I've never seen Xbox do a sale where they're like, hey, buy V-Bucks for $2 or something.
Whatever deal they're trying to cut with, or work with Epic on.
To me, it seems like Xbox doesn't really give a fuck. And Sony's like, no, we know these Fortnite players. There's a lot of players. So how about we just sell them shit?
We have the most consoles, so yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Maybe too, just I'm thinking too about how Epic gives away their free games. So maybe they're trying to build a library so when they do come out with a version of like Stadia or something like that, you have a library too already. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you got to look at as this company, they're giving away free games, but every company has an agenda. Why are they giving us free games? They're wanting to make money off that somehow. They're not just going to give us something for free.
Yes.
And not have an agenda behind it.
No, how dare
they're not giving out samples.
You need exposure, right? They want you in their ecosystem, their platform, right? That's
I wonder if we'll see a big announcement, say within the next year or two.
The Epic console, the Epic box,
the streaming console, or something like that, where it's going to be big time, just Epic, and maybe they'll start locking up exclusives. Can you imagine? Even like tenfold, like as hard as they're pushing on the PC side, locking up all these exclusives. Can you imagine had their own console and just start locking all sorts of stuff up and teaming up with Ubisoft because they seem to be in bed with Ubisoft. Like everything is, them and Stadia are kind of with Ubisoft all in on this.
And I mean, like right now, I just got Fez for free on my PC. Like,
yay! I downloaded that yesterday.
Just downloaded that right now. Literally, just reminded me, Mayo. I just logged in, I downloaded it, and it says here next week, Celeste and Inside. Fucking great games.
Another 2 gig.
Great games, amazing games for free, and like don't like if you're a big Steam user, don't like blow off Epic, man. Like get these free fucking games. It's kind of like if you have like Twitch Prime, get the Twitch Prime games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're kind of crummy, but I downloaded them, or I got them, claimed them yesterday.
Why not?
Off my Amazon Prime. Sure.
Yeah.
They're free.
Free shit. Why not?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to come with a price. Everything has a price to it. So what are they doing? Why are they bringing us in like that? They have a goal.
Their goal is I think it's just to take over, man, to like eventually have enough players that they could just be like, fuck you, Steam, fuck you. Everything else.
You know what it is, Mayo? Like you'll see, like every so often, you'll see some. Here's a good one from Pinpoint Red, right? Like the Atari, the CEO of the company will be like, yeah, they'll come out with a statement on IGN, and we're moving forward to make one of the best classic, or the console, bring it back, and it'll be the best thing ever. And it'll have all these things, and you can play all these games, and we'll have live interact. Just this whole schmeal of stuff, right? And it's not so much to be on top, but it's just to take a little piece of that pie away from whether it be Sony or Microsoft or Steam. That's what it is, right? They just want to take a cut, and it's a large. I mean, it's millions of dollars, right? That's what it leads to. Yeah. Right? It's not so much about being this, but. Unlike Epic's thing, that's where they theirs was with Fortnite, right? But they thought, well, we should just, we have our own launcher. Let's just snag exclusives with all this money that we have,
I think Sweeney just wants to buy North Carolina or South Carolina or whatever state he lives in.
Like he's just buying up all that land,
Right.
Yeah.
He's got deep pockets now, so.
Gonna buy a forest, he said.
Yeah, I think he already did that.
He did.
That's already been done.
Wasn't there? I just read an article about some kind of billionaire. I forget who the fuck it was. Some fucking asshole. He said he wants to buy 15% of the world.
Oh yeah, didn't you tweet at Donald Trump about buying Greenland?
To save it from like hazardous fucking like from world like global warming. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna buy 15% of the world, dude? That's a big fucking chunk.
I'll sell my lot. He can buy my lot for
15% of the ocean is where you're gonna end up buying. What the fuck are you gonna buy 15%? How the fuck is that even possible? Anyways, that's just insane to me. Yeah. And we're moving on now. Moving on now, boys, to some PUBG news. PUBG is now getting crossplay for the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 in October. I don't know if we talked about this in the past, but yeah. So crossplay for PlayStation and Xbox users is coming, guys. I mean, this is big news, in my opinion. October 1st is when they plan to launch it. So, I mean, this is big news on the cusp of, like, we were just talking about Fortnite, Destiny 2 bringing, like, the cross-save, not really cross-play, but cross-save, which is kind of like cross-play. You got to own the platform, though. You still got to buy an Xbox if you want to play on Xbox. But, I mean, not just that, we'll also have, like, Epic's Rocket League come out and be cross-play on everything. Incredible game there. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like we said before, it's going to have crossplay with your Activision account being logged in. It's just crazy, man. That's the future right there. Every gamer, I think, is going to be connected in the future. All gamers on every platform just going to be connected. It's going to be incredible, man.
Yeah. We complain about all these launchers on the PC. It's all going to be accounts with companies we're going to have. You console guys are going to understand what our pain. You're going to have like an Activision account, a Bungie account, a Take-Two account, every major
2K
publisher.
Account.
Yeah, 2K account. An EA account, you're gonna have all these accounts, and you're gonna be able to cross-play, but you have to like remember every sign-in on every single one.
Everything's dual verification is just what do they call that?
Dual verification with one symbol,
verification,
one caps letter, and a minimum of 8 letters.
You gotta lead off with the 2 zeros first. Remember?
Damn.
No hyphens.
And then they're gonna make a launcher for all your passwords. They already have stuff like that, but there's gonna be a special launcher for your accounts for the console world too. So,
but I mean, that's exciting news for. I know we got quite a bit of people that play PUBG on the Xbox exclusively. Like I know a few listeners of ours play on the Xbox One. That's where they play PUBG, and that's where they play their games. So they play PUBG there. I know some of our listeners play on the PS4. I don't know if they play PUBG, but if you do, you can now play against Xbox 4 players coming in October. So that's interesting. I think that's a good move. It just increases the player pool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah.
It makes it easier to find matches. You don't gotta wait 2 minutes to find a fucking match.
Oh yeah, I hope that's the case. That helps with that.
In other news, I got more news here, boys. Secret news for you guys. You guys don't see the notes, but I got the news pulled up. Control. So it says here 5 days left for Control to release, right? Mm-hmm. That is a new game coming out. So it says here that the game will not have HDR in any version of the game. So no Xbox One X version, no PS4 Pro version, or PC version will have HDR. It says the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X will have enhanced features, but all console versions will only run at 30 frames a second. So there you go. If you're looking to buy this on your console, it's only going to run at 30 frames a second. Your PS4 Pro and Xbox One X will have enhanced features. What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe better look.
It's the hobo version.
I don't know.
Better.
But what really surprised me of all this announcement was no HDR. HDR to me seems to be like a fucking standard in gaming nowadays. What the fuck?
Not so much. I mean, if you go.
What do you mean not so much? Every fucking game on the Xbox One X pretty much has HDR.
Yeah, but if you, I don't know. I mean,
every game on the PS4.
Have a good example.
Every game on the PS4 Pro, Gunny, has HDR. God of War has HDR. Days Gone has HDR.
Yeah, also AAA titles.
It's like not being
Control
4K. I mean,
Is Control not a AAA title? Are you saying Control is a fucking indie title?
I don't know. I have to look into it. So
they made Quantum Break, so that company can't be indie.
Yeah, they made Quantum Break, Gunny, a AAA Microsoft exclusive.
Yeah, I mean that was like, I don't know. And it was a good looking game.
What do you mean that was? I don't know. That thing had HDR probably.
It probably did. Like, probably
look
going forward look, but
Quantum Break.
I'm not gonna turn my Xbox back on to look, but hey, was it even in 4K? I don't even remember now if it was.
Quantum Break runs great on Xbox One X, but at what cost? Let's see. I don't know. Maybe it didn't have HDR. Wait, no, it did. It did eventually get an update. It says here it eventually got an update. Yeah, it got an update that was a 95 gig update.
Okay, so Control might have
MechMod's still downloading it.
Just not at launch.
MechMod still hasn't got to play it, guys. Oh, fucking poor MechMod. We give him so much shit every week. Sorry, MechMod. We love you, buddy. That's so fucked up. Oh, shit. Anyways, but I mean, I kind of think this is ridiculous. What the fuck you mean no HDR support or no... does it even have 4K, maybe? I hope 4K at least.
You know, like, because we've seen that with games in the past, but where they weren't, like, in, like, even 4K, but then they did get the update later on. They just don't... Basically, their stance is like, look, we just don't have the money right now until we get the sales in, to pay the developers to actually upgrade it. For free, of course, it'll be a free update.
Well, one of the developers on here on Twitter is saying that they're asking, like, a lot of people are asking about HDR implementation later on, but it says it's not his call. It's not their call. Much.
I think a lot of times, like with some of these games where we've seen like just random things like, hey, guess what? This game got, a free texture pack it's now in 4K and HDR. I think it depends on game sales, right? That's a lot of it, that's a lot of revenue for them to make that determining factor. So we'll see after reviews and
I bet
game
it's
sales.
going to have some kind of support because I actually looked at it on the Control on the Epic Store, and it does have like under recommended.
Is it an Epic exclusive?
Yeah.
Damn.
I believe, but it says ray tracing, and then recommended GTX or RTX 2060. So if it's going to have ray tracing, I think they're almost going to have one.
2060. Holy shit.
I think they're going to end up having HDR in it. Then I got a feeling if they're going to do, because RTX is all lighting, that I feel like they're going to really going to need the HDR to push the lighting.
I saw this article today. I don't know where it was, Mayo, but or even the manufacturer. It might have been Asus that had this. It was like the curved monitor, 38 whatever by 1200 for. It was literally $1,000. Yeah,
well, I paid back in the day when I bought mine 3 years ago. I paid $1,000 for mine.
Oh, okay.
It was $999 actually, and it's a 34-inch. 3440 by 1440. So basically, it's a 1440 monitor, and it's curved. So. I
thought paying $500 for mine was a lot.
Yeah,
for
and now
non-HDR.
And now it's just my secondary monitor because I like my 144 hertz better because this one's only 75 hertz. So I will play games on there every once in a while because games do look pretty cool, especially like I said, the city builders, the top-down stuff looks really cool on the ultra wide. But
Sweet.
Good stuff.
Awesome stuff. But let's see. Oh, so you know what? Jesus actually left. So I'm gonna actually just bring this up here because you guys didn't talk about the GameStop layoffs last week.
Mm-hmm.
Our GameStop Game Informer.
Yeah.
To lay off over 100 people, including nearly half of Game Informer staff. So yeah, listening to the latest Game Informer yesterday was a little sad, to see some of the people that I've listened to over the years get laid off.
Yeah, and now I forgot like the Game Informer magazine was with GameStop, right? 'Cause I haven't shopped at GameStop. Was that the one they used to give you for free? or they would subscribe to.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, because I just got my latest episode or magazine here on I think Wednesday. So,
oh shit! You're gonna get magazines still.
Yeah, because remember when I went and bought the PS4, so I had literally resubscribed to the GameStop.
They tricked you into that?
Well, it's kind of automatic, right? Because then,
what do you mean?
Hey, because check it out, I get 10% off of turning in games that was for the Switch, so there was all these incentives. So literally, it was almost like a free subscription. Think about it.
Huh.
Like it all balanced out, right? So for free, 1 year of magazines. What? Literally, but then am I really going to get those magazines for a year? But they said,
yeah,
everything's kind of continuing forward. But I'm just going to read this really quick. It just says, the struggling retail chain GameStop laid off over hundreds of people today, both at its corporate headquarters in Texas and other offices, including its subsidiary Game Informer magazine in Minnesota.
What do you think this means for GameStop? So we've noticed that they have a new restructuring going on, guys, where they said last week, remember we were talking about it last week, Mayo, or the week before that.
Yeah, I could buy them the week before.
Where they were talking about restructuring the company to be more of a retro company, always selling retro games. But do you think, I don't know, you guys are more into that generation than I am, where you guys are more nostalgic. I'm kind of nostalgic for some old shit. But to me, I would be more nostalgic for a PS2, Xbox original shit, Dreamcast. You guys are more nostalgic for Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega, that type of shit. As people in that age bracket, for you guys, I'm not calling you old or anything, but people in that age bracket, do you guys feel like your generation or your people in around you, your coworkers, your people that around your age, would want to go into a fucking GameStop to buy retro games?
I think some people our age will. They can lose their fun factor quite a bit. When you go back and play these games, when I bought this Nintendo recently. Yeah. What I think is going to happen is not your generation, Jesus. It's an even younger generation. These 14 and 15-year-olds, the ones that are buying these pops and all that stuff, they are going to grow up with this video game industry because we kind of started it, but they're going to be in the prime of it. When they get older again, when it becomes video games are going to become esports and
15 years from now, 10 years from now.
People that age, say their early 20s, they're going to want to collect. They like to collect things. So why not go back and collect the beginning of the video game era at home when you can go back and buy these Nintendos? But that's way down the road,
Oh, man, Nintendo's going to make a fucking killing in the future when they're experience the original Mario game. Woo!
It's look at it as cars, these people collect cars.
True,
I'll go back and look at these old Auburn Cords, these cars made back in the early 1900s, and some of them are just really, really cool.
Yeah.
They're by no means
we have a
but
festival here in town where some people bring in their old cars. There's this couple, dude. They own a fucking Model T from 1915 or some shit. And it's holy shit, this thing still drives. I'm yeah, we drove it here. And we're what the fuck?
Right.
That's fucking crazy.
That's gonna be our video game consoles. It's gonna be shows. And you'll be I have this rare working
Super Nintendo,
Nintendo or Super Nintendo.
This Sega system. I have this Sega Dreamcast discontinued thing.
and especially as physical media is starting to go away,
right.
Because then you're I have this copy of a game. Look, I can hold this game.
Think about how many people 20 years from now are going to own a copy of PUBG physical.
Man, nobody.
And they sell that shit at the store for $20, $30.
Well, actually, if you remember, wasn't it PUBG that even when it first came out, GameStop was all featured PUBG, right? Hey, it's on Xbox, guys. You would walk in, and you got a box with a code.
No, they sell you a disc. I'm pretty sure there's a disc in the thing that you put on your Xbox. I don't think so.
No, I remember they actually gave you. It was a big thing because they were dude, I got to GameStop, and here they are giving me a code for PUBG.
No, because they sell the case at Walmart.
Oh, do they? Okay, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, it was PUBG that was the big stink over retailers like GameStop just giving out a code. Like it actually gave you the
PUBG Xbox One disc revealed. This is what you get. So it says you get a retail box version featuring an all-new colorway of the game's iconic key art. New blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you get a fucking disc, Gunny.
Okay, wow. I thought it was maybe when it first came out, like the first release. I thought that was the big stink of it. So I remember doing an article on that.
I'm saying, like, these games that are coming out now, like think of I don't know, man. I'm just thinking about shit in the future. Like 20 years from people that own a Fortnite console, the Fortnite Purple Edition Xbox One S, which I find it incredible to me that, like, Microsoft still, at this very moment, does not bank on their X system. Why the fuck not? You know what I mean? Like, they're doing it with their Gears of War system, the new Gears of War 5, the new Xbox One X for that. But why not do it for Fortnite? Why does every Fortnite system that come out for the Xbox One, why is it an S? Why is it an S, Gunny? Why is it an S, Mayo? I don't know.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is it an S?
Why is it an S? Why is it not an X? Why is it not an Xbox One X? Why does it have to be an Xbox One S?
Because Phil said a couple E3s ago that was going to be their number one console seller, the S. So that's the one he said that's going to be that's when it's going to make the most sales.
That's just, I don't know, it's ridiculous.
Right? Because I went into Costco and saw, like, there's like 2 pallets of S's, you know? And I think they were all like Madden editions or something. But that was before the Fortnite edition came out, which looks pretty cool, actually.
The purple one, yeah. I'm saying, why not make a purple Xbox One X and sell it for like fucking $500 or whatever the fuck?
Hey, remember they did that with, was it Fallout 76? But then they were like, crap, that game's such a dud.
That game is still, you can still, right now I can go to Best Buy and buy myself an Xbox One X. Fallout 76 edition, which is nothing. It just includes the game.
Right, it's not an actual.
And I get it. I could get it for $100 off. I get it for $400 instead of $500.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what, guys?
It's kind of weird to me, the marketing they do behind all that bullshit. Whatever.
I think this is just GameStop talking about doing the retro thing and listening to Game Store Guy on VGO, and Michelle and all them, and and he, like he said, we already have these retro stores. I own a couple of them. I'm sure there's probably some in my area. I don't know about.
I know there's one in my town, and I don't see like GameStop being like a thing for me to want to go to like, oh, I'm going to go here and hang out and play Magic cards like Jonathan Hall and Eric Smith.
They have those places. They exist. Not in my area because rent is so skyrocket high, but I've seen them in places like probably down where Sean lives, in that Fresno area, where there's like 600,000 people. Somewhere that I bet you they do exist. Several of the places where you can go in,
like my town.
Big spaces.
Literally, we have this little shop, Gunny. It's called Game something, Game Store, or Game Star, or Game some shit. But literally, all they sell there is game stuff, like video game shit. But I would say like probably 95% of the store is like PS3 games, PS2 games, Xbox original games, Xbox 360 games, and like a very little tiny section is dedicated to the Xbox One. A very tiny fucking section is dedicated to the PS4. And then like a very small section is dedicated to the Nintendo Switch. But everything's like Nintendo, old school Nintendo, NES, fucking Super NES, all that shit. Like it's all like
3DS,
like Nintendo 64, GameCube. They have all that shit. Rockstar Guitar Hero, they have all that shit on like. They sell the guitars and all that, but they don't really focus on like new game sales. Like I've even been there a few times, and the dude's like, I ask him, "Do you have this game?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, but we sold out. We're gonna order more copies." Blah blah blah, and like, I just don't see myself like why would GameStop want to shift to something like that? Like,
and
there's no benefit to them doing that. What the fuck?
No,
well, it's gonna be hard because your library is gonna be limited on what's out there or what's left.
Because it's because GameStop, it's a franchise, right? it's a fairly large franchise because it's nationwide and including Canada and wherever else they are in the world. But yeah, they're not going to go. I seriously doubt even if they try this retro thing, it's not going to work.
What do you guys think?
Because they're going to have to charge too much, right? More than eBay,
yeah. more
than Amazon,
right? More than most like regular mom and pop shops.
Most people are just going to walk out going, "Oh, fine, I'll just go buy a Nintendo NES from the guy down the street who
eBay.
sells
you just get on eBay and buy a cartridge.
I'll buy it for $100 instead of $200 or whatever. I'm just wondering, what do you guys think, Gunny, Mayo too? What do you guys think that GameStop needs to do to like not die within the next 5 years?
I don't see what they can do. I honestly don't, because you know why?
Why?
What is the future? What do we see in the future for like something that can keep them alive? You know what I don't see what physical media. I see Google popular. Stadia in October, right?
I see Google Stadia. I see the next gen systems releasing with the disk drive.
So that's going to be something that'll up the revenue, right?
I somehow think
for a short time.
Okay, say next consoles come out next year, right? The year's going to be 2020. I legitimately think that when we're doing the podcast in 2025, 5 years after launch, when I'm like 30-something years old, nearing Gunny's age, and we're going to be talking about this shit, and we're going to be talking about like how everything is digital, and there's no more physical media left, and how like the new Xbox One... What do you think next? The Xbox Scarlet X system is releasing, and it has no disk drive at all.
Because I'm sure I'm going to walk in even to my Target store, and they have like 2 to 3 rows of like your gaming stuff. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo has like a smaller section up front, and the rest of like that bigger section, even in my Target, it's all Blu-ray movies that are $30 a piece, and some of them are. I mean, there's a lot of good cheap stuff in there too, but standard def that I would never buy because I'm digital. But like that's just going to move all over to the game section, right? Where's the game section at again? Oh, we don't. Yeah, just somewhere over by the TVs.
Even the movies is still going digital anymore, or Netflix, and I have a Voodoo account with like 200 movies. Yeah. And I have, I buy these movies on these sites where you can just buy the like the little pamphlets they put in with the movie, and you redeem the code or whatever. You can buy those codes actually for like $5 to $8 range for new movies. And so instead of me just renting the movie, I buy the movie. So now I have like a 200 movie library, all digital. I can play it on my phone. I can play it on a tablet. So I can take it with me in the car. I can travel with it. I can watch it in my living room. I can watch it in my bedroom. And I don't have to worry about the disc getting messed up. Like Gunny, you had your son when they were younger. What happened to those discs? They got thrown around. They got lost. They got scratched up. You don't have to worry about that. All the internet.
Because we were always going back. We were always going back into GameStop. Oh man, like, don't you have that copy of this game? Because this one's not working. Yeah. You need to exchange it.
A big scratch in it because some, 7-year-old was cleaning the countertop with it or something.
Yeah, the dog had it in his mouth.
And you look at best, our Blockbuster. I don't miss Blockbuster at all. Like, and I love I lived at Blockbuster as a kid. Renting games and renting movies. Weekends, my parents would go rent movies, and I get a video game. Yay!
Hey, remember when Hollywood Video came out to compete against them? That was cool.
We had one of them right here in
Columbus. I'll go down to Hollywood Video, pal.
Dude, I had a Hollywood Video right on the corner from my house. I would go there all the fucking time.
Yeah, that was the one that had the Game Crazy, right?
I remember, next to the Hollywood Video, all of a sudden one day they opened up like this Game Crazy store, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I remember going in there and I bought like Dino Crisis and shit like that. Fucking crazy, man! Like. I miss all those days.
I miss it, but and in a way I don't. Like I like the ability to go in there and just browse, and that's what we're gonna miss when we lose GameStop if it does to go away. Yeah. Is we won't have that store. Even like at Target, I like to. My wife and kids are shopping. I'll walk over to the electronic and gaming section and just look at the game.
I still go in there, guys.
I see every single one of those titles online. I've seen every trailer, but I look at those games and I'm going, oh, wow, I remember that. That's a good game. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I still go on there when they're on Sundays.
Every time, what the draw is.
Every time I go to any fucking retail store, One of the sections that I visit, electronics.
Yep.
Every time.
Same.
I don't know what the fuck it is, like an addiction. It's like I have to go there. If I don't go there, then I'm missing something. I don't know what the fuck I'm missing.
You know, 2 years ago, well, let's go back a little. I'm going to go back 2 years ago. The wife was like, I don't know about this Amazonian thing, this thing where you buy stuff on the internet. Ew. I'm going to Target. I'm going to go to Walmart. And if you want, like, I'll go with you to the games. I'll go with you to the Best Buy, okay? And then we can look at that physical product. Stuff like that. But now, like,
how wrong we can be, you know? I remember when cell phones came out, and I thought texting would never pick up. You know, I remember going, why would you want to text somebody and try and spell it out on your phone when you can just call them and tell them? I'm like, this is so dumb, you know? And look at what texting became, you know? Like, I'm like, boy, I called that wrong. You know, just like shipping of movies or merchandise in the mail, you know? Like, when it first happens, we don't see the benefit of it. And next thing you know, we're all doing it, you know? It's like they warp our mind into believing that's what we want. And we just gravitate toward it as consumers.
And in the future, we're all going to gravitate towards streaming because you know what's more convenient, Mayo, than putting a disc in your drive? Digital. What's more convenient than having to wait for a download?
Right.
Streaming.
Yeah.
That's it. That's literally it. I just told you guys the fucking answer to the future. The convenience factor of being able to, like, on launch day of Cyberpunk 2077 without having to waste a bit of space on your hard drive. You're going to fucking log into Stadia, press launch,
and play.
You know, you're going to walk into, like, Target or Walmart, just using those as an example, you know, with your kids, and they're going to look over in the gaming section, and there's going to be, like, a box that says Fortnite on it, right? This is what you're going to play it with, and inside that box is going to be, you know, I'll bet you even, like, down the road, they're going to even have, like, an even cheaper controller. It's going to be $30, right, for that Google Stadia controller.
And it's actually not expensive, man. Like,
yeah, and what's the
like $60? That's how much. How much does an Xbox? An Xbox controller cost $60.
Mm-hmm. For a regular Xbox controller.
For a regular one.
What's the Ultra dongle thing? What's that thing called for your Google?
Oh, it's just one of those
I have one in my
Google Homes, like Google Chromecast. It's the
Chromecast thing.
It's the newest one.
What you're going to need, right?
Yeah, that's all you need.
That's all. Those two things are going to be in the box, and then it's going to have a picture of Fortnite, and just those are the only two things, right? Like, boom. Yeah. What do you do? Like, no, that just plays on our TV, just like that, you know.
And I've actually,
parents are going to love it.
I didn't tell you guys this, but I bought the Founders Edition, so I'm gonna get that when it comes out on November. And honestly, like, what the fuck am I gonna play on there? I don't know yet. Maybe Destiny. I don't fucking know.
You'll find something.
I'll find something to play on there, I guess. But maybe, like I said, maybe the one game that I'm really gonna play a lot of is maybe that new Ghost Recon, because that Ubisoft pass is gonna be on there.
Yeah, or maybe September.
Or maybe
1st or 4th.
Maybe Cyberpunk when it comes out. Maybe I decide to buy Cyberpunk on my Google Stadia instead of my PC or anything. I'm just like, I'm playing Cyberpunk anywhere, anytime, when I want to. You know?
You know, and the thing that excites me, I was talking to you guys a couple of weeks ago about this was, hey guys, you know, I have this 4K TV in here, and, you know, I've got the older Sony TV in the living room, and thinking ahead, like, maybe I want to get a smaller 4K TV because I think it's too large for this bedroom, you know, especially with like a first shooter. So if I can move that in the living room, maybe get a 47-inch in here, and, you know, and that's where I'm going to be. That's where my Ultra Chromecast is going to be to play my Stadia, my PlayStation VR. And, you know, and in here I can Google Stadia. It's going to be on both of my PC monitor, my 4K TV that I just bought again. So it's a win-win, you know, all the way around.
Are you saying that to maybe just kind of think like people like real clean setups? You're not going to have a console connected to the TV. So you can have a wall-mounted TV, have it Stadia plugged into the back of it because it's going to be a little dongle. And you're not going to see, you can have a wireless controller. You're not going to have any console in the way. You're not going to have any maybe say you don't like to have like a TV stand or something like that. You're going to free up that living room space, and you're just going to have Stadia on your wall, and you won't even have to have a unit in the way to plug in or anything.
It's just you're going to see that too. That's the thing too, where you're going to see like either LG or Samsung, team up with
built in.
Right, because Android is already on a lot of devices on TV, right? A lot of them. With the smart TV integration.
You'll probably see Samsung. You'll probably see Samsung do it before anyone else, or maybe Sony, because Sony has the Android on their OS. But yeah, man, like I could totally see it just happen with all these platforms where like we're gonna have Stadia, we're gonna have Xbox, we're gonna have PlayStation, we're gonna have Nintendo, and people are saying, "Oh, Stadia's gonna fail." I don't think Stadia's gonna fail. I just don't see it happening, man.
I just think that's the way the industry's going, and they're, regardless of whether we want it or not, like we've kind of been hitting that. That's the way the industry is gonna go, and we're just gonna be along for the ride. Yeah. We're gonna bend, and we're gonna be like, well, I guess I want to start streaming tomorrow because I have no choice.
I guess I have to buy a Stadia controller now, guys, because I don't have a choice no more. Like, I have to buy it.
That one game's gonna come out, and it's gonna be a Stadia exclusive.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be like, yay, Stadia, and then we're gonna be in that ecosystem, and then we're there. They got us.
The one thing that I think Stadia is gonna come out with that's gonna be a thing that everyone needs. It's gonna be something like think of PlayStation Home. You remember PlayStation Home where you could like have your own apartment and stuff?
I watched streams of it. I thought that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Because
it's like the thing from Ready Player One, like the Oasis.
About 7 years ago, yeah.
It's like that. I think Stadia's going to come out with that. I think Stadia will come out with something like the Oasis, where like anyone, anywhere, anytime is connected to this world, billions of people in the same fucking thing, everyone connected. Just do whatever you want. Just fucking do it. Buy a house, buy apartments, whatever you want to do, work, whatever. And I think that's going to be the game changer. I think it'll happen eventually. One of these companies is going to figure out. It's either going to be Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, or Google.
Yeah.
Or Facebook with the fucking Oculus. I don't know about that.
Yeah, the Oculus does have a home already. Like when I have it, I have a environment I set up on the Oculus already that has a couch and a basketball hoop. And literally you can play basketball in the game.
It's actually funny because on PlayStation VR, you launch the Hulu app. There's actually a mode in the Hulu app. Now, it's not on Netflix. On Netflix, I think there's theater mode. But I know for a fact in Hulu, there's a mode where like I could set what I want the environment around me to look like. Like I could be in a beach house, and like I could see the ocean in the background, like the sand. Yeah. And, like I'm in a beach house with a big glass window, and like I'm sitting there watching Hulu on my 60-inch TV. Or I could set it to be like a theater, so like it looks like a movie theater with like people sitting around eating popcorn and shit. Or like I could set it to be like something else. Like there's 3 different things you could set it to be as. It's fucking crazy.
Since we're talking
what I
about
think,
TV
guys?
and VR, I do have a quick question for you, Jesus. Maybe you know. I just started looking at this yesterday. Oculus had a player. It's like a big screen player thing, and I guess they're making reference to 3D movies. You can watch 3D movies through it. Have you done any of this in VR? Like watching a 3D movie in VR?
But I hear that on the PSVR, 3D movies are fucking incredible. Which
I want to try this.
I need to get a hold of a 3D movie somehow. I need to buy it on Amazon or something. Get a hold of a cheap 3D movie. Like even if it's even if it's a kids movie or something, I need to fucking just sit there and watch it. Because I hear 3D I hear 3D really works really well in VR. It just works.
I want to pursue that avenue. I thought about it yesterday, and I was reading some articles on it, and it just kind of popped in my head when we were talking about TV.
Because think about how like, because it makes sense. Because think of like, for example, like how today I was talking about like on Astrobot when you get those little like character figures and you can flip them around and see the 3Dness in them.
Right.
This is exactly what a movie would look like. Yeah, it's what a movie would do. Yeah.
It's actually probably better 3D than a regular movie, so I wonder if they can enhance the movies and make it really 3D. Like,
man. I need to watch Mad Max in 3D. I wonder if I could probably download a 3D version, huh?
Yeah.
Watch it on my PlayStation.
Completely legally.
Completely legally, yeah, totally. Gunny, what were you going to say, Gunny?
No, I was just going to say it didn't relate to the conversation, so.
Oh, it's all good, man.
Never mind.
But I mean, we'll see. Anyways, one more piece of news that I have here for you fellas is Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Since the new alpha came out, there's a few things that have been complained about. For example, there's a mode. So, like, for example, when, I don't know if you noticed this, Gunny, but when you're about to die, when you're getting shot at and you're really low on health, you know how back in the day, Call of Duty used to give you, like, that blood splatter on the edge of your screens? You know, like,
yes.
You see the blood splatter? Well, now, I know, you probably definitely noticed this, Gunny, because I noticed it, is the screen goes black and white for a second. Like, the screen goes black and white. And, that's really throwing off a lot of players because it's really hard to see in black and white.
Oh, makes sense, yep.
It's hard to see the enemy in black and white, and it's hard for you to realize if you're even still playing in black and white. Because it happened to me today a few times where, like, all of a sudden my screen would go black and white, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is my guy dead, or am I alive, or am I spawning? Like, what's going on? Am I dying? Am I dead, or am I about to spawn? What's going on right now? Like, I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Should I hide or should I rush at the enemy? What am I doing right now? So apparently Call of Duty, Activision already said that they're going to maybe remove that black and white screen for the next beta. Which is a good thing to have an alpha. So I say for the next time the beta comes out for Xbox users and PlayStation users and PC users probably, they're going to remove that black screen.
Especially people that are colorblind.
Yeah, they also said that some people wanted...
Even though there's a mode.
Some people wanted a field of view slider, like an FOV slider, and that is apparently not available in the Call of Duty at this point in time. Yeah. And,
that should be available. Yeah, they should put that in, especially for,
Yeah.
Even during the beta.
And Modern Warfare developer Infinity Ward
Ultra-wide.
said that they're looking at a aim down sight slider. So, like, I guess it'll show, like, how much you're aiming down sights. I don't know how that's going to work.
Because I kind of like where it's at right now, especially with Call of Duty.
I don't see a problem with
maybe
it.
Maybe you'll get a little bit of a wider view, like kind of like my ultra wide, like is light FOV. So maybe the gun will kind of be pulled back toward the character more. So it's kind of almost like a zoomed in effect. You're going to see more of the environment.
Yeah, it's not very, because it's not where it's at right now. You see more gun than anything.
Yeah, it says here that there's no promises being made on any changes, but the studio's going to definitely look into it. That's what the Call of Duty developer said, their lead developer. Yeah.
Good changes.
I don't have much else in news, man. I mean, I have like one more piece of news here that says Xbox Project Scarlet will see a big upgrade in the CPU, which was speaking with OXM, which is the official Xbox magazine, at Gamescom's 2019. Xbox General Manager Aaron Greenberg said the next generation of consoles, especially the Xbox Scarlet, will likely see a greater CPU gain as opposed to the GPU boost of the previous generation. It says here, he said, quote, "We feel good about what we've done with the Xbox One X, and the same team that built that is also building the Project Scarlet. What we're seeing today is a huge upgrade in GPU. You can output in 4K, a lot of other benefits, memory structure, and so on. For the next generation, I think you see a big upgrade in CPU, because we want to make sure you don't have any compromises with the frame rate. Yes, we can do 4K, but we can also do frame rates up to 120. I think that type of capability will be something people don't see today, and then the high-speed instant gaming using solid-state drive to enable instant resume, getting into games and being able to play them by removing load times and load screens that exist today. That is going to be a huge change." I mean, quite frankly, the more they talk about Xbox Scarlet, guys, I don't give a fuck.
I thought you were going to say, I'm going to buy one.
It's like they're like talking about PC gaming.
Yeah, they
legitimately, you know what I mean? Like, solid state drive, better CPU. It's like, my CPU is pretty fucking good at this point in time, and it's probably going to be as good as whatever the fuck they release next year.
You know what I should
maybe
do?
Not so many.
I might start building some mini towers and just buy some old Xboxes and just shove the motherboard and stuff in and all that, and I'm going to make little Xboxes that are...
Do it. Go to the Mayo box.
Listening to a podcast this week about, where, and we do this too on our show, where as we get closer to launch, with where we predict like what the price launch price is going to be. And, they were talking about, no, it's going to be 500. Oh, it's going to be 600. And, and then there's that whole tariff thing that's going to... that might change them.
Oh, no, wait, Gunny. And also the recession that's coming, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, right?
Recession.
So, within the next year. Yeah. Political stuff. That's a whole nother show.
That's a whole other bullshit, yeah.
Right? And I thought about it, too. Like, and that's something huge. I know in the Microsoft boardroom and even with PlayStation and over in China and here in America, where they think, okay, like, at what point do we, what's the highest we can go? Because people can build PCs nowadays for $600, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, not so much with monitor, keyboards, and mouses, but
no, you can definitely build a tower right now with $500 that'll probably match an Xbox One X.
Yeah, I mean, you can go online. There's actually like real smart people out there. I mean, I could do it. Like
YouTube has millions. YouTube has millions of, like, when I was asking Mayo how to build what to get on a PC or how to build one, I went to YouTube, and you can legit put any fucking price, put any price. I want to build a PC for $756.
Yeah,
someone will have a video on there.
And it'll have a part where you can exactly buy each part.
I built a PC for $756. Here you go, guys. What are you gonna do? Like exactly that.
So with that said, I think that they look at it and they think, okay, trying to get into the mind of the actual consumer itself for the that's already in that ecosystem with, let's say, the Sony PlayStation, right? Where they think, okay, we don't want them to actually go, well, fuck, God, yeah, the fucking PlayStation 5 is going to be $600 or whatever, $550. My God, and then have them actually go in and do any kind of research for what you just said, right? So they want it to be like, oh, you're going to get all this for $499.
Yeah. Well, there is a convenience of it too. The console is super convenient. It can be inconvenient on a PC. You can have problems. You can have compatibility issues. It's rare anymore, and I think it's over exaggerated by console gamers.
You know what I've noticed? Brink has quite a bit of like issues, but you know what Brink also does?
He creates a lot of issues. I think
he overclocks the shit out of everything. So that might cause issues.
Benchmark and test. And
that might cause issues if you decided to overclock fucking everything. That might make a little bit of compatibility issues with your games.
Hey, but I know where Brink's going with this stuff, and it's something like I want to, eventually is, how far can I push my PC? And
everyone wants to push their PC.
And it's a desire. You want to make that thing go as good as that every dime you spend on it will.
And my kid and I, messing around with Java Minecraft last week, and when he's I told him like, it's not doing it for me, man. Like, why shouldn't I just play on my Xbox X, right? Well, you know what, Dad? Because you can't do mods. I'm like,
that's right, mods.
Good point. That could be a factor for some people, right? Like me, that no, I want mods.
People that are in consoles right now that don't know, maybe you've never experienced mods. Mods are like free DLC that can change everything.
Like they did with Bethesda and Fallout. I think that was a smart move on their part.
Oh, like even Skyrim on Xbox has mods, but like they can change everything, dude. Those mods.
But like,
we'll look at Beat Saber. I'll talk about it tonight. I changed the sabers. I changed the background. I can add my own music. I went from going, I had like 25 songs in there that are like specialty Beat Saber songs. Yeah. But now I can type in Eminem. I can type in AC/DC.
That's what I told you, man. I fucking wish Sony had that on their PlayStation, just like Spotify support. Let me just fucking play anything on Spotify.
And it just opened the world up to me. Like I can do any song I want to do, and then I can do custom sabers. I have pickaxes from Minecraft as my sabers. I have these big daggers. I have different color swords. I can change the colors of the blocks coming at me. I can have gold and red, or gold and blue, or yellow and gold, or green and blue, or Christmas time. We're gonna have a Christmas party. Let's play a Beat Saber with red and green with sparkling lightsabers that different colors or something. I don't know, but
I think it was GTA. Was it GTA 2 back in the day? And I didn't have like, let's say, a gaming PC, but I had whatever was available at the time. And I think, man, like, just I have fond memories of going in there and changing the music stations to my custom music station. Mm-hmm. So when I got in my car, right, when I went down to get some, hookers and blow, seriously, and I would actually change it to my custom station to listen to, Van Halen, Metallica, and whatever else I was listening to at the time. It was like the best thing ever.
That modding community can really keep a game alive. Like it can breathe new life into a game.
Definitely.
It can be graphic. It can be graphic overhauls. If you guys search it, go to YouTube and look at like the graphic mods for like let's say Crysis. Remember how old is Crysis? That game came out
12 years ago.
Something like
the
that.
First one. I don't know.
There's a mod out there that makes it look absolutely amazing. Like pretty much right on par with everything we see today. And it looks amazing, and that's, community made mod that, they keep these games alive. And I remember PC Gamer used to have a section in the back of their magazine. It's a mod section, and they take about 5 or 6 games and they talk about the modding community of this game. And, and these games would be old, early 90s, late 90s games, and they still mod them and still have a player base.
Yeah, definitely breathes new. Yeah, you're right. Extends the life of the game, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all I really have for news, guys. I mean, besides Cyberpunk coming to Stadia and a few other titles they announced.
I just have one thing, guys, that I do just want to talk about Gamescom for a second, or at least give you a small list of the games that were the coolest games at Gamescom 2019.
Oh shit! Okay.
Oh yes.
All right, so this is the
Gamescom,
coolest ones.
Just maybe for people who don't know, what is Gamescom, Gunny? For the listeners that don't
I always say it's just the E3 of Europe. That's what I call it in Germany.
Pretty much. It's actually bigger than E3, but yeah.
Yeah, as far as
people going, it's way bigger than E3. Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. I forgot the number of people that attend these things, but I was like, no
huge.
way.
It's always in Germany, so yeah, it's fucking huge compared to like E3.
Yeah, I remember listening to a couple of podcasts. Like I want to say it was Destin Ligari, right, from IGN, and I think it was a couple of years ago. He was talking about how he said it was so hot inside there. He said it was just for the body heat from like thousands of people, And he's like, I'm not one to get like anxiety and pass out, but my gosh.
And the thing is, the thing about Gamescom is it's so big, but just because it is not in America, it doesn't get the coverage. Like, it is not in the United States. I mean, it doesn't get coverage.
Yeah, imagine if that came out first before E3. Yeah. I wonder what sort of coverage. I mean, it would still get like a lot of, viewers and stuff.
Yeah, but I wonder, man.
I have a goal to go to E3 one of these times. Like I've never been, and I want to come. But I'm way out here on the East Coast, so it's hard for me to.
It's a cost, man. You got to pay for a flight.
Yeah. Now I know a Gunny cheap and a JesusWalksAlot over on the West Coast. I'll come over your guys' place.
What about? What we talked about, Jesus? Remember we talked about the PlayStation experience? Like they hold those in. Not Ventura, but over there by Disneyland, right at the. Yeah, so whatever they have those, or Xbox has their XO game, thing again in America.
Yeah, I definitely want to go to one of those. I mean, it's really hard. Like I've always wanted to go to a PAX. I've always wanted to go to E3, and it's really fucking hard to get tickets to any of them.
Yeah, you have. Okay, so you have to know in advance, PAX, and then you have to be there that day PAX, online.
It's ridiculous, dude. Like PAX West. Like PAX Prime, I guess it's called PAX West now, in Seattle, like the biggest one, like one of the biggest ones, the biggest one on the West Coast. That shit's ridiculous. To get a fucking ticket to that thing, you have to pretty much be watching Twitter all day, all fucking day, all day. And as soon as they say, hey, tickets are live, you better click on that fucking link and buy as many tickets as you can within that fucking time that you open that window. Because as soon as you, even if you hesitate for a second, shuts down and you're like, oh, sold out in a minute, sold out. Everything. So we're sold out for the weekend, guys. Woo, we're sold
Too bad,
out.
I'm sorry.
3-day passes are sold.
You got a master race mouse now, Jesus. It'll have faster clicks, so you can probably get in there now.
Super clicking. Yeah. But yeah, man, I always wanted to go to that, and I'm with you, man. I want to go to E3, man.
Right. Did you get your list of games then, Gunny?
Yeah. So the first game on the list is, let's see, it's the Marvel Avengers. So we're talking about gameplay here, folks.
Oh, is that the one game? Showing that?
Yeah, this is the these bootleg Marvel superheroes still aren't doing it for us, but at least we know what the game looks like now. So just kind of give you the bullet points.
Well, so what's it like, Gunny? Tell me what the game's like.
I don't know, because I didn't watch it.
I've seen a video on it, and
I only saw the initial E3.
It does look like an action-packed game where you kind of have a predetermined sequence of events. Like this section, you're gonna be like Thor, and you're gonna be doing this, and then later on in the game, it's gonna flip over to this character, and you're gonna play through this sequence. It's gonna be a third-person, pretty much beat 'em up with the abilities of that character. So. You're going to go in as Thor, and you can have a bunch of enemies attacking you, and you can have lightning in your hammer to throw
So it's all PvE?
Yeah, it's all PvE.
Okay.
And it's going to have like a story.
Is it like Destiny, like an MMO?
Yeah. No, Square Enix said no.
It's just going to be... I would compare it more to just a single-player, like, Just Cause, where you're going to be a character.
So stupid.
I'm thinking of...
I'd rather play that Iron Man VR game than this shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Like, who was it? I always want to say Warner Brothers, and I always forget the name of the studio with Batman, where, there was like DLC you can get to play other characters in that universe, but...
Those Batman games were good, though. This doesn't sound good.
No, we'll have to see. Cool characters, but the next game is... Dragon Ball Z Zakarat? Is that how you say it? Zakarat? Zakarat. So, yeah, there's that. Nothing on extra on that one. Monster Hunter World's Iceborne. There's a gameplay demo, folks.
DLC, okay.
So, one of the best games, most successful games ever. So, of course, it's getting a beefy expansion. I think it's like, what, $40?
Yeah, it's actually like almost like a full price fucking thing.
Yeah, it's like a full game.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll release a version of the game where it comes with this expansion for $60. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, kind of like what Destiny's doing.
But that's
hey, buy this game, $60.
That's all of a
3 years
man.
ago.
If you want a game where you're hunting shit and you're grinding and you need something to play for like a long time.
Mm-hmm. You're trapped on an island by yourself.
Get you hundreds of
hours.
Get
this fucking game. Get this fucking game. I'm not kidding, because like it has thousands, probably hundreds of hours of gameplay. Not thousands, but probably hundreds of hours of gameplay before you can grind and get everything unlocked. It's crazy.
Yeah. The next game is Need for Speed Heat. I didn't get to see that.
I've seen trailers for this game, Gunny. I'm not super hyped for it, but I'm gonna play it just because of Premiere. Like if I didn't have a PC and I didn't have like access to Origin, Premiere, or whatever the fuck for $15 a month, I would never fucking buy this shit. But because I have access to Origin Premiere, I'm getting this game.
Yeah, and so when this does come out, I have kind of got one foot in the door on these EA things these days, so I'll just pay the $5 and get my EA access and play it.
There you go. Yeah, because even on Xbox you get an EA access trial. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. The next one we've got is Minecraft Dungeons. 13 minutes of gameplay.
I heard that mode is really good.
Yeah, it looks like it's Diablo-esque. It looks like fun.
You just crawling through dungeons.
Co-op hack and slash. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Looks really cool, actually.
And I talked about it before, but The Witcher 3 for Nintendo Switch. There's actual gameplay for that.
Did we get a release date for that?
It doesn't show it here, just in the bullet points.
I thought it was October, wasn't it? Like October something? For The Witcher 3.
Yeah, it doesn't have a link or anything.
How does it run on the Switch? Is it like 60 frames a second, 30 frames a second? Probably 30.
Yeah. Oh, I would think at least 30, but yeah, just reading off the bullet points from this website. In our next one we've got, but while you're looking that up, let's see. Oh, this game here, Death Stranding, introduces hot new features like Jeff Keighley and Eurometers. I know you guys talked about that.
Oh, we forgot about that. The P performance, guys.
Yeah. We
didn't mention it. This is surprise news right here, Gunny. Good job, Gunny, for bringing up the news about the P meter.
So let's bring up a scenario. So like say Jesus is walking down the street and he decides to pee in a corner, and then I go and pee in this the exact same spot that Jesus does. Gunny, you can walk over and pee in that same spot, and you might get a surprise.
A big surprise. Big.
Yeah.
Not just any surprise, Gunny. A big surprise. So listen, Gunny, when you pee in Death Stranding, it's not like it can pee. All right.
I just want to mark my own territory.
This pee, Gunny. This pee will grow mushrooms. All right, and maybe if like a bunch of players, like Hideo Kojima said, if a bunch of players go and pee on the same area, like the same location, then all those players might get a big surprise.
Oh, okay. This is so weird, dude.
Yeah. Hideo Kojima's a weird motherfucker, Gunny. You gotta know that by now. But I mean, like...
Yeah. You know, I saw, like, him last year. Remember he was outside and he was with, now I want to say Daryl Dixon. But, now I want to flip it here. And they were outside. They were outside smoking a cigarette. Like, that was one of the things they showed on the website. Or maybe it was the magazine I was reading, you know, just kind of hanging out, right? And, yeah, I wonder what was in those cigarettes, yeah? Or in those things they were smoking. But I don't think it was tobacco.
So what do we know about this game? Now we know you have a baby attached to you.
You have a baby attached to you that gives
a big ladder that comes out your backpack.
Okay, but the baby is a gateway to the other world, which is like the Death World, where the World War II soldiers are coming after you. And so the baby connects you to the Death World. It's like a gateway. That's why you have to keep the baby safe.
But so you got to. So I wonder, like, how many times
the United States has fallen. The United States has fallen. The president of the United States is in a deathbed. From the trailers we've seen, I don't.
And a big ladder in your backpack.
Huge ladder, mechanical ladder. You extend that motherfucker, and you
go gadget ladder.
Go gadget ladder, and you throw that fucker out, and he goes.
This Kojima just scrambles my brain because I'm thinking about, okay, I've got to get this baby from point A to point B,
point A
right?
To point B, yep.
And you know, I'm like just peeing in certain spots and using some magical ladder that pops out my ass so I can extend further to get over buildings or whatever it might be. Like, why can't I just use like a monster truck to just plow through shit?
Hideo Kojima said, quote,
"Can't do that.
If enough players pee in the same spot, something good will happen."
Oh. Wow.
Also, Margaret Qualley is introduced as Mama, and she's connected to one of the invisible babies who leaves tracks behind. It says here, her baby has been born on the other side, whatever that means. It says here, Mama can't move from her location due to the baby's condition. The new footage also speaks of a still mother, though the concept is about as confusing as you expect. It says here, babies are just equipment, Guillermo del Toro told people. Says here, so babies are equipment, pee mechanics, something good will happen if you all pee in the same spot. And there's Mama in the game. And what's the other guy's name? Dead Man? That's who Guillermo del Toro is playing as. He's playing as Dead Man. That's his character's name is Dead Man. So there you go, people. Updates on Death Stranding. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo! And also, you cannot see his penis. You cannot turn the camera to see his penis. It's carefully tuned, so you cannot turn the camera to see his penis, Gunny, when he's peeing.
Hey! But we talked about mods earlier, didn't we?
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
You say we're gonna see a mod for the penis?
We're gonna be seeing schlongs, man. Those mods.
Yeah.
But yeah, story is very intriguing. I'm interested.
Intriguing. What's intriguing about walking across a whole world with a baby?
Well, I thought that part, no. But I thought, like the story part where the guy from, like, I don't know, whatever that evil company is, and I don't know, it just seems like, you know, some futuristic shit that looks interesting. But yeah, the whole walk across America, maybe you can't, you know, we're in the future, but you can't use like any kind of future device to get you there. It's kind of nuts. But next one we've got here is that Modern Warfare, 14 minutes of gameplay. You can probably go watch it. Go on YouTube, watch that now. Let's see, this year's Call of Duty has an old title but new modes like 2v2 gunfight. So anyway, that's not very interesting of what we're playing so far. Kerbal Space Program 2. There's an official trailer. Now.
More spaceships that can crash.
Yeah. We've added more assets, folks. So yeah, I see that game always on sale for like $10, but I'm like, I don't know.
I say Kerbal Space Program, dude. It's an incredible game when you actually like figure something out. You're like, whoa, I got this rocket right. Yes. I got to the moon.
Yeah, I'm not mechanically inclined. So I'd rage quit after like 2 hours.
It's super incredible though, Gunny. You gotta get to the moon. When you first get your first successful like rocket into space, you're like, fuck yeah.
I'd probably get.
It makes you think.
Like, oh, God, so smart.
This
boom,
bullshit, right? This shit makes you think. How the fuck did we ever get as humans people into space? How, Gunny? How?
We've evolved.
That's fucking craziness.
Innovation.
We got people into the technology of a calculator. All right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Nowadays, we got 2080 Ti's. And we haven't gone back to the moon. What the fuck, Mayo?
I know. Why do we only go once? What's up with that? We beat the Russians. That's all we cared about. All right.
Right.
Next game we've got. Maybe you can explain this one, Jesus, because you're somewhat into this Gears of War 5, and it shows 5 minutes of Gears 5 Halo Spartan PC gameplay in 4K. And I think I heard about this on a podcast where you could now play as Spartans, right? But I thought we were always Spartans.
No,
right?
Gears of War 5.
Oh, yeah.
So in Gears of War 5, you get to play as franchises. Yeah, it's kind of confusing. Yeah, the way you read that headline was kind of like, what the fuck is that about? But in Gears 5, you actually get to play in the, I think it was it the Horde mode, Gunny, that you just announced, or the arcade mode? One of the modes, if you buy the Ultimate Edition of the game and play within the first week, which if you're part of the Ultimate Game Pass, you're already going to get the Ultimate Edition no matter what. If you're in part of that, or if you buy the Ultimate Edition, you play within the first week, you get actually special character skins that make your guys look like Spartans from Halo.
And from the picture that I'm actually looking at now, they look like some pretty cool Spartans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the art style they did on.
They're from Halo Reach. They're the team from Halo Reach.
Yeah, like look at the helmet. So yeah. I'm like, okay, those are definitely from that game.
So there you go.
Here's a game I never played, even back on the OG Xbox. But let's see, Battletoads. 9 minutes of Battletoads gameplay. So that's up there.
I mean, he is excited for Battletoads. I know everyone's making a bit. Well, Phil Spencer brought back Battletoads. Like,
no, because I never played the first one. So, I still have
not. It's a side-scrolling beat 'em up. It's gonna get old.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, fuck this. Sounds boring. I don't. Why is everyone making a big deal out of it?
I could say Battletoads in VR, side-scrolling beat 'em up. That might be cool.
May wants everything in VR now.
Man, I'm addicted.
Yeah. Oh, here's one for over there for the GFNG. FIFA 20, 11 minutes of Volta story. You're getting your story now in your FIFA.
Stupid and lame. It's like Madden 20 where, we got a story now. Visceral story.
Or NBA 2K,
We're known for our storytelling at EA Sports.
It's your story. Your life.
You make
your game.
Your superstar. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck you, EA. Fuck you, EA. Bullshit ass.
All right. Next one. Oh, I remember. I never saw this one, but I know what it was. Was that 10 minutes of Windjammers 2 gameplay? I know. I did not see the trailer on this.
I don't know what that one is.
Now we have actual gameplay.
What the fuck is Windjammers?
Isn't that the rollerblade? What do they call that?
Oh, is it that like
not rollerball.
Like it's supposed to be like competing with Rocket League. It was like an arena arcade. I gotcha.
So yeah, it looks. There's that, and then we've also got 7 minutes of Street Rage 4 gameplay. All right, next one is Man-Eater, the Shark Souls of Open Shark World Games.
So you're gonna eat people and sharks?
I hope so. I hope you are the shark, right? And you're eating people. Hey, but you know what? I'm already thinking, what about VR? Eat people in VR.
There you go.
Anteater. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have, guys. Those are the coolest games, Sean. From probably best to worst.
Okay. Nothing else, huh?
Nothing else. I think we're on to community questions.
Community questions. You can leave questions on the Facebook group, people. You can leave questions in our Discord. Hopefully, you got checked that. And you can leave questions there. Just go ahead. Facebook group or Discord, where we post every week. Anyways.
Roger that, folks. So I think we have... I did remember. And you know what? We always ask that first one. And it comes from our good friend, Brian Tull.
Okay.
And he asks you, Jesus, what's a stereotype you live up to and one that you don't?
I like beans.
That's it? Okay. I like beans. You're yes. Yeah.
I
almost said it.
What is a stereotype you live up to and one that you don't? I actually am very patriotic. I'm not an anti-Trumper, as you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I respect the office of the president, no matter who it is. And I'm actually very patriotic in the sense where, like, I'm kind of conservative myself. For people listening, whoa, Jesus is conservative. Whoa! But like,
and we just lost half our listeners.
Yeah, we just lost half our listeners. Like, holy shit! I thought Jesus was not conservative.
You don't hate him. How dare you?
No. But like if you have opposing views to me, like politically, racially, even if you're a neo, like if you're a Nazi, like say you really are a Nazi, where like you believe the world should be blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and there's only one master race. You believe that. Like a race, like a human race. Like, I will legitimately defend your right to express your opinion, and I will not shut you down. I believe in freedom of speech in such a way where I will only debate you, but I will never like want to shut you down for your speech. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some people,
I agree.
Some people, like if you don't agree with me or I don't agree with you, they want to shut me down for the way I believe things. You know what I mean? Like if I say I don't believe in religion, which I don't. Some people may want to shut me down saying, no, God's going to strike you down. You should believe in God. God is this, God is that, whatever. You know what I mean? And they want to shut me down completely. But they don't want to listen to my side of why I don't believe in such a thing. But I'm not that way. Like some people may not think that of me, but that's just how I am. Like I legitimately like believe in like freedom of speech and open conversation and debate between the two. I don't believe in like a one-sided situation where like you only let one side speak and never get the other side of the whole story.
I align similar to what you're saying because I'm pretty much the same way where I say, I see where you're coming from, you know, and then I will politely disagree with that person, you know, with my own views. In a respectful conversation.
Yeah, like some people would think that, oh no, Jesus would like just disagree and agree. You know, no, fuck that. Believe in both sides. Woo! But yeah, that's a stereotype I don't live up to. I don't hate Trump. Do I believe everything he does is perfect? No. But I also respect the office of the president, and I know that whatever, dude. Like he's the president. What are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you're saying, like especially now with online, and I read a lot of
online. There's so much hate. Like, fuck you, Jesus, you fucking Trump supporter. I'm like, well, he is the president. Fuck, what are you gonna do?
So I'm not very political. Like I'm sure a lot of you will notice that even on my Facebook, I don't do anything really political. If it's a funny Trump thing that somebody puts on there about funny Trump or funny
I love the Trump
Pelosi or whatever, I'll say that's funny, that thing you wrote. It's not,
and I post a shit about everyone all the time, all the political figures from like even Democratic ones like Hillary Clinton and shit. I'm always supposed to shit about them.
A lot of Hillary Clinton stuff,
and Bernie Sanders and all those motherfuckers. Like I post about everyone, and like people think like, oh, Jesus would be more of a liberal, left leaning, like super like all this like other different things, but like I'm not. I'm way different than what you may think.
Jesus, you know what I did? I shaved off my cop mustache.
Oh,
well, not
fuck.
completely.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No, Gunny. God.
Well, because the stereotype is that I'm
You're
a cop.
You're a fucking cop.
Everybody
Gunny.
thinks I'm a cop.
You're a fucking cop.
I know. Every picture everybody looks at, the first thing they ask my wife, right? In the apartment
You marry a
complex.
cop.
I don't see everybody, but they see me, right? Eventually they'll see me, and they'll see me driving through the complex with my cop glasses, by the way, my cop sunglasses. And and so they ask her, you know, is your husband a cop? And we have a very large Coast Guard base out here. So shout out to the Coasties that are listening.
Yeah.
And out here in Petaluma. So between here and the ocean. So that's what they ask, right? Because we actually have Coasties that live here. So
Yeah.
is your husband in the Coast Guard? Because I wear the same like cargo pants, you know, that I have for my company, right? And they're like, he's definitely a Coastie, you know. So yeah, that's a stereotype.
That's a stereotype.
I don't live up to. Yeah.
Don't live up to that stereotype, Gunny. Yeah. Fuck the police. Oh my.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I hate him. No, I don't. Kidding. We need him.
We definitely need him. There's just some real asshole cops out there. I'm not gonna lie.
There are, yeah, for sure.
I like cops. They do their job. They're here for a reason. But there's some real assholes out there. They'll just lie straight up. They don't give a fuck. They'll straight up lie.
Well, that's just people in general, you know, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. No matter what profession. Your doctors will fucking lie if they need to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what stereotype I'd live up to. I always think of like, you know, my ethnicity or something, but I'm just trying to think of anything else that like
old man Gunny. Okay, think about the stereotype of old man Gunny. Yeah. You're old. Okay.
That's what I was gonna say. Old man Mayo. Like I wake up in the morning and have to slowly move around the house.
Like the Mayo has to do some stretches before he gets out of bed.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, you gotta kind of stretch out in the morning, and you know, then I gotta kind of look at the news and get kind of updated real quick before I start my day. And you know, then the kids are like, want to tell me something real quick. I'm like, hold on just a minute. You know,
I need my coffee. You know. I need my coffee first.
Yeah, that's me. That's me with the coffee.
Give me a half hour to wake up and get my bearings straight, you know.
I need at least an hour. Well, not before work, but I do have to.
But that could also be like the 3 hours of sleep a night I get too. Like that could be affecting something.
That could be a contributing factor there, man. Old man Mayo and old man Gunny can't get up in the morning. I just sleep until noon.
What do I do? I get up at 3:30 every morning. So
Jesus sleeps until noon to fix that problem. Woo! Dude, today I got out of bed at 1:30 in the afternoon. Holy shit!
I'm almost done working at that point in time.
Oh man. Anyways. So what's the stereotype you do live up to, Mayo?
Well, I would say the old man is one I do, and the one that I don't. The one I don't, I would say, is PC Master Racer.
Oh, you PC fucking Master Racer, motherfucker!
Yes.
No,
you're totally a PC Master Racer. I don't like Epic. Fuck Epic.
Placard on
you fucking Epic lover, you motherfucker.
The listeners can't see that. No, like it's games. You know, it's games in general. So, like, you know, most PC people don't. You know, they'll knock on console stuff or vice versa. Console people knock on PC people, but it's games. You know, it's a community thing, and we can have fun with it. So, you know, I don't care what system you play on. You know, I get along with Nipron just great, and you know, plays on Xbox and you know, or PlayStation, and you know, and so you know, even if you're just on an Xbox, you know, definitely would enjoy Discord with you and stuff like that. You know, so you're still a gamer.
That's true. I mean, and if that were true, I think you would have stopped listening to this podcast, right? When you first started listening after like the second episode, you know? Yeah,
when it was all Xbox and PC or PlayStation.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, you would be like, "Fuck these guys!"
Right? Because
Xbox nerds.
This podcast used to be all PlayStation.
Mayo came in here and master raced everything up.
Then it was all Xbox.
I infected all you guys.
this podcast has evolved over the last,
Oh, definitely, dude. Like you could definitely see I would say the growth and the taste of gaming kind of changing as we've gotten older in the podcast. I mean, I guess I'm one of the original people on the show, but like think about back then, it was all Xbox, me, Captain Hook, Gunny, not Gunny, but like IAMS and Brink and shit and Tragic. And then Gunny and Ryan coming in like 2016 you guys came in? You and Ryan, Ryan and Eric. And like that continuing, and then like Ryan kind of like talking about PC here and there, and that kind of gave me the idea like, oh, maybe PC is the way to go. And then like slowly but surely, like eventually like it came to a point where like...
And then I bought a PC, and then it was, then we bought Switches.
Yeah, 2019 came around, and I was like, you know what? Tax time. I'm switching to PC, man. Fucking, I'm switching. PC time. Woo!
Who knows, folks? I mean, 2020 could just be an Xbox again. 2020, exclusive.
Yeah, it could be like a Stadia Master Race.
Or Stadia, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Like a
PS5. Wearing a Google shirt and hat.
Epic console. Yeah.
Epic console, PS5, and Epic console is all I play, guys.
We'll have a Stadia... his chair, his Stadia chair, right?
Stadia chair.
Hey guys, I have a question. Don Fuller, horribly awkward, wants to know what time of the day would you like the clock to stop and stay on forever?
I got this one.
Okay.
That time it will vary a little bit, but that time right after you eat supper, that when you eat the full
6
belly.
6 p.m.
Yeah, I would say roughly 6 p.m. because I don't want to say lunch because you gotta go back to work.
Yeah,
but when it's the end, you just ate supper, you're settling down for the day. There's nothing better than
that 6 p.m. feeling when I just came home, when I took a shower, I ate dinner. I'm good. I'm ready to game or maybe watch TV or something. Like, fuck yeah, you're right, Mayo. Hell yeah.
Or it's when you crawl in bed on a really long day when you're really really tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing where I was thinking, okay, like summertime, I'd want it to be, probably like 7 o'clock or 8, because that's when things here where I live at kind of cool down. I can open the window up and let some air in. And I thought, man, that would just be the perfect time. But maybe like the winter would have to be like earlier, because I'd still want there to be daylight to be able to go out and do
6 or 7
daytime stuff. Yeah. Sweet spot, yeah.
During the winter here in Ohio, it's dark by the time I get off work. It's dark when I go to work, and it's dark when I get home.
Yeah, same here.
I'm like,
I get up to work, and it's like fucking pitch black. I get off of work, and it's like fucking black outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This is bullshit. It's 3 p.m. It's already dark outside. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. And see, only working, the 4 days a week, but 12, 13-hour days. Sometimes it's like being at home outside near my home in the daylight is like weird. Yeah.
By the time
it's like, this place looked like.
By the time it's like 7 o'clock, it feels like it's midnight. You're like, what the fuck is it so dark outside for?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it bedtime?
Yeah. You just want to go to bed, and it's like, it's barely 7 o'clock right now. What are you doing, Jesus? Oh, shit.
So, guys, let's say it's 7 o'clock, right? And because Sean wants to know, at that time, let's say you're taking just a big... You're on the throne, man. You ate that dinner at 7 o'clock, you take a fat shit. Well, in the middle of intense online gaming, what do? Do you pinch it or do you push? I mean, it's towards the end, man. You're
online
like
session.
13-0. What do you do?
If you
playing Apex,
you have to go to the restroom.
Yeah, if it's 13-0, man. What do you do?
If it's something like you have to hold him, man. Like just
can't let the people down.
Yeah, you can't let the team down. What are you gonna do? Shit yourself? There's no way.
I say, you know what I say, Sean? Just pinch, pucker, whatever you have to do to keep it in. Do whatever you can. That's what I do. I squirm, man, if I have to, really... if I'm thinking number one, there's a lot of squirming on. Hey, and I do that during the podcast. It's like, just squirm it, Show must go on, guys.
Yeah.
So does the game.
Yeah.
That's it. Sean has another question. Ooh, if a family member accidentally sent you a personal dick pic. Would you ever bring it up or keep it to yourself and pretend it never happened?
I would bring it up and I would make a fool of him somehow.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Privately,
that's what I would do.
I wouldn't. Yeah. I would make fun of him.
I'd send a heart picture back.
I'm gonna fucking joke out of it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That dick pic from your rude brother. Here you go, brother. It's a picture of my dick. It's like, whoa, you sent it to the wrong fucking person.
He sent that out, right? Like on the do you guys ever go? Hey guys, I'm sure you know what. I know where Sean's going with this. Have you ever gone to when you go into Facebook, right? And then you're just like, you go into Messenger and you're like, send. No. Send. No. Send. Right? So you got to be really careful because also, if you notice, like when you link like certain things where it has all your contacts in there, like your work contacts.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't want to send your boss any, right?
Yeah, don't be sending your boss dick pics or anything like that, people.
Yeah.
If it's girls, don't be sending nudes to them. It's kind of fucking weird.
All right, next question we got from Gib8777. He asked, have you ever played a game and felt like you were missing something and couldn't figure it out?
Yes, plenty of games that I played that I like that. So,
yeah,
for example, the Witness. Everyone was like, "Oh, The Witness is such a compelling and visceral game. It'll challenge your mind." Like, fuck you, fuck The Witness. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I remember when you played that on my account. You were streaming it. I was watching.
This is a fucking bullshit ass fucking. This game is a bunch of hobo ass shit. Fuck this game. What else? What games are, like, people are like recommending it? This game is amazing. It's the best thing you've ever... Oh, what was that game that VGO kept talking about? Forager.
Oh, you don't like... I like Forager. Yeah.
Oh, Forager is so good. Forager is the best thing ever. Fuck you and Forager. Forager's fucking hobo-ass, fucking stupid-ass game. Fuck
no, actually, game. You know what? I got to give credit to John on that show because...
Fuck that game.
Even though he was drunk, he did... I want to say like he did, like you were prior, he did talk about what he thought the game was missing.
The game is stupid is what is missing. You should put that on the fucking title. This game is stupid is what is missing.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't played it, so I can't speak to it. But I mean, from what he talked about, like, all those upgrades and things you're doing didn't really have anything meaningful for the end of the game.
What other games have I played that I don't think that are super hyped or super cool? I'm trying to think of like popular like Xbox games that I've played that I just didn't think I fell into the hype.
I'm gonna jump in real quick while he's thinking and go real old school. Gunny, do you remember E.T. on the Atari? Like that game, you just feel like you're missing. You couldn't figure out how to get out of the hole.
No, but like I remember Pitfall, but I don't remember playing E.T. on there.
Yeah, it had this little hole, and nobody could ever really figure out how to get out of it. And actually, I don't know if this is true or not, but somebody at work told me actually some guy was like talking about it. He knew what to do. All she had to do is because the Atari just had the one button. You push the button and it would make your neck raise on ET, and if you hold it down, the ET character would float out of the hole, and that's how you got out. Something simple as that, but nobody thought of it back then. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Possible.
But yeah, that game I was so lost on. It was just kind of like, nope, not playing it.
Yeah, speaking of, that's funny that, we're talking about holes, digging holes, right? That's where they put that game.
Yep.
Yeah. In the ground. Yeah, I can't think of any, because for mine, it would probably be like like an Xbox game that, you got to love and play this game. It's the best thing ever. But, trying to think of like, so many people love, but maybe I couldn't stand, or, kept trying at it, but yeah, nothing at this time. So I'm just going to go on to the next question. Jonathan Pinpoint, what the hell is he talking about? Fuck off, John. Okay. All right. Next one.
What did he say?
I don't know. Something about woodchuck fuck. If a woodchuck could fuck wood, something stupid on there.
How much wood could a woodchuck fuck if a woodchuck could fuck wood? And Mike's short and sweet answer, if it's male, all of it.
Fuck the shit out of that fuck that fucking wood. Fuck yeah. Also, shout out to Shiloh Jocelyn new member of the group. He's been very active in the group. I noticed him.
I added him as a friend.
He's from Oregon, actually. So, like, what's interesting was when I noticed when he joined the group, because, you have to answer questions for the group to join. He said that our friend over at JB's Computers, the dude who sold me the computer.
Right, that's who I thought it was. I thought it was the same person.
Our friend over there, he sent him over. He was like, hey, dude, like, listen to... He actually recommended our podcast when he sold him the PC, and he told him to join our Facebook group. So,
well, thank you. That's awesome.
Shout out to JB's Computer thing.
In Shiloh. Thank you, guys.
JB's Custom Gaming PCs is his page on Facebook. Go find him. He sells computers for people.
PCs.
He actually does a really good job, man. Like, I've seen pictures of his recent work of, like, new PCs he's building for people. And, like, it's actually a pretty good job. And it's not crazy, like, it's not crazy overpriced compared to, like, buying, like, rebuilt, ugly-ass computer from, like, Best Buy. Like, the other day I was at Best Buy, and I saw a pre-built computer with, like, what was it, Mayo? Like a 2080 in it or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Did I send you a picture of that thing? The thing was fucking ugly, dude.
It was.
I was like, what the fuck is this shit? It was freaking horrible looking. And it cost, like, I think it was like $1,400 at Best Buy. I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, this thing is ugly as fuck. And someone's going to pay $1,400 for this. It's ridiculous. Anyways.
Yeah.
Well, and Shiloh also, if you haven't yet, come on over to the Discord and say hi if you're on the PC anyways, especially because it seems to be the form of chat of choice, and Discord we're pretty active over there. Actually, speaking of how active we are over there, did you look at the complete list of rankings on Discord over there, Jesus?
No, what's
I was kind of proud, actually. The top 4 spots were the 3 of us were in the top 4.
Oh,
I won't go in the order ranking, but and that just ranks your activity. So it just shows how active, we are with the group and enjoy.
Oh, definitely, man. Yeah, like I enjoy talking to all you guys, all the listeners out there, all the people that message me on Facebook, message me on Xbox, even though I'm not on there quite often. But I mean, like, if you message me on Discord or you message me on my Facebook personally or whatever, like, I'll reply to you pretty much right away, and
same.
And I'm happy to say that I'm willing to do that. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of podcasters feel like they don't do that. I don't know why. Maybe they feel like they're too much of a celebrity, or too much of, like, they're not willing to step down to that level or whatever to, like, engage with.
I think too. I kind of see it as being new. You can get kind of busy. People are trying to, like, get you to play certain games with them. And, like, we're just constantly on the move. I was thinking about Deep Rock the other day with MechMod and them guys. It's like we played that game for a while, but we got to keep going, and also just have content for the show. We just kind of keep moving. That's
the truth. Like, I'm constantly playing different fucking games, man. Like, one minute I'll message Jonathan Hall. Like, the other day I messaged him. I was like, yo, Jonathan, get on right now. We're going to play some more No Man's Sky. And then, like, that fucking same night, I was playing, like, something completely different. And I fucking forgot to message him again. Like, today, Gunny Chief. Like, I messaged Gunny Chief. Gunny, get on. We're going to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare Alpha. Gunny's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Jesus is playing Days Gone.
Right. You know what I mean? It shows you were online. But I'm like, okay, he's playing on something else. Yeah.
Like, I'm completely playing something else. It's like we're constantly playing different things. And especially me, man. Like, right now, catch up with Days Gone. I'm trying to play, like, I'm hopefully going to finish Wolfenstein before the end of the year. I want to make it a goal of mine to finish that before Game of the Year. I want to, like, there's so many games coming out, man. Like Man of Medan coming out this week. Control's coming out this week. Gears of War 5 coming out in a couple weeks here. Like, next week, isn't it? Gears of War?
The 9th, I think, is the official release, but if you own it, the Game Pass, it's like 3 days earlier.
Yeah, so 2 weeks from now, on the 6th is coming out, so there you go. Then there's, like, fucking all those games coming out that week for
Borderlands.
Yeah. Borderlands coming out on Epic exclusive, Mayo. Epic exclusive.
Yeah.
You're going to have to buy that, Mayo, from the Epic store.
Yepper. That'd be my third game I bought. Actually, purchase.
Mayo sounds very excited about that. But like, there's so many games coming out this fall, man. It's like, whoo, here we go, boys. Get ready for spend hundreds of dollars on fucking video games.
I remember what the wife said earlier, you know.
If our Patreon, our winner of our Patreon coming up hasn't bought Borderlands 3 yet and he enters, it might be his way.
Yeah. There you go, people. There you go.
$50 of it right there.
$50. You got to just spend 10 more bucks and get yourself your Borderlands copy. Yeah, Borderlands 3. Or maybe even Gears of War. Oh, yeah, well, Gears of War will be out by then, huh? You can still get it. It will be only a week old.
Yeah, you'll get one of those too. I mean,
$5 to try it.
Gears of War. I mean, Blair Witch is coming out this week too on Game Pass, guys, in just a few days here. Coming out in Game Pass. All these games coming out. Anyways. Oh, well, games that we haven't played that I felt like you were missing something I couldn't figure out. Yeah, that Forager game, I couldn't really, like, get into that. Yeah, Witness.
Oh, yeah, it was, gosh, now I forgot the name of it, but it came out a couple months ago on Game Pass. Crap.
What was it about?
That was the one where you played that small character, and, you know, it was that, I don't know, it kind of reminded me of like an old kind of Zelda thing, but with newer graphics. But you kind of moved really slowly when you had the torches, and yeah, the name, it'll come to me, but I could not figure out that game for the life of me.
I have no idea what
they showed it at E3, like, you know, for like 3 years. I know Andrew had, you know, talked about, where is this game? Is it Below? Was that the name of it?
Is Below out?
Yeah, I think it. No, I'm thinking of a different game that came out, but
no, you're right. Below is out. It came out last year in December.
Yeah, so that was the one I was talking about. Yep. Yeah, it didn't. I don't know.
It looks stupid.
That's what it was to me. It just, and, you know, I'm sure I just didn't give it a chance. All other people that played it that talked about, oh, you got to do all these different things that. Yeah. I was like, yeah, well, I'm done. Like, it still sits on my hard drive space.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question is from Nipron. Jonathan, what's up, dude? And he asked, if you could get one animal that would be your friend and closest companion, which animal would you choose? This animal is also extremely loyal and would do anything for you.
Anything? Anything at all?
I mean, it would have to be yeah. Remember we talked about the monkey? Remember?
I'm choosing a tiger.
Because
that's what I was going to say. I was going to say like a panther.
A fucking tiger, bro.
See, I'm thinking like something that's not going to be
fierce.
Look, hey, we're talking about modern times here. Yeah. I'm making my own shit up here, man. And we go into the grocery store. My monkey's just going to be doing all my grocery shopping.
You just want like a little slave monkey thing, like the little.
You know what, Jesus? I'm gonna. You know what? If I come over to your house with my monkey, that monkey can still slap you. Okay.
Little monkey.
If I command it.
I think a monkey would be pretty cool. I think a monkey.
I mean, your tiger would probably eat it, but.
As I say, your tiger would protect them. So.
Good luck with that monkey slapping the shit out of me. Fucking tiger will probably eat the shit out of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think a tiger would be cool. Like a loyal tiger that you know is not gonna eat you.
Mm-hmm.
Would be so fucking cool, man. That would be like, you. Who the fuck's gonna talk shit to you when you have a tiger next to you? No one.
No.
Good luck. Don't talk shit to me. I got my tiger right next to me, buddy. What's up?
Some of my old Miss you'd have Skeletor. The old He-Man reference.
Oh shit. That'd be badass. I think it would be cool to have a tiger. Yeah.
It'd be like the largest kitty cat.
What's better, a tiger or a lion? I still think a tiger would be cool.
Yeah, I like the panther because they're black and
they're black. They got
cool.
Look like a black cat, pretty much, a big black cat. Yeah, you're right.
And their eyes are really, you
super bright.
Focus on their eyes.
Yeah, green or yellow. Yeah. We had a black cat that was an outside cat, and I haven't seen him in like a long time now. I wonder if he's dead or something. Poor cat.
Not very loyal. Yeah.
He probably found food somewhere else. Is what I'm.
Yeah,
someone else. Someone else is
fucking.
Someone else is feeding his ass, and he's out there fucking eating.
Anyway, probably somebody like my daughter.
The Mayo's out there feeding my stray cats.
My daughter's probably out there feeding stray cats. My $8 cat food.
$80 cat food to a stray fucking cat. Oh, shit. But yeah, a tiger would be cool, Jonathan. What would you want? What would you want as I think an eagle. Like, if I could use an eagle, like the people in Assassin's Creed could use an eagle, that would be cool. But I doubt that.
I think Jonathan, for some reason, I feel like Jonathan's like a big reptile type. Like I can see him with a big reptile, like a crocodile or.
Oh shit, that's kind of scary. That's more scary. That's more scary than a tiger.
Could you see John walking down the street with a leash on a crocodile, going in the mall?
That'd be fucking crazy, dude. Oh shit.
And be like, he doesn't bite, really. Yeah. All right. Brian has another question here, guys. Brian, tell. With everyone showing off their pop collections, if you could own one series of pops, which one would it be?
Mass Effect.
Which ones?
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect. I was just thinking like your Marvel, because I do like I've got my Marvel characters over here.
Mass Effect.
I would have to say Doctor Who. Like most of our family here loves Doctor Who.
Doctor Who is pretty cool. I've seen a few episodes of it.
Yeah, I watched the middle ones, like the 2006, 2007.
Yeah, that's the ones I ended up watching a few of. Yeah, the 2006, like probably 2005, 2006, 2007.
Yeah, the Matt Smith, David Tennant, Matt Smith, David Tennant era. Those ones are really good.
Is there what's the latest series?
They have Doctor Who like every year, don't they?
Yeah, they have a series every year. They have a girl doctor now. This was the first time that if you know the story of the Doctor, he can regenerate new people. So they always bring in a new cast. But the last time the Doctor regenerated, he regenerated in a female, and I didn't care for the season as much. But there's some people who liked it, but
there's
they kind of push
seasons. Woo!
They push girl power a little more in it now, but the earlier seasons were really good.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, I think Nipron wants to know, what is the most useless fact that you know? Or facts?
Most useless fact. I know a lot of facts, Gunny.
But are they useless?
They're not useless. If it's a
are they useless to you?
If it's a fact, is it useless if it's a fact, Gunny?
It can be.
How?
Okay, I can give you an example. My useless fact, charcoal is just made out of charred wood. It's not made out of coal.
150 people a year.
Okay.
150 people a year are killed by falling coconuts.
That's not
that
useless.
one. Like,
that's actually
remember
awful.
I talked about that going to Fiji Islands.
You're on a tropical island and coconuts. You know to be careful.
Yeah,
that thing falls on you, man. That thing will.
You wear a helmet on a tropical island.
Like when that thing hits the ground and you're standing near it, there's like you can feel that thing's like, man, that would bust open my noggin. It'd kill me.
I don't know any useless facts. I can't think of one.
A sneeze travels about 100 miles per hour.
No useless facts here, boys. No useless facts. All the facts I know are facts, and they're fucking important facts, Gunny.
Ooh, I got one, Jesus. During your lifetime, you will produce enough saliva to fill how many swimming pools? Your guess.
12.
2.
No. 2? That's it? I thought you'd be more than that.
That's it? What the fuck?
No, the way you spit.
Probably
Mayo,
12.
maybe 5.
How many spiders do you eat per year, Gunny? How many spiders?
Per year, and we've got like those little black ones, not any brown recluse ones, but I'm gonna bet I probably eat like maybe 20 a year.
I don't know. Honestly, probably like 12. I don't fucking know. I don't know. You thought I was gonna know that fact? I don't fucking know. That's a useless fact. Why would I know that fact if it's useless, Gunny? I don't know that shit. But yeah, no. No, facts are super important to me. I rely on them to survive.
Yeah. Oh, I got one. Jesus, okay. This one could be useful. Banging your head against a wall burns 150 calories an hour.
But wouldn't your head be bleeding and you'd be dead?
But it's
was in an
yes, hour? You're right. That's probably is useless.
Like, how hard are you banging your head against the wall?
Well, I guess you'd burn more calories the harder you bang your head.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very helpful, Larry Gunny.
Yeah.
It's pretty useless.
Moving on, guys. Our last and final question here on Discord is from Better.
No, I got a useless fact. I got thought of one. Gunny.
What is it? Tell me.
In Oregon, it is illegal to have no windshield without windshield wipers. So you can have like no windshield on your car, but you must have at least windshield wipers.
But
yeah, like you don't need a windshield. You just need windshield wipers.
Is that really useless? Because you need to know this in Oregon.
Well, maybe that's not useless.
So I can get a ticket.
See, that's like an insider tip. See, if I come out to Oregon and I don't have a windshield
somehow,
I mean,
like
I
it
know
gets
these
broken.
things,
say?
Right?
Maybe you don't. I don't know.
What if I had one of those fancy Jeeps where the windshield folds down in the front or whatever? You know?
Well, at least you'd still have windshield wipers, though. Yeah, so just make sure they're attached.
But doesn't it fold forward? So
it goes
cover
forward,
the wipers?
Yeah. All right. Let me give you guys. I'm on a website called uselessfacts.net, and I got some useless facts here, guys.
That's where I got them from.
In space, you cannot cry because there is no gravity to make the tears flow.
Well,
I didn't know
wait
that.
a minute. Hold on. That doesn't make sense because the tears would still.
Would they, though, Gunny? Would they?
Would they come out of your eyes?
Wait, how do you piss? How do you pee?
I can spit in space, right?
Does the pee get sucked out of your pee hole?
I mean, I still urinate. I still.
Well, yeah, but that's a muscle. Like, I don't think you use a muscle to push a tear out.
I mean,
you don't.
Does the definition of cry?
Wait, you don't use a muscle to push a tear out?
I don't know. I mean, do you?
I don't know. Yeah.
Or does it just kind of happen? Does your eye just kind of water up and it just kind of roll out?
That's a good question, Mayo. It says here another useless fact. About 7 million cars are junked each year in the United States. Yeah.
Hey, that could be useful if you're a salvage worker. You want to know how much scrap metal you're going to get.
Let's
you can spin anything.
Let's go. More useless facts here. 14% of all facts and statistics are made up, and 20% of people know that fact. That's pretty fucking useless. I mean, that's all I have, guys. That's all I have.
Oh.
Anyways, move on here to more questions, Gunny. Go.
All right, our last one comes from Fetterholic. And he asks, I'm always falling asleep while gaming late at night with my Xbox pad still in my hand, even while I'm talking to someone playing co-op or multiplayer. Is it just me, or do you guys ever do this?
I've done it. It happens.
Oh yeah.
If you wake up early, man, you're probably gonna fall asleep eventually. Like
that's funny because I don't do that actually. The only time I have ever done that was with that Gran Turismo game, and I was just driving in a circle, and that's when I was younger. And I just mentioned that earlier. But that's the only time I've ever done it. And I've had many games where I've had friends. Snickersnee was on last week actually. He did that to me one night. We were playing Diablo, and we just entered a dungeon, and his character like didn't move on the map. I'm like clearing the map, and I just see his character like not moving over there. You know, and like 20 minutes later, all of a sudden he starts moving. You know, I'm like, yeah. He's like, no. I'm like,
yeah.
Snickersnee. That's funny, dude. All right, well, it happens.
Yeah.
No, that was. I'm just thinking, Mayo, like you eating potato chips with your gun. You know, probably woke him back up, right?
No, I don't do any of that. My mic is way too sensitive, actually. It would probably really be annoying. I don't like having the crumbs around the computer anyways.
Yeah. I don't do too much multiplayer, but when I did, especially back on the Xbox 360, that was...
you're in a living room.
Yeah, and that's happened several times where, you know, whether it be on a Saturday or Sunday, you know, like on the weekend, and, you know, I worked really hard that week, and, man... Like, I'm like, okay, no coffee, energy drinks, nothing. And yeah, I would just be falling asleep in the middle of a match,
Yeah.
So, and then it would be weird, like, especially if there was, like, I would say 6 of us in the same party. Like, I've fallen asleep, woken back up, and kind of went, oh, I guess they never knew I went to sleep because they were all so engaged with each other, Yeah. Or it was like, we don't know what happened to you, Gunny. Like, yeah, your Xbox turned off or something,
Yeah.
Due to inactivity. But that's all we have for questions, people.
All right. Well, people, you can find me on Xbox Live, Gamertag, JesusWalksAlot, on PlayStation Network, GSUS, Walks, the letter G, letters SUS, WalksAlot. You can find me on Steam, JesusWalksAlot, on Epic, JesusWalksAlot, on Bethesda.net, JesusWalksAlot, on everything else, JesusWalksAlot. I'm out of here. On Origin, find me, JesusWalksAlot. I'm just done. Whatever. Mayo.
All right, guys, go over to Xbox. Over to Xbox. Add me on Gunny Chief. One word. On the Steam, one word, Gunny Chief. And over on the PlayStation, I am HGP space Gunny. And Gunny Chief on Twitter. What about you, Mayo? Where do we find you?
All right, yeah, you're gonna find me on on Steam, Xbox, Origin, Epic Store as the Mayo 1, and then on Discord as the Mayo. And that is it.
Well, the Mayo.
Jesus, what does Gidget say?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next edition of the Horrible Gamers podcast. I'm hungry. I want like tacos or something.
I'm going for chicken. I've got chicken here. I'm just gonna warm it up.
Y'all making me hungry now.
I want like a spicy chicken sandwich.
Oh, was it Popeyes came out with their new chicken sandwich today?
I don't have a Popeyes near me, Gunny, damn it.
There's Popeyes that blocked for me, and that place had like 30 cars in the parking lot today. So must be good.
I've got one up the next town up. So I'll be going to run.
All right, guys. Well, it's time to
bye.
in bed.
Bye, everyone. Bye. We'll see you next week.
Later. Good night.